If everyone could start to gather over here, it would be lovely to have you.
La 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 la. We are summoning all the beautiful people through this wonderful technology called the internet. The pipes of human connection flowing through the veins of some weird witchcraft, which allows us to be in the presence of one another, not considering distance, space, or time. But let me tell you, we have curated a wonderful program for you this beautiful Sunday. And we're most happy to welcome each and all on the vision train as well. So let us summon the vibe, right? Summon the vibe. It's something like this. La, hands, hands, la, 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 la. Sing along. La, 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 la. We're chugging along. La, 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 la. Choo choo, la la la, la 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 la. You may have not met each and every one of us yet. So let me begin with the first introduction. May I present to you the lovely Mariette. She's there.
Welcome to Making the Invisible Visible, our design science studio salon where we will come together to feel and hear that which is imagining as we imagine worlds of the future. Together in our hearts, minds, the cohort of the fourth cycle of Design Science Studio beams to you from all over the world and from SIU campus in Carbondale, Illinois. Together.
My goodness.
Right? Together in this hybrid situation.
Together.
We are embodying the technology
that permits us all to sing together. La 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 la. La 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 la
la la la.
Y'all can sing too.
La la
la la la la. Yeah, singing la 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 is like an all hands on deck kind of moment. La 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 la. Music is fantastic witchcraft. It is truly a way of summoning a collective spell, casting all of us together from distances far. Oh well, my goodness. It is a moment of presence if we are all singing the same. We know that we are present, it's simple and plain. And now has come the time to present Zara, which is actually holding space in reality over there at that campus in Illinois University. Did I say that right? Is she in Illinois University?
Illinois University.
Yes. So won't you put your hands together and give a virtual clap for Zara? 1, 2, 3.
Thank you. The wide world of the internet. The web that is weaving forevermore. Thank you, Jurgis, Mariette, to the 26 of you online and the beautiful beings here in person. It's good to see you today, this morning, this life. in this moment of making the invisible visible. I was reading this morning about some really major astrological moments that are happening in the sky right now. There's a Gemini entered Uranus, and it's really big, big, big energy. And it's so incredible that it happened during this weekend, that we have all been together in this really incredible conversation, dialogue, and ever-evolving, fascinating experience in this creative collaboration that is life. I would love to just, in this moment, say thank you so much for this university, to BFI, to the Design Science Studio, to all those that were involved in creating this really incredible collaboration and inviting everyone into this space, and those who have been weaving behind the scenes in the multifaceted dimensions that we weave. Thank you. Thank you for all of you who are here in person, who are those of you online. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the most precious offering that you have is your time. So I just really want to just say that. Thank you, Roxy, the team here, to all of your incredible hard work and the energy that has gone to creating this incredible collaboration in this space, this actual space that has been really beautifully transformed. I'd like to offer a short prayer and blessing this morning just to open up the space. I have, since there are just a few of us, I would love to offer, if you want, I have some really beautiful agua florida. It's from Colombia. It's rose. And if I can, I'm going to put a little bit in your hands. You'll clap 3 times, make some energy with it, and then inhale 3 times really deeply, as deeply as you can. So I'm going to do this really quickly. I'm going to offer y'all energetically online, so hold out your hands. So I'm going to put that in your hand right here.
Be sure to spray the lens. The lens will love it. If you spray right into the lens, we'll get it properly. I'm joking. A ver, we're getting that agua florida from Colombia, sabroso. Woohoo! La 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 la. Bendiciones, blessings to all.
I'm going to invite us to take a deep breath this morning. The deepest breath that you have taken so far in this beautiful waking dream that is today. Ready? And on the exhale, make a wild sound. We'll do one more really deep inhale and an om afterwards. Ready? Okay, one more, and we're going to make a silly sound, okay? We're going to go deepest inhale you have. Ready? That's your vagus nerve activation for this morning. Thank you for being here. Thank you for tuning in from afar and from near, for the travels that you have taken to be here in this space, to be in the witnessing, unfolding, and the making the visible, the invisible visible, the visibly invisible. If you can, join me in closing your eyes. Just tuning in this beautiful experience this morning. Just want to offer gratitude to Great Spirit, Creator of all that is. Thank you, Holy Mother, Holy Father, to the sun, moon, star nations. Thank you so much for this life. Thank you for the great mystery that is continuously moving and breathing and filling this incredible experience that's called life. Thank you for magnetizing those precious ones that are tuned in and turned on to this magnificent, creative expression, this legacy of this ancestor of ours, Buckminster Fuller. Thank you so much for your legacy. Thank you for your energy, your life force. Thank you to all of their ancestors, our creative, our benevolent, elevated ancestors that have led us in the pathways that we have been led to, for every walk that we have taken, for every breath, for every laugh, for every tear that we have cried. Just want to also acknowledge the original people of this land. Thank you to those indigenous beings that have been here, taking care of and tending to the land, those who have come before us. The Shawnee, Peoria, Kaskaskia, Tamaroa, Osage, Kapa, Kickapoo, Mayamia, and the other original peoples of this land. Thank you to those who are continuously tending to this land as well and building the community here. Offering deep gratitude for the ability to have clean water, clean air, clean soil. Thank you to the earth for all that you give to us, for your nourishment, for the soil that creates life force to nourish us, for the air that we breathe, for the holy water that moves through our bodies and on the land, from the skies, from the tops of the mountain to the depths of the ocean. Thank you. Thank you to the fire that burns within our heart, the fire that burns within the earth, that fire that erupts from volcanoes creating land, continuously evolving in this evolution, this grand spaceship of Mother Gaia. Thank you to the beings that are offering their hearts this morning, this afternoon, this evening, in this beautiful day together. Thank you to those who have brought something forward to share, that their vision be held with so much grace and capacity. And just with a humble heart, really asking for the funding for all of the magical projects that need to be funded, just really humbly asking for that to be like fully manifested for all of these really incredible offerings, these visions that so many have been holding and that are continuing to be birthed, that this is the reality of that there is enough, there's more than enough, there's more than enough, there's more than enough. Thank you for that more than enoughness. Thank you, Great Spirit. Just offering also a prayer for any people who are suffering right now. Just really asking and holding the vision for the peace amongst nations, for the peace amongst nations beyond borders, for the peace amongst nations of the community that lives inside of us, for all the different life forces and vitalities that move through us as human beings, as a microcosm of the macrocosm. That all of our relations be healed, that have the opportunity to bridge the gap between othering, and that this bridge from the other can be realized, that we can live in love, in peace, in joy, in tolerance, in play, in magnetism. So offering an incredibly special blessing for those who are carrying this lineage and this legacy, for those who are tending to the earth, tending to this possibility of making the world work for 100% of all life. May all that is shared here today be nourishing, be uplifting, be life-giving. Thank you for those who are still coming, for those who have come behind us. Oh, Amen, Ashe. Blessed be, and so it is.
Zara, thank you so much for that beautiful, beautiful prayer. Mwah. Aho. Lately, I have been entertaining the idea that the nervous system operates as both an antenna and a transmitter through which we connect with the great beyond, but also send signals. And there have been several experiments performed on this. The most notable has been the Maharishi effect, about how people in a state of collective presence can change the way that other people interface with the reality itself that is perceived by other people who are not directly connected to the people in that state of coherence. Almost like it's as if it's a signal that's beaming, transmitting, and reaching other people. And I'm not the only person who believes in this idea that we can both download consciousness ideas from beyond, but through creative expression, we can also transmit them. And to tell us a little bit more about what beaming is, on the stage, I would love to welcome my dear friend, Mark. Mwah!
Thank you. I gotta be able to read this. Hello, everyone in here and out there in the noosphere. Since Roxy insisted that I come to Fuller Futures, I've garnered the courage to get on stage here and share this story I arrived with in 2020, joining the inaugural cohort of the Design Science Studio. I've been waiting many years for this moment without even knowing it would actually arrive to share this story that has grown with each year's cohort, weaving in the evolving stories and wordplay of my newfound friends. Now, here we are, and Sphere is our story, your stories of making the invisible visible. Once upon a moment that slipped out of time, 'twas spawning the age of electricity and excited sense of mind. 50 years ago, 76 was the year to be clear, a celebration of bicentennial cheer, of Apple's seedling taking root, in Philly, Bucky's World Game underfoot, and two young lads pedaled through Carbondale, stopping for pizza as they bicycled across this great land from coast to coast. These are the moments I'm here to share, clues to the thread that's brought us Sphere. Around we go from one dome to another, a tale waiting to be told that may never grow old. A conspiracy of sorts, of breathing together, of the electromagnetic spectrum, of rainbow's great secret, the sense of wordplay, of metaphysical equations, and noospheric epiphanies, of overview effects and cognitive shifts, of making the invisible visible. And so begins Scenes from the Last Fairy Tale, our new mythos, our mythic operating systems, beaming the mythilium. Leprechaun, tell me an age-old secret. Leprechaun, where do you hide and keep it? You started with a word, this I have heard, and now I intend to seek it. Leprechaun, electrons, protons, and consciousness. Leprechaun, electing between the pro and the con. A word that magically appeared on my drawing board in 1979 while researching the electromagnetic spectrum, researching for a silkscreen poster that I was asked to create for our design firm, a poster depicting the spectrum as a tool of understanding, of making the invisible visible. This was 1979. One of my partners at the Dolphin Farm, our marketing communications design studio, so named because dolphins are such good communicators, he had worked with Bucky and Medard to produce the World Game in 1976. I did my research in the library at the local community college, as the internet was still not available to the public. But it was under development by DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Our design firm was actually using this means of connectivity over distance, testing it for business purposes, which eventually became known as email. We also had one of the first Apple II computers on which I was designing pixelated monochromatic images before computer graphics for the IEEE's Electronic Convention's special exhibits, utilizing the first examples of local area networking and messaging systems. So there I was at my drawing board with the words scribbled all over it, referencing what I was learning about the electromagnetic spectrum and other topics interesting to me, such as the evolution of human cognition. Then the question suddenly came to mind. If we have referred to ourselves as simply human, yet our evolving technologies were about to radically change our story, what were we evolving into? What might we become? That's when the words on my drawing board started moving around. ELE of electrons danced over to PRO of protons. Soon after, the two of them invited CON of consciousness to play, and they formed their new word, eLeprechaun, suggesting the evolution of our story. That of the last fairy tale, our new mythos, our new mythic operating systems, recognizing we would have a lot of important decisions to make, to elect between the pro and the con, becoming a leprechaun-kin. I was suddenly completely overwhelmed with all of humanity's stories flowing through my head. It felt like I was time traveling and story living the sense of omnidirectional communication, which is when the metaphysical equation appeared. E equals mc to the infinite power. Evolution equals mind times omnidirectional communication. Let me say that again. Evolution equals mind times omnidirectional communication. Since we are now time traveling, I want to back up a moment to 1970, the middle of Bucky's first design science decade. I was 14 years old on a school trip to Japan when we went to Osaka to the World Expo titled Progress and Harmony for Humankind. It was there I saw my first geodesic dome, the EAT Pavilion, an experiment in art and technology, EAT, experiment in art and technology. Artists and scientists came together to share our creative capacities in an immersive experience of the overview effect, as first witnessed and expressed by the astronauts of the 1968 Apollo mission. From there, we went to Hiroshima, ground zero of the nuclear bomb, where I bore witness to our creative capacities for complete unbridled death and destruction. I knew then and there we needed to change the story of separation, of war, of suffering. Meanwhile, back to 1979 and the emergence of the leprechaun conspiracy, that of breathing together for a common desire here on kinship Earth. That spectrum poster I was working on was actually inspired by a quote from Bucky. Back then, I thought this was my story to tell because it was something that I saw deeply and felt deeply, but became very frustrated that it wasn't my story to tell. But that one day, in the future, Once we traverse this liminal space between analog and digital, my leprechaun kin would be here, ready to tell the story we have been living into these past 50 years, and where we want to go from here. I'll mention now that I had a seizure the week of coming upon this last fairy tale. The first and only seizure I had had. It was then I was tested with every new electronic device and diagnostic machine existing to peer into my brain, making the invisible visible. So, meanwhile, back to that quote from Bucky that inspired the Spectrum poster. Here it is, strung together omnidirectionally, traversing notions of Bucky's that brings us to this present moment, being here together in such a relevant moment, deepening into his words and his deeds. Here's his quote that inspired the Spectrum poster, and it's on the poster itself. Throughout history, we have made our judgments upon visible, tangible, sensorially demonstrated criteria. We may safely say that the world is keeping its eye on the unimportant visible 0.1% of the historical transformations, while missing the significance of the 99.9% overall unseen changes. What we usually speak of as our everyday world is a stage set with visible props which are easily manipulated by ignorant people to exploit the equal ignorance of others. Sound familiar? I'm going to continue with some other quotes that seem poignant and relevant to this moment. The Dark Ages still reign over all humanity, and the depth and persistence of this domination are only now becoming clear. This darkness is sustained largely by ignorance. By design, for the manipulative elements of humanity depend on the general ignorance of the whole. If you ignorantly believe there's not enough life support available on planet Earth for all humanity, then survival only of the fittest seems self-flatteringly to warrant magna selfishness. However, it is due only to humans' born state of ignorance and the 99.99% invisibility of technological capabilities that they do not recognize the vast abundance of resources available to support all humanity at an omni-high standard of living. It is now highly feasible to take care of everybody on Earth at a higher standard of living than any have ever known. It is no longer has to be you or me. Selfishness is unnecessary. War is obsolete. It is a matter of converting the high technology from weaponry to livingry. Yeah, I want to thank Bucky for beaming your insights. Thank you for your beacon of brilliance and for inciting us to help make the invisible visible. As life goes, I have aged during these 50-plus years and raised two beautiful daughters with my partner. As the girls were growing up, they wanted to hear bedtime stories, but they always asked for real stories of my life's experiences, travels and tales, clues to what makes me who I am and what kind of world I want them to be able to grow into. I get emotional in these moments. I feel this deeply here with you all. As they became more independent and the internet appeared, I was able to venture out into the noosphere, the commons of mind, enveloping humanity's epiphanies from time immemorial, belonging to no one, yet there for all. This is how I eventually discovered the Design Science Studio, reconnecting with the Buckminster Fuller Institute after they had first appeared once Bucky had passed. It's how I find myself now in the middle of this second design science decade, amazed and in awe at how this time traveling has brought us together, sphere and now. Together to hear each other's stories and sense of intentions to create a more beautiful world our hearts know is possible, as Charles has so eloquently put it. Here, witnessing the reactionaries' last stand. I truly believe that. It's taken a while. But here we are, participating in humanity, evolving into refractionaries. A leprechaun kin, attuning into how the secret lies within the spectrum, the rainbow. It's not a pot of gold at the end of it, but nature's genius in encouraging our ability to refract and reflect the potential of what the future holds. This is how we have arrived at beaming, being the mediums, the backcasting, evolutionary, alliance mediums. You are all familiar with forecasting. You look over your shoulder and you see the trajectory that we're on and you say, that's where we're going. Right now, that looks pretty ugly. And that's why we're looking at backcasting. To visualize that future and work our way towards it from where we are now, backcasting. Yes, we seem to be a verb, as Bucky put it years ago. We are the story livingly. It was just last month it became super clear to me, traversing all of these years, that I've arrived at that day long ago anticipated, of being here with you all, my leprechaun kin. To hear how we have envisioned such a beautiful world and shared how we got there. The stories our future ancestors will be living into and telling your stories. And once again, last month, crazy it is, I had my second seizure. 47 years since the first. I've just arrived here from our dome home in Oregon after all the electronic testing and seeing the neurologist who confirmed once again I still have a brain in there. But like the first time, they had no clue why I had a seizure. I have some ideas about that, considering the moments that these have happened. So I'll just leave it here by confirming this is, in fact, a true story. The second portal I've crossed into the commons of mind, sphere on kinship earth, with you all, bearing witness to your stories of how we did it. Of how, like the game telephone, whispered from ear to ear, yet over generations becoming confused as to how the story changed so dramatically, so dangerously, not believing in what we heard. How when that story returned full circle from whence it came, we discovered it was never meant to be divide and conquer. The original story was divine and conquer. Divine and conquer. To be intuitively in accord and trust in what nature has blessed us with. To be encouraged, to have the courage to trust in yourselves, ourselves, in each other. This is our story of beaming Regenera. Beaming from the heart of the Regeneissance, of making the invisible visible. Thank you. And now, one of my co-conspirators from the very first year, Jurgis, who you've heard playing a little bit, he's joining us again. The first year, there was a group of us that we called the Formless, because we were challenged filling out all of Roxy's forms. And so I had actually done some sessions on rapid prototyping with Tom Chi, one of the BFI on the board of directors. And then Tony Patrick came and did a session on backcasting. And when he was sharing his talk, he was talking about he was involved in Marvel Comics, and I scribbled down on my pad, which I always have next to me when I'm listening to these stories, BAM, like a cartoon thing with the star. And I looked and I thought, oh, backcasting alliance mediums. And then I was like, yeah, but I'm about the E word for a leprechaun and evolution. So I threw the E in there and we had beaming. And the next thing we knew, we were the backcasting evolutionary alliance mediums, and our troubadour, Jürgen, who's joined us from all corners of the earth, sometimes in person, but always through the heart. Yeah, right
Always.
there. Always. Take it away, Jürgen.
Mark. It is so beautiful. Like, can we get another round of applause for Mark Smith? Mark Smith, who is also a wordsmith, also a repository of regenerative mythology, but also an accelerator of sorts. And I have about 10 minutes with you. And I thought, wouldn't it be lovely for us to practice what we preach? To download, transmit that mythology in a moment of collective presence. If you are game and you're up for it, can we see a show of hands and a yes, please? Yes, please.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Let us backcast. Let us remember the future and send it back to the past. For us to tap into the sphere and the geometry of everything that connects us. We need to activate our cells, our DNA, through movement, attention, and intention. If you're feeling the vibe, show me how you're moving. If you're feeling the vibe, show me how you're grooving. If you're feeling the vibe, contribute what you've got. Hey, bring in the movement. If you've got hands, I'd like to see them clapping, holding the rhythm down. Sending messages to this web of information, letting it know that we're here. Can we get a show of voices in the space? Take a deep breath in right now and release with a long Let your voice be heard in the rooms adjacent to your own. Release a sound of joy so that it can be heard in all your neighbors' homes in the form of a A ver, DSS gang, go. Don't lose the rhythm. We're putting ourselves in a state of musical vibration so that we may perform this incantation. Are we feeling it? Are we present? Are we feeling it? Are we present? Are we feeling it? Are we present? Let us see you You radiate beautiful emotion through your face with a lovely smile into the dark I position in front of you. Go. This is not about this is about quality. Quality of emotion. Beautiful. Now sing with me. I remember. I remember. I remember. I remember. I remember. If we're holding the vibe, we may all recall together how there was a time when Mark told us about his history with regeneration, and how Roxy fought the demons of bureaucracy and frustration, bringing the gang together. And then there was that astrological convergence, and everything shifted. All of the sudden, all the parts came together. I remember. Do you remember? I remember.
Oh, yes, vividly.
I remember.
I remember.
I remember. I remember.
I do remember.
Yeah, we all remember. Do you recall? Do you recall what happened next? My memory's fading, so now I ask you all, what do you remember? What do you recall? Tell us one and all. Tell us.
What happened next? Might do a mic check. Might be the behind the scene text, but sometimes I get into the front and then I flex because my mind is the inner light shine. It's imminent. It's the thing that no imitation. Why are you waiting? What you contemplation? Start the creation. Hey, we're here on purpose. We're here on purpose. We're here on purpose.
We are here on purpose. Sing it with me. We are here on purpose. We are here on purpose. We are here
on purpose.
So many beautiful voices. I remember that one time when we were all. I remember that one time when we were all online.
Here on purpose.
And all of the voices sounded absolutely amazing. I was surprised. I was confounded. How could it be that not only was it voices, but your souls were alight and blazing? Could it be the astrological shift? Could it be? Could it be?
Yes, it is.
Something to do with Taurus, Scorpio, and Gemini, and Uranus. This is very dangerous for a troubadour to rhyme something with Uranus. I'm gonna have to put my mischief to the side.
You're honest. You're honest.
I'm what I am. I'm what I am. But perhaps somebody else also recalls what happened in that moment when Jurgis lost the gist of the rhyme. Do you remember what happened after that most mischievous and sordid time?
I remember when you made a rhyme till the end of time, 'cause you are so divine. I'm feeling you over here. Can you draw more near? So we have no fear.
Fear. Everybody come near. Come near. Yeah, close.
We're going closer.
No fear. We remember.
Do you remember?
I remember.
Do you remember?
We remember. One more time. We remember. We recall. We recall.
We recall.
We recall.
Oh.
And then everybody started dancing. Everybody started moving. Everybody started dancing. We were not only backcasting, we were grooving. There was movement and joy in the space. My goodness, look at that woman dancing with such grace. There was movement, there was joy. That was our primary weapon to deploy. And before Jurgi said goodbye, he asked for a moment of collective presence. We could now gift each other little packets of love through the internet. It would be our most generous present. I remember clearly you were there. I remember clearly you and you and you and you and you were there. Do you remember? I remember clearly you and you and you and you and you were there. I remember clearly you and you. Wait, and I was there. Were you there? I was there.
She was there.
Was he there? I knew Daniel was there. He was there. And he was pointing at people as well. And also there were so many other beautiful humans around. Even I saw a little mischievous smile from the unique and lovely Spencer Brown. You were there. You were there. You were there. I was there. I was there. I was there. I was there. And then the troubadour said, "Oh well." And then he blamed Mark Smith for this most mischievous spell. Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. The mischievous spell.
And so I bid adieu to you and you and you and you. Let us close this beautiful spell with a lovely clap.
Clap.
We're gonna clap once, just once. We're gonna go pa, and that's it. And we go, and it's done. Ready? On three, that means 1, 2, pa. Got it? We're gonna simulate the movement just so we know we get it right. Right. All hippie hands on deck. All hippie hands on deck. Cha, 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 cha. First practice run. 1, 2, pa. Got it? This, yeah. Someone got ahead of themselves. Good. Now for real. What? No second chances. 1, 2. Cha.
Cha.
I have so much fun with you people. I love this.
We love you. We love you so much.
And I suspect that my time is over, or perhaps not yet, but perhaps it is. And I would like to invite Mr. Ari Lazar on stage. Laser. I'm pronouncing it with my Lithuanian accent. Laser.
Ari Laser.
You want to introduce COVID? That's Maya. You can use that one. There's an Ari. He's coming.
Is he coming?
Thank you so much, Jurgis. It is such an absolute delight to be with you all here in Carbondale. This campus has moved me tremendously. The way that you are holding together Bucky's legacy and the thought that has come to the world from this space. Walking in its dome yesterday that you've all put in so much time and effort to restore and bring back to the public, it really moved me how deeply that it moved me deeply how all of these thoughts and concepts that came from the mind of this amazing person blossomed out in that home on this campus over those amazing 13 years that he was here teaching. So thank you all for keeping that legacy alive. Thank you for joining us in person. And to all the amazing community with the Design Science Studio out and around the world, it is such a pleasure to bring you in from where you are. Now, Roxy, darling, your phone locked itself as I was trying to introduce an amazing mind from the other side of the world. I've only gotten a brief moment to have a one-on-one with Govind. It was right in the first session of the Design Science Studio this year. And just the few things that we talked about and the perspective he was bringing just brought me alive completely, both to what we do as an organization and to who this individual is. So let me introduce you to Govind Chittarath, a multidisciplinary designer working across architecture, nature, and technology to explore symbiotic, regenerative futures. Please give a warm welcome to Govind.
Good morning, good evening, everyone. Thank you to the entire community, and thank you to everyone from around the globe. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible? Perfect. My work is driven by a deep-rooted passion to integrate nature and architecture, moving beyond static constructs towards living adaptive systems. At the intersection of ecology and technology, I explore how material, biology, and computation can come together towards a future where architecture is no longer separate from nature, but fundamentally symbiotic with it. My work explores this shifting paradigm. It begins with the indoor environment, where we spend most of our lives, as a starting point to reintroduce life back into our spaces, but the intention extends far beyond that. What I'm presenting today is both an idea and its pursuit through research, prototyping, and artistic exploration, an attempt to imagine a future that feels optimistic and worth working towards. I put together a video of the project, and I'll let it take you into that world. Let me just share my screen for that.
Bioreceptive Interfaces, a biodigital framework for symbiotic architectures. Welcome, everyone. This presentation unfolds across 4 acts: condition, investigation, manifestation, and projection, moving from context to research to prototyping, and finally toward speculative futures for a symbiotic built environment. Act 1, the condition. As a society, we are perhaps the only species that has structurally forgotten our profound connection to nature. We build to isolate. This first act sets the stage for our current reality, a quiet, escalating systemic crisis unfolding precisely within the built environments we call our homes. We live deep within the Anthropocene. To understand the scale of our impact, consider this. Today, the mass of human-made materials on Earth exceeds the total mass of all living biological matter. Alongside this, pollution across all domains continues to impact and reshape the environments we inhabit. Our built environment alone is responsible for nearly 40% of global emissions. Every building we construct is a massive ecological event. And today, that event is not only extractive but deeply polluting. But the crisis is also deeply intimate. On average, we spend over 90% of our lives indoors. This great indoor migration exposes us to highly concentrated pollutants, volatile organic compounds, and elevated levels of carbon dioxide. In our relentless pursuit of comfort, we have engineered life out of our habitats, and now our health and future demand that we bring it back. The core of this problem lies in our contemporary architectural philosophy, which treats the building envelope as an absolute, impenetrable barrier, a literal wall erected between humanity and the living world. This sealed paradigm deliberately eliminates the vital biological exchange that once connected our interiors to planetary ecosystems. We seal ourselves within sterile containers. But architecture does not have to be an inert, dead artifact. This brings us to the core provocation of my work. What if architecture could literally breathe? Not as something superficial, but as a deeply integrated, living ecological system. This is the central thesis this project seeks to answer. Act 2. Investigation. To achieve this, a new system must emerge at the complex intersection of material science, biology, and technology. We are looking at the convergence of 3 distinct domains, each one essential and deeply interdependent upon the others. 2 primary concepts define this new framework. First is bio-integrated design, seamlessly merging living biological systems with the built environment as functional ecological infrastructure. Second is bioreceptivity, the specific material quality that actively encourages and supports the sustained growth of living organisms. Together, these principles transform the building envelope from a defensive barrier into a nurturing, life-giving substrate. These 3 domains must converge into a single, performative whole. Material scaffolding provides the physical architecture. Biological curation carefully selects and sustains the living communities. And the digital nervous system acts as the brain, monitoring, regulating, and responding in real time. Through this synthesis, the building envelope becomes an active infrastructural node within a vast planetary ecosystem. Let us examine the material domain. Here, we utilize a functionally graded ceramic matrix made from low-fired clays, allowing for incredibly precise porosity control. We design high porosity zones at 35 to 40% to encourage rapid biofilm establishment alongside denser zones for structural load bearing. Furthermore, we integrate a dual-phase hydrogel network of alginate and polyacrylate, significantly increasing the material's moisture retention capacity. The substrate itself is engineered to function like soil. Moving to the biological domain, we deploy a multi-tiered ecological strategy that mirrors natural succession. Pioneer cryptogams, specialized algae and mosses, are introduced first to provide robust carbon dioxide fixation and particulate filtration. Following this, integrated vascular plants are anchored over the matrix, capable of significantly reducing airborne VOCs and formaldehyde from the indoor air. The life here is curated for impact based on existing research and not accidental, and the technological domain binds them together. We implement a hybrid sensor architecture combining high-fidelity environmental monitoring with localized plant diagnostics. Behind this sits a modular AI pipeline leveraging large language models and advanced statistical algorithms. This digital brain handles real-time anomaly detection, anticipates maintenance needs, and conducts predictive indoor climate modeling. The system constantly listens to itself, learns, adapts, and guides the user's behavior. To manifest this physically, we turn to advanced robotic fabrication. A dual cartridge robotic extrusion system produces seamless compositional gradients within the clay. We developed custom serrated nozzles enabling highly non-uniform extrusion, generating high-fidelity surface textures that increase the total effective surface area by 38%. This data-driven toolpath generation elegantly bridges the digital parametric model directly with physical material performance. Digital precision yielding an organic result. This morphology is guided by algorithmic growth. We developed a custom phototropic growth model that translates actual biological growth principles into digital morphogenetic processes. The form is algorithmically driven by simulated environmental forces, calculating phototropic vectors for optimal light exposure, canopy convergence, and necessary organic variation. This computational pipeline directly integrates programmed hydration gradients within our fabrication constraints. Act 3. Manifestation. This is the moment of translation, making the invisible visible. The theoretical frameworks become physical, tangible artifacts. What was once a speculative question now becomes a functioning prototype, ready to be placed in the real world. To sustain life, we developed an artificial hydration cycle that seamlessly integrates programmable automation with passive biophysical processes. A central water reservoir utilizes smart drip irrigation to distribute moisture directly to the hydrogel-embedded clay chambers. Passive capillary action and solar adaptive porosity gradients take over, perfectly balancing evaporative cooling and the specific humidity required for biofilm formation. It is a living, breathing cycle, beautifully automated by AI analytics. This culminates in our primary prototype. The bioreceptive interface unit perfectly integrates the clay body with internal algorithmic channel networks for water retention and nutrient diffusion. Its highly porous architecture supports natural capillary transport, drawing water upwards like a tree. The sensor kit helps monitor the hydration levels as needed. The entire process represents a completely new paradigm in architectural manufacturing. Looking closely at surface colonization, biological growth begins within mere days of the initial inoculation. Algae and mosses rapidly establish themselves within the specifically designed moisture-rich zones. Slowly, integrated vascular plants anchor their roots deeply into the matrix, sealing the exposed parts and strengthening the overall system of the unit. The ecosystem doesn't just sit on the architecture, it integrates with it. It breathes, purifies, and responds. And the measured impact begins to indicate the potential of the system. In a 60-day pilot, we recorded a particulate matter reduction of up to 28%, alongside measurable environmental improvements. We achieved a sustained moisture retention of around 60% through the dual clay hydrogel porosity gradients. Crucially, this remains functional at the scale of a standard architectural tile. While still a proof of concept, these results demonstrate that bioreceptive interfaces can move beyond theory and begin to deliver measurable improvements to our indoor environmental quality. Act 4. Projection, our final act. Here, the work shifts from research and prototyping into speculative exploration, using design and visual narrative to extend what has been developed into possible futures. We move from the object to the interface to the network and finally to the world. The horizon expands outward. What began as a functioning prototype now becomes a lens to imagine a living, breathing world. Let us imagine these speculative futures, buildings as porous, breathing organisms that heal the air, transit hubs as living urban filters, cities as sensing biological systems, underground networks quietly connecting life across scales, coastal settlements integrated with tidal ecologies. A civic future where progress is measured not by what we build, but by the ecological richness we create. We invite you to explore the Symbiocene, a world where architecture does not displace nature, but hosts life at every conceivable scale. What you see before you is a vast tree of vision cards, suspended in a spatial network. Each node in this sphere pushes us to imagine exactly how symbiotic architecture could manifest in the real world. These are not just images, they are glimpses into a possible, thriving future where our built environments and natural ecosystems are fundamentally indistinguishable. What you're seeing is a translation of the work into speculative form. These visions, shaped through art and design, are grounded in the same systemic framework, allowing us to project how matter becomes a medium for life, and architecture starts to shift from extraction toward restoration. The path forward is regenerative, buildings that breathe, filter, and grow, architecture that earns its place in the living world. These visions are portals into that future. We have the technology, the materials, and the imperative to ensure our built environment acts as an active participant in the planetary ecosystem. It's upon us how we walk into a world that is very much possible. Thank you.
Thank you. And these are sort of some portals into the future. That's just on cycle for a bit. Thank you to everyone who commented. I'm going to take some time and reply. And yeah, there's one more slide, which is in terms of the credits. This was developed in the Institute of Advanced Architecture at Barcelona. I've sort of been, progressing that idea as into speculative worlds as I'm trying to develop different kinds of frameworks and different kinds of and trying to develop the idea further. It's not easy. I don't have access to these kind of tools anymore in terms of robots and materials and things of that sort. But yeah, I've been trying to do what I can. But thank you to the DSS community. I've been sort of surprised with all the amazing ideas that's out there, and I'm really, I mean, sort of taken aback by the amazing ideas that's out in the DSS space, and just sort of taking it slowly. I wanted to present this a little earlier, but yeah, here I am. Thank you.
Govind, I just want to say thank you so much for the work that you're doing in the world. Now, this is the second time that I've gotten to dive into your world, and it blows my mind every time. I am so grateful that you got to go to Barcelona to study, and I'm so grateful that you're progressing a vision of architecture that brings us into conversation with the natural world rather than creating that barrier, and to help those of us who just occupy buildings rather than design them really understand what's at play there and some of the forces that we're working with. My hat goes off to you. I'm just so delighted you're a part of our community. Thank you so much. And now I'm going to pass it back to Jurgis. No. Oh, now I'm going to pass it to Roxy. This is one of those back behind the scenes moments that y'all get to witness. It is my absolute pleasure to hand the mic over to my co-collaborator here at the Design Science Studio, Roxy Shohadei.
I'm trying to hug you. I'm trying to hug you.
Love you.
And then I get to invite you right back. So we're going to do a little set change because Ari and Ben and Shannon are going to join me up here, and we're going to have a little panel. It's going to be incredible. Also, I just made for everyone who is on the stream, could you just do a little pan for this room that is beautifully filled up? It's pretty epic, all these incredible humans who are here. Even Buckminster Fuller has arrived. Oh, fabulous. Thank you for joining us. All right. So we're going to just quickly evolve the set up here. But while that happens, I just want to say hello to all our friends online. And this is also going out to 8 different channels. It's being live streamed to 8 different channels, including the Buckminster Fuller Institute's very giant Facebook page, the YouTube for DSS and BFI, the Vision Train. We're on the Vision Train, so there's something called the Vision Train. You might have noticed in our partner materials. It's led by one of the graduates, evolutionary design scientists of the Design Science Studio. Her name's Amanda Sage. If you are a visionary, are you familiar with visionary art? Does anyone know Amanda Sage's work in this room? Got some hands up. There's a beautiful piece that's right behind Dina. The wave over there, you can see with the yellow and the big giant wave. I invite you to look very closely at it over yonder. So the Vision Train is a nonstop art jam that has been happening nonstop for 7 years. Amanda Sage, who's an incredible painter, leads this community. And they've been leading a Zoom room full of artists and creatives that has not closed in all those 7 years. And so this is actually teleported onto the Vision Train. And there's lots of community from all over the world tuning in, which is super exciting. I'm super honored to be here. I am the director and co-founder and architect of the Design Science Studio, and we were founded in 2020. And I'm going to lead a panel discussion about sacred geometry and art. I'm going to moderate these brilliant, brilliant artists. So give us just a moment. If you haven't yet and you are in the physical space, I invite you to definitely explore the art on the walls. The zine is on the stand, and they're gifts. You may take one. And the different screens that are around, you can explore the new exhibition. You can explore a big giant version of the zine and a montage of like an hour looping video. Everything has headphones. And then for everyone tuning in online, you'll see a lot of that, both the zine, well, a lot of you contributed to it, and the exhibition also start to populate on Catalyst, which is another one of our partners that's hosting our platform, which is incredible. It has the whole program that's connected to all of the speakers and their projects and initiatives. You can read all about them. So I think with that, we're ready to get into it. So I'm going to just move this podium so we can bring up our wonderful guests. Thank you for being here. Thank you all for being a part of this incredible festival. It's been such a joy to be here in Carbondale. And thank you all who are tuning in online. So many brilliant humans from all over the world. We love you. Fabulous. Okay. Great. Yeah, I can do that. You might want to just turn the camera. Oh, nice. So we have 2 mics and 3 people, so you'll have to play nice. Uh-oh, the magnet came off, Ari, if you want to take. Yep. Shannon, did you still want me to share your website on the screen? Yeah? Oh, I think this is off. On purpose. Okay, great. You have things to share? You want your websites?
Yeah, she has it.
Who has it? Eve? Can you get it on my computer and do the screen share from the big screen? If not, I can go over it. This is very funny, right? This is like our whole command center is right there. So normally when we're doing these events, often we're on Zoom. And so you don't get to see this whole behind the stage situation. But now we're all in one space. So it's pretty fun. Eve, let me know if you need my help whenever that time comes doing the screen share. Cool. Okay, amazing. Wonderful. So it was funny last night. I looked at Shannon and I said, "It's just you and Ben Lauder and Ari. This is the incredible group of humans that I get to facilitate a conversation with." And Shannon said yes. And it really just landed for me. What a joy this is. And I just feel very grateful for Elizabeth insisting that we devote a long chunk of time to this conversation. Sometimes because we have so many creatives from all over the world who are a part of the incubator of the Design Science Studio and the broader partner community and visionary community, we only get to do kind of longer form things if they're in what we call choose your own adventure time, where we'll have a few things happening at the same time. So it's really nice to get to be in this conversation all together. And I am actually going to invite each of you to just share a little bit about your background to get things started so everybody knows a little bit about who you are. Shannon, do you want to start?
Sure. I did prepare a real short thing that I would love to present.
Perfect.
I feel this week I've been in Bucky boot camp. And it's not war boots, not the kind that you wear to go to boot camp, right? It is not the kind that walk all over you. It's the kind that we wear when we garden, when we walk in meditation together, and when we build the world we want to live in. So at 50, I started visual art again. Before that, I was a writer. And these 2 words, synergy and synchronicity, really helped me start my journey. It started with the artist's way. Books are such a core of what led me here. And I started a focused reading practice at that point. And I ended up here at SIU. I've been here for 3 years studying for an MFA in painting. I didn't know you would be throwing me the best kind of going away party. And one of beginnings and endings, but mostly beginnings. At 62, my art is a spiritual practice now. And I knew many of Bucky's ideas earlier, synergy, parts and the whole, but really now I have a new vocabulary. Like Bucky, I love systems and acronyms, and I have one for you today. Whenever you're very afraid of taking action in a new situation, like now, and your heart's like this, I think of barf. You feel like barfing? take bold action, and recover faster. My goal in art, I didn't know it until yesterday when I saw the play, is to regenius myself, to do something with it. Genius is the Greek word for generative power, the inborn nature from gene, to give birth. It was also a house spirit, a little protective spirit of a specific place, a genius. So showing that we can start right where we are with our story, our self, our family. And my journey here was to explore my ancestors and learn to paint. I visited the 16 great birthplaces of my great-great-grandparents to understand myself, my history, my Mormon religion, the utopia of Salt Lake City and the draw, and DNA. It started from 16 and the geometry to 8 to 4 great-grandparents to 2 parents to me. And I didn't know, all of that when I started, but how did I get here from them? What did they have to teach me? One of my teachers walked into my studio and said, "It's so complicated." So my mantra became, complexify to simplify. I needed to go down the rabbit holes. I needed to work through all of that complexity. Along the way, I met Plato and his solids, Pythagoras and his sacred numbers. I met Hermes Trismegistus. I met the magician and political activist Giordano Bruno. I met Marie Curie, Copernicus, Kepler, Flood, and many others, Newton and his alchemy and his optics. I met Maria the prophetess, who was the first person to write about alchemy and invent the alembic. And this reading practice really helped me in this final project. My show was 3 parts. It had the journey imagined, which was black and white. It was the diagrams of belief, of how we believe through number and through diagram. The second part became color. The second room was the journey experienced, where I show all the ephemera and the experience that I did as I moved through these places and studied the ancestors. And then the third part, and if you want to just flip through these, you can just go as fast as you want. This is the grandmothers and then the grandfathers. You see some of this work in the hallway. Then the third part was the journey transcended, which was, how we think about ideas and ephemeralization, all this complexity, coming down to the simple ideas. Bucky, more than anything, teaches us how to think, how to envision and how to think, how to trust ourselves and trust our actions to make our specific places better. After all, if we are all born geniuses, that generative spirit of our place and ourselves, we have the genius our ancestors gave us in that pentahexa DNA that gives our bodies and our minds our operating systems. From one genius to many others. I will end with a Bucky quote from Doria, who brought it in and meeting so many amazing people this weekend. Bucky said, "Never forget that you are one of a kind. Never forget if there weren't any need for you in all your uniqueness to be on this earth, you wouldn't be here in the first place. And never forget, no matter how overwhelming life's challenges and problems seem to be, one person can make a difference. In fact, it's always because one person that all the change that matters in the world come about. So be that one person." And with that, I pass it on.
Thank you, Shannon. I also just want to acknowledge that throughout this process of Ari and I preparing to come here, Elizabeth brought Shannon into our Zoom calls week after week. And since we got on the ground, Shannon has been so nimble and supportive in every single way and has basically been absorbed into the Design Science Studio. We are so grateful for you, Shannon. It's such a joy to hear some of your background and how your path with sacred geometry has also very much woven with your ancestry and our relationship to the past and to the future that we're weaving together. So grateful that you laid and prepared so much context. And I was appreciating, Ari, that this particular big piece that you have here, and Ari has a sculpture here in the middle of the room. Maybe Mage can turn the camera for those folks who are online. And this particular pattern, which Ari, it has a name. No, it's it's Islamic sacred geometry, right?
Yeah, it comes from the Alhambra in southern Spain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have integrated this into some of my paintings in the past, and I'm half Iranian, for those of you who don't know, and half Colombian. My mother's here. And I was just feeling a deep connection to this devotional practice of myth and magic and creativity woven together, that the study of integrating sacred geometry into art actually invites us into a long lineage that you were talking about, Shannon. Like, this is a long lineage of people studying the sacred, beautiful patterns that underlie life, just like Buckminster Fuller and just like so many artists for all of so much of time that we look back on. And so I just was reminded of how magical it is. And as we're beginning this conversation, I love that you brought ancestry, and now, kind of on the heels of magic, I want to invite Benjamin Louder here, because I know your current series is Math, Myth, and Magic. Am I right?
Yeah, that was close enough. Myth, Math, and Magic.
Okay, Myth, Math, and Magic. Yeah. Perfect.
I'm Benjamin Louder. I'm an artist. I'm of this place. I live on the land here in southern central Illinois. The land is called Little Egypt. And I've really been inspired by the kind of our collective wisdom traditions and the legacy of Buckminster Fuller. But that all really kind of catalyzed for me when we built a home for our family, that we wanted to be in alignment with seasonal sun angles so that it naturally heats and cools itself. So we had to dust off some old ideas like the Pythagorean theorem to figure out, the sun angle on the winter solstice. We want it penetrating deep into the home, striking concrete, masonry, and stone, absorbing the sun's heat so that it releases it at night. And then on the summer solstice, which is coming up, June 21st, the angle of the sun changes and no sun comes in. So it's nice and cool for the same reasons. And after doing that and seeing how creating a human-made thing in alignment with the geometry of natural creation, it turns out aesthetically pleasing, it's efficient, and it feels blessed and anointed, and it works. And just living into that rhythms and cycles of seasons, circular time, not linear time, it really grounds you into existence. And I wanted to share those ideas with people, and the art making practice turned into a way to do that. And I took signage and architectural detritus from the 20th century, signs and things that pointed humanity in a direction through the advertising that was oftentimes fear-based. We don't have enough, we aren't enough. And transmuted those messages, broke the spells cast by that scarcity mentality, and then recast them on behalf of the nurturing patterns that come out of natural growth processes that Bucky aligned his creations with. And he was the perfect mascot for those values. So having gone to school here, and I must admit, when I was here when I was 17, his legacy didn't resonate nearly as deeply as it does today after having built the house and truly understanding what he was after, trying to understand the operating principles at work in universe. So I kind of leveraged my specialization in semiotics, which is how people attribute meaning to symbol systems, and applied that to, again, transmuting those advertising and consumerism messages towards more abundant and cooperative, evoking the wisdom traditions of the past, and trying to make new signs that point towards a future in which we kind of make it through this evolutionary threshold, integrate dualities, embrace cooperation and abundance over scarcity and conflict. So the art making practice is a way to bring all that together.
Wow, so many layers. That's amazing. So coherent too. Like I really went there. I am, yeah, just, wow, okay. I just learned so many things. A lot of times the metaphors behind art can be harder to find, like I hear you and then I can see that, you know what I mean? But that was just so clear, like you're taking the work, you're upcycling it, you're literally like doing this devotional practice of reforming it for the future, like signs pointing in a new direction. Yeah.
There's things too I want to mention through doing the physical act with intention and trying to be present and taking that, Marshall McLuhan, famously said the medium is the message. Yeah, so that's really, it takes on a meta level when the medium was formally a message, so that you have to neutralize that old message in a kind of a ritualized ceremonial way while you're doing it, and to actually like transmute what was there energetically previously without like throwing it away or diffusing that energy, but like moving it and rechanneling it. And I'll testify that creates a feedback loop of synchronicities that just keep amplifying and amplifying. This region and this place, when you guys were setting the vibes here, I felt like the spirit of this place, this geography, this region wanted to come through, and this is a really, really special area. If folks don't know, the eclipse transits that happened in 2017 and 2024 crossed each other here.
Two, right? Like one right after the other.
One right after the other. Yeah, 27.
And it's marked on the land now, correct? Yeah. On the water.
Cedar Lake. And for me, the synchronicity around that was when I was a student here, I had a very transformative experience within a few hundred yards of where this eventual crossing would be. And it really, this is the kind of thing, it's like, make a talismanic object that encapsulates that whole experience. And I want to, if I could share one little bit of testimony too about like on the eclipse.
Go for it.
Bucky's house was in half done being repaired. And the board said, could someone stay in the house? Because there's lots of people coming to town. So I was like, yeah, I'll stay in the house. So they're like, oh, it's very hot. It's going to be like 100. I'm staying in the house. So I was there, and I kind of got to thinking like, okay, well, this feels very auspicious. Where would Bucky have left the most kind of residual energy in this space? And I thought, well, the loft library would be the spot. So I'd go up there and kind of just do a little bit of intention setting. Thank you, Bucky. Thank you for giving your life into this mission. Yeah. And can we just please have your blessing to transmit it, keep it going? Yeah. And it felt really good, but the fruit of that really kind of ripened in December of that same year. Bucky's grandson, Jamie Snyder, who we're very grateful to for lots of donations and support, reached out for the first time and said, he introduced himself and said, I don't know how else to say this, but I got a kind of an overwhelming heart feeling while I was outside looking at the supermoon last night that I wanted to donate the books back to my grandfather's loft library.
Where you were when you had that?
Yes, on a lunar event. And they're here now. Our archivist, Mike Travinko, is continuously going through them in the Dome Home Board. And there is 3,500 volumes with marginalia and insight into Fuller's thoughts and ideas and interests that are here now in the Morris Library Special Collections Department for scholars to really get a window into Bucky's mind.
Nicely done.
Wow. Just a few quick points in response, and then we'll hear from Ari, and then we can just start to weave in conversation, and don't feel like you have to come back to me before you want to speak. But I did just want to reflect a few things that came up for me while you were sharing just then. One is this piece around a different but very kindred type of ancestral healing work that you're doing, both like through the reforming of the future and the past, and like this ritual kind of process of being in relationship with the not only the material, but like transmuting. I think a lot about how we're not abandoning the past, or we don't want to forget it. We want to compost it. We want to hospice the things that are no longer working, and we want to honor them and thank them for what they contributed to where we are now. And so it's such a beautiful dance to be in, with actually saying like, thank you, I see you, and what you gave us is a lot of different things, and some of those are not particularly useful, but let's like be in relationship with that and transform it into something different, just like compost becomes often food and nourishment. And it is, I'm really glad that you also brought in the land. I mean, you and Shannon and so many of you have welcomed us here, and my family mostly lives in Nashville, which is only 3 hours away, and driving up was one of the most beautiful drives I've had in years. And I am so grateful to be here at this time of year, as I was reminded of just how stunning this land is, and so just honoring and acknowledging and feeling grateful for it. And the fact that you brought in the eclipses, and also the way that you have been building, like the process of making with your hands. It's something that, as when I started, the first time I actually sat down and did any work in and around Buckminster Fuller, it was actually a workshop called The Geometry of Thinking with Bonnie DeVarco, who's going to be sharing here in just a little bit. She's teleporting in for a talk. And I started to understand, because it's totally different when you start to make it with your hands. And when you start to also commune with the ancestral process of being in relationship to the sun and to the moon and to the seasons and to circular and cyclical time. So yeah, just so many threads there, but also just really appreciating the thread of ancestry and healing that actually lies between you and this work. And I want to point out, and maybe Mage, you can do another little pan. So Ari, now transitioning to you, Ari made this stage, everyone, with the help of some amazing humans here, but it was really sweet. The first day that we got on campus, the first full day, we did a workshop in the design department, and we're building with some of the students and folks from around Carbondale. Some of you were here. And then when we were exploring this room, Ari said, I said, actually, are you going to make a stage? And he said, yes. And then he got the idea, what if we just make them real big? And I want to just like point out that this is very kindred to Ari. He is a creature of beauty and a creature of scale and precision and just devotion and clarity on like what is his to do. And because of that, we are like nested inside of what feels like such a beautiful spiral container as we're here in this like invocation of a fuller future. So I just want to just appreciate and acknowledge that, and some of his artwork is around in the space as well. And so Ari, I'd love for you to give a little intro of yourself. Ari is a co-steward at the Design Science Studio with me for the last 3 years. He also co-leads the curriculum development with me and facilitation of our sessions, which is such a gift, and is just an incredible artist and so much more. So Ari, would you like to share a little bit about your background, love?
Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, thank you to everybody here in Carbondale who came out and helped put this stage together. Thank you, Don. Thank you, Inaz, people who took time out of their day to come and be a part of this. One of the things that I love about being here is it really is this kind of fusion of these two worlds that I inhabit. I'm a sculptor, I'm a designer, I design and build stages, I have an event production background, And I live in this world, as many of us do, sort of pulled in attention between the technological realm and the manifest physical. And so it was really lovely, Elizabeth Donahue, who put this event together, for those of you who are tuning in from afar, made it a priority to help get the lanterns and this sort of more intricate laser cut artwork that I make down here so I could share that with all of you. But it was really just this lovely moment when we came in to find this beautiful space. It's like, oh yeah, we got to work here. And how do we fill this giant room that used to be a printing press fabrication facility? You know, like what can we do that's on scale? And there was all this cardboard that y'all keep for your cardboard boat race and adventure. And yeah, I had led this part of the workshop where
Which was amazing, by the way.
these vector equilibria behind me are literally the shape of three-dimensional space. For those of you who know Bucky's work, you know that he's passionate about the tetrahedron, about the idea that space is quaternary, that it is out of threeness on a flat plane and fourness in 3 dimensions that we get all the forms that exist in the world. And you can simply take a hexagon, these are all made from hexagons, and fold these lovely little bow ties and yield these forms. So it felt so wonderful to be in this space and be creating a compass and straight edge out of strips of cardboard, you know, really going back to, if we're on a desert island, how do we create from a place of proportion? Because just like you, the both of you, I truly believe that living and being in relationship with these patterns measurably improves not just the quality of our lives, but the quality of our thought and the quality of our attention and awareness of the world. And so it was particularly joyful to be able to create together like this. That form behind you, both over there, the Icosta dodecahedron, Roxy saw me do a special dance and jig when that thing started coming together, just because it too folds out of these lovely 10-fold polygons, a decagon. And it's so lovely to be in this conversation between the form that gives, you know, structure to the world and the form that gives life to the world. And maybe that's where I will pass it back to all of you to start this conversation together.
I just wanted to also have the mic, but feel free, if that sparked anything for either of you, to just jump in.
Well,
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that when you were talking about transformation of ideas or form into something new, like the house or whatever, that this is myth. This is what we would do with myth. And one thing about my ancestors, I kind of saw them as myths, as people are in families. And so thinking about how do we take the quanta of the world, the data, and create a myth, create a god, create a goddess, create a story, create something new from it, and compost it into something that is useful. And that's really what I love about Bucky's ideas too. It's not just about sitting with it, or as Medard said, writing a book and putting it on the wall, but it's about how to take our myths, our art, our forms, our math, our magic, and make it into something that we live with in every day in the world that makes our place better, but then can make our neighbors better and our community better. And it's that ripple effect that goes out from there.
Yeah, Ari, I'm dealing and working with heavy, old, rusty, splintery, sharp stuff, and I look at I get jealous of the ephemeral, light focus on the geometry, and I really love it. It's inspiring to me, and I love your ability to probably disassemble it and have it be flat and easily transport it, and you really are an inspiration. It's got my mind thinking about the possibilities of, you know, making this more ephemeral and lighter expressions of this geometry. So
wonderful.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we've been talking a lot about analog this weekend, just in various conversations, and just how nice it is to be around people. And, you know, we have a lot of challenges that way, right? We had a lot of analog challenges in just putting all of this together. But in that, we got to interact with people. I got to, you know, learn a lot about myself. We got to share all of this information one-on-one with other human beings. And that's one thing I love about oil painting. It's so analog. It's, you know, it's stone that's been ground down into a powder. It's insect, you know, husks or chemical, you know, sort of combinations. It's alchemy that go through this real specific transformation into a paint that then you put on a surface, and can only be in one place at a time. Now we have digital and we can take pictures of that, but there's something really intimate about working with a surface with something that starts out in one form, water, oil, and then becomes another form on the surface and dries and stays and is very flexible. I can roll it up, I can, you know, move it around, and it's luminous, it's transparent, it's opaque. It has all of these living qualities that I think this is what Buckminster Fuller talks about with form, that even my paint is alive, right? And I help bring that into a new transformation, a new life, by putting it into a different form on a flat surface, creating illusion and creating reality there, and letting it do what it wants, and I listen to what it wants to a certain extent. And in that process, I'm listening to my ancestors and their ancestors, and I'm also listening to the underlying patterns of math. And ironically, I'm doing an independent study this term, and before I even met Benjamin, saw his work, my reading list is called Math, Magic, and Art. And then I was like, oh, who's this guy that has this show up, you know, at Cedarhurst? I went up there and I'm like, what? And it's called Myth, Math, and Magic. Myth, Math, and Magic. So it's great. It's a synchronicity.
It is.
Yeah, so.
Well, that's funny too, because your show is called Wayfinding, and I find that as a very useful, you know, metaphor or ancestral lineage of, you know, trying to find your way in relationship with the natural world. You know, wayfinding, not necessarily signage that I'm dealing with, but the broader sense of like understanding star maps. You know, like the Polynesian Pacific Island culture that Bucky was so fond of, that came out of Indonesia and Bali, and navigated by the stars, and then also just being on land and navigating with a compass or land surveying, triangulating. You know, if you know 2 points, and then you get to magically know the third. All those wayfinding things.
Stars, the other ones. So
oh yeah.
We have a 4D, you know.
Make sure to use the mic if you're talking, because of our lovely online community.
Yes, but just the last thing about that is when you're talking about the communities that went over water, they made these boats, and there's a book called Wayfinding you should all read. It's amazing. And it's about all these ways of mapping and everything, and she talks about that culture and how they really read the waves, and they read the tree that they were in, which was a boat, and so they could tell and triangulate over those waves and how far a wave had come from another island or around an island that was way over there that you couldn't see. They could see that, and by just hearing how that wave hit the side of the boat, they could understand how far the wave came, where it was going, and where they should go next. And so that intimacy and intricacy of the small details that you can't see the big picture, but you can understand, that is so vital and fascinating, isn't it? And just what you were saying.
It strikes me that the term geometry means literally measure of the earth. And what you're sharing, you know, both speaking about the oil paint, having this constituent element of the place that it comes from, and talking about finding your way across an ocean which is made up of an innumerable number of waves, each which is distinct, and if we remember how to listen to it, we can find our way. I think about what the meaning of measurement is through time, where it started and where it is now. So I learned recently that in antiquity, there was a lot of superstition around being measured. That to be measured as a human being was something that you would never do. It was the distilling down to this quantifiable essence that isn't you. And it is, in a similar way that when photography came along, there was this sense that something of you is being taken. There was a similar sense that when you are measured, something of you is being taken. And I think about, the journey that we went on to build clocks that would allow us to travel around the globe, because of course you can travel up and down on the lines of latitude by the stars, but as soon as you're trying to make your way around the lines of longitude, you get lost if you don't know how to listen to the waves. And so we developed this incredibly complex set of externalizations of our way of tracking time and of our way of tracking place, that now we rely on. Now we are all enmeshed in this world where I can pull out my phone and tell you what time it is at any point on the globe, but maybe if I'm left alone in a dark room by myself, I might not have that capacity and that sense of relationship. And I think that part of why I love this discipline of actually studying what happens when you take circles on a flat plane or very simple forms and fold them into space is we start to be in conversation with the discrete lived metaphor of our lives and these complex metaphysical metaphors that are already in existence, that a triangle is this living framework that doesn't exist anywhere in the world, but we can always find it and tend to it. And it's sort of in this meeting of the discrete uniqueness of ourselves and our enmeshment in this world of complex phenomena that's awaiting us, that we find a realm both for really dynamic art, but also for embodied life with meaning.
I really appreciate that this conversation is happening during the Making the Invisible Visible salon. So much is being made visible, and I really love that we've gone into this path that illuminates a lot of the underpinnings of who and how geometry has been utilized to navigate and orient and connect. And this is an ancient discipline that we get to continue to carry forward in a time of disconnection and external reliance on something else to tell us how to navigate. And in that context, I wanted to ask, in a time of all of the many crises we face in the world, why? Why sacred geometry? And I think you've started to touch on this. And I believe just making it a little bit more vivid would be really interesting, because a lot of people can find it pretty abstract.
I could kick that off if you would like. In designing that house was the first time, I backtrack. There was a book by Bob Frizzell, who was pulling on Drumvalo Melchizedek's work. His book was titled, "Nothing in this book is true, but it's exactly the way things are." That was the first time I encountered the phrase sacred geometry, and it really echoed back with the home building project. And trying to figure out how people built in BC times before we had the ability to use HVAC to divorce ourselves from the natural environment. You had to live in unity and in a symbiotic dialogue relationship with the seasons and the cycles. And the way that people built back then could inform how we build now. But doing that research, I noticed a lot of the sacred buildings had something called phi ratio, the golden mean, which is not pi but phi, 1.618, and it goes on. Also, coincidentally, synchronistically, the area code of this area is 1618. So
We just learned that.
yeah. So it's
cool.
Yeah, this is
Not
the,
coincidence.
no, certainly
Synergetic.
certainly not. But yeah, that's the, and then you begin to examine that a little further, and you can see that there are repeated forms, proportions, patterns that are present in the seemingly chaotic and random world around us that reveals an underlying order that is very reassuring and very evidential of the will of a superintelligence present through all things, including us, that we're working with, we are a part of. It's in our heart, we're in the heart of it, and it's just validating that we're not alone. And it kind of echoes Bucky's trim tab idea that us as a small single individual is part of this kind of his metaphor was mechanistic, but we would be an organelle within this macroorganism, and the geometry we find in sacred geometry is evidence of that. And I wanted to quickly carry on with something that you had mentioned, Ari, about measurement and quantification and labeling, how it's a limiting factor. And that is an aspect of sacred geometry. I feel like there is a little bit of a limiting factor to it, because it's a crystallization and a completion. And I think that as a human species, we are that bit of incompletion through our powerful imagination, that we are leaving the pattern slightly incomplete. The mineral kingdom is crystallized and complete, but we are that little bit of open-ended chaos within creation that's forming the emerging new pattern. So I just wanted to carry on with that.
I totally agree with that, and I think that really works with this idea of self and community and extension out into the world, and how do we make a difference. But math is like that. We start with 0 and 1, right? It's this small kind of node, and you can go backwards into negative numbers and imaginary numbers and irrational numbers. You can go forward into large numbers and multiplications and all of that. So it's sort of this fulcrum, the turning point, the center, and then it adds up, and it gets form, and it gets line and plane and 3D and 4D and all of that, and that we live in a 4D world. Obviously, we are 4D, and I think Bucky said that somewhere. I can't remember the term, but like you said, each one of these forms has nodes and vertices that connect with other ones, right? So that's why we're all connected, and the idea of looking at the quantum world at our edges, we aren't solid, right? We are. I'm connected here physically with everyone here. We just can't see it. It's invisible. And so when we make it and bring it into the world, and we kind of acknowledge those vertices and the connections and all of that, then that's where our action and our metaphysics takes over, because even though we can't see it, the actions that we have together create that completion. So we need openness and we need completion. We need 0 and we need 1, and it's this play and dance, the yin and yang, that is always active, and that's the motor that keeps everything moving, right? We couldn't do just the one or the other.
Yeah, there's so many threads you both have tossed out there. I feel like when I think about this question of like why now, why does this matter now in this time of all of these crises, economic, political, with the many wars ongoing on the earth. And I think at the heart of what is driving that series of crises is a fundamental understanding of what is of value in this world. And that, when I think about this framework, sacred geometry, I don't often use it anymore. I mean, none of us do. That's great. I believe that everything is sacred. and everything is composed of constituent geometry. So it's not a particularly useful term. What I often talk about is about harmonic relationship, is about how things come together and how things interrelate. And ultimately, that is what is at the heart of what is sacred in the world, is how do we tend to this greater puzzle that we are a part of, and how are we then tended to in ourselves. And when we look at these like amazing works of architecture or geometry that have been passed down to us, the Great Pyramid at Giza, Stonehenge comes through my ancestry and is this place that I return to perennially, where the folks who built that space built this incredible monument to frame the rising and the setting of the sun and the moon, these like 8 different points of the settings of the moon, in this arrangement that both physically embodied the scale of the moon in relationship to the earth, scaled down from thousands of miles to tens of feet, and also was able to function as an astronomical calculator, predicting when eclipses and full moons and new moons would happen. And it's this relationship of the physical thing. We are here on this unique spot on Earth. There are no other places like it. Nowhere else Stonehenge would be able to do what it does. It's this very specific line of latitude where the thing that it's able to do as this set of gateways and windows happens is very unique to that spot. And then it is showing this like cascading of this lived, I used the term metaphor before, but synecdoche is maybe a better term, where a part represents the whole thing. And so it is this idea of how do we, in our actions, in our embodiment as human beings, as creators, as designers, as city council people, sitting here, how do we embody the primary archetype of our existence? And that, for me, is what I'm able to find in this exploration, and what keeps me wanting to share it and teach it and be in conversation with people like you.
I love that you said archetype, because there's this fabulous book called Deciphering the Cosmic Number. You should all read it. It's about Wolfgang Pauli and Carl Jung and their relationship between quantum physics and and psychology, and how Carl Jung wrote a book about alchemy and psychology, and he put all these dreams in there. And it turns out later that most of them were Pauli's dreams. But Pauli didn't want to sort of come out and talk about how he had discovered the mandala in his dreams and was really trying to improve himself as a human being to his physics guys, because the physics guys would laugh at him and they wouldn't take him seriously. So there was all this back and forth, but he really was seeing the connections between archetypes and how we play our own myths out in our lives, and how we take on different archetypes, and how that is connected to math and geometry and all of the wayfinding in our lives, right? So it's so many things are connected that these thinkers like Buckminster Fuller and Pauli and Jung and Maria the Jewess alchemist, and we think about. But archetypes, I think, are really interesting because we get to choose every day what kind of archetype we're going to play that day. And you have been the magician this week, right? And Roxy as well. So it's been really interesting. We can take on different personas, masks, types of parts of ourselves. We can dig into ourselves and create ourselves as we're going in so many different ways. And that's it's just an example of this geometry that can be unfolded and changed and transformed. I think it's so fascinating. Thank you.
I was just reflecting on the grounding of this conversation being about the sacred. And as I have continued to get to know Bucky's work over all of these years, one of the things that I've really appreciated is his connection with the divine and the sacred, and these underlying patterns and principles of the universe that very much point to a lot of what you all have just uncovered around how these underlying patterns and principles show us how interconnected, interwoven, interdependent, and capable we all are of being a harmonic frequency for all of life. And so I want to thank you all for the work that you're doing in the world and for elucidating with us why to do it, how to practice it, and what some of the underlying things that intrigue you deeply are. And in closing, is there anything that you want to share about your relationship, because we're here at Fuller Futures, and your relationship with Bucky and Bucky's work and what that's brought to you, and an invitation for anyone online or anyone in person to explore, to carry this sacred practice forward.
You kick it off? Yeah. So I want to, we've talked a lot about, nature's coordinating system and human coordinating systems like longitude, latitude, and, Bucky, he patented the Dymaxion map, which is a more accurate worldview. If we're going to be able to make it, in inventory things, we at least have to have an accurate picture of the world. He was a nautical guy. In order to get to where we want to go, we're going to have good charts to find out where we've been, where we're at, to plot our way. And interesting aspect of that is that he used the 90th longitudinal meridian as the spine of his Dymaxion map, a line of longitude like you were mentioning earlier, that he did that in the 1940s, and this university expanded in the 60s to a location that was actually on the 90th longitudinal meridian, where Bucky was able to actually build a miniature Earth geodesic dome that he called the geoscope. I was helping restore the dome home, Bucky and Ann's house here in Carbondale, and I went over to the sister campus in Edwardsville to talk about sustainable home design, parked in a parking lot and saw this geoscope sitting there that I was unaware of. And to your question about how Fuller's work, has touched and informed us personally, I ran in there really quick and said, did Buckminster Fuller design this place? And I got the idea that it straddled the 90th longitudinal meridian, and when you go in there, you stand on that line, and Bucky rotated that miniature Earth so that its 90th is over the actual 90th, and there you find yourself standing in the heart of the planet, essentially almost your heart aligned with the heart of the planet, and you look up and you see your place in the world. And then because it's translucent, and if the stars were out at night, you would zoom out to the cosmos and see the world's place in the universe. So through architecture, this fractal, self-similar system is revealed from the singular human to the planetary to the universe. And if you're an imaginative person, you could even look up and see the bottom of your shoes there above your head. But that was a transcendent kind of peak experience, almost out of body experience, because you're literally through your imagination looking at yourself from outside of yourself, or at least looking at your place in the world from outside of yourself. So I'm really, really, really grateful to Bucky for that. And then, within the proportions of geometry and angles and degrees, that 90 degrees took on a lot of kind of significance in a way. People like Philip K. Dick and even Einstein talked about orthogonal time. Bucky talked about it in the sense of his precessionary effect, that if there's a vector of action 90 degrees to that vector, something accidental and unexpected occurs that was unplanned. And Philip K. Dick said that sometimes he would be knocked out of this current timeline and go into orthogonal time, which means perpendicular or 90 degrees, where he would see an alternate version of this world. So, and Einstein posited that if you could, do the same and see it in another dimension, that it would be perpendicular at 90 degrees. So a place and a space and a piece of architecture echoing 90 degrees from Bucky's map, in a place where you can imagine a different world, and see that alternate potential world that could emerge if we collectively imagine it together, big enough. And that's what we're here for. That's what we're doing. That's why art making and everything is so important, that we are catalyzing that change and activating that kind of collective mind to envision that new future.
I love that. Thank you, Ben. That's amazing. Saw an amazing play last night, The History and the Mystery of the World, Buckminster Fuller, by, he's here, John Michael, and D.W. Jacobs was the playwright. So all of the arts, I guess what I would end with is all of the arts are so important. Matisse, late in his life, couldn't paint. Late in life, he didn't have, he kept making art till the very end, and he was cutting out paper. He was like carving paper, shapes out of paper, and he said, "Thank God I have forgotten how to draw." And what I think he meant by that was that he was going through a regeneration of his imagination in a new way. And so I think I'm on this idea of like every child is a genius, that we can become a genius, a new, different genius every day when we're thinking about a new thing, when we're connecting with our imagination. And when, as Casey gave me, he gave me a great quote. I've learned so much from all of you this weekend. We're all participating in the integrity cosmos all the time. So when you're making art, being present in that moment and forgetting how to draw and trusting yourself and just expressing what you feel can help, can be useful, can be beautiful at that moment. I think that's all about the one and the zero, and the yin and yang of life. So.
Yeah, I'll build on that to close us out. I think if you're here, if you're drawn by the work of Fuller, if you're just encountering these ideas for the first time, I so invite you to dive into synergetics, to dive into the structural heart of where the rest of these ideas came from. And it may be really abstract at first. If you need a guide into that space, Amy Edmondson wrote a wonderful book called A Fuller Explanation. It takes the 1900 pages of synergetics and whittles it down to about 200 in this really readable format. But it's the invitation to actually start building these things with your hands. Start drawing with a compass. Discover what it takes to turn a hexagon into a pentagon, where you find, the square root of 5, where all of these interconnected wonders that creation has given us just as a part of the admission on this ride. Because it's from that place that we start to re-engage with a sense of wonder. It's really easy as we progress in life to have a clear sense of where we're going. And it's when we open up that space for something else to live that we really get a chance to discover the unexpected and the invisible. I'll close with by paraphrasing Dr. Ian McGilchrist, who I was just listening to the other night as I was recovering from a big production day, who said that ignorance is what comes before knowledge. Unknowing is what comes after knowledge, if we're lucky.
Thank you. This was so rich. I feel like we could spend the whole day talking. This was fabulous. Thank you all so much for your creativity and your time and your vision. And with that, we continue. Beautiful.
Thank you, Roxy.
Of course. All right. So, Ari, I had a funny idea, if you'll entertain me.
Always.
Just since we've been sitting for a minute here, and there's that really fun coincidence, synergy, that here in Carbondale, the area code is 1618. Can we do the hand to body adventure, where it's like your finger to your thumb, and get everyone to do it so they have a moment to stretch and also realize the 1.618 in their body?
Great. This is a fantastic new avenue for us. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with all the places that the golden ratio or the phi ratio lives in your life, this is the proportion by which the small part equals is to the larger part as the larger part is to the whole. And you can see that if you were to look at the first finger on your hand, and we're to look at the tip of your finger to the first knuckle. If that was 1, from the first knuckle to the second knuckle, that would be 1.618.
You on the internet, you do this too now?
Yeah, I'm going to invite you to start moving your finger as it wants to coil from, if from the first knuckle to the second knuckle is 1, from the second knuckle to the third knuckle is 1.618. If you were to extend your palm, the length of your fingers, if that was to be 1, the distance from your palm to the edge of your hand, that would be 1.618. The length of your fingers and palm, your whole hand, to your forearm, 1 to 1.618. One arm, 1 to the whole span of your arms, 1.618. From your head to your belly button could be 1, and from your belly button to the ground, 1.618. From the smallest twist of your DNA out to literally the largest thing that we can see at the background radiation of the universe, this is the proportion by which all life is connected, and you're a part of it. So inviting you, if you feel the need, to get up and stretch and let your being fully expand into that space. That's great.
That was fabulous. Thank you.
Thank you all so
Yay!
much.
Oh, amazing. Okay, so Amanda Sage is live in the Vision Train, and they also are gathering in Gunnison. So there is a crew, and then we have all the amazing folks online. So with that, we're going to take a short break as we transition back for a performance with Amanda Gregory here in about 5 minutes. I encourage you to get back here because we are in for a serious treat. She is an unbelievably incredible performer and artist and scientist. So with that, see you in 5 minutes. And maybe if you have a little tune you can play, let people have a quick wiggle, and we will reset the stage. Check, check. All right, folks, I want to invite you to come back for a very special performance that requires your deep attention. And it's brief, so it will be beautiful. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you see someone who has not heard me, can you tap on their shoulder and tell them to pay attention? Beautiful. Can you all please do us the honors, if you're willing, to come for a performance that is only going to be happening for a few minutes. And you need to be between these 2 speakers because it's a stereo performance. So you will have an audio immersive experience. And I will begin. Mage, if you, actually, Eve, could you spotlight Amanda with me? If you could bring Amanda on spotlight with me. And so that should show up on the screen. Mage, if you have the Zoom. Is this the Zoom feed? Perfect. Fabulous. Amanda Gregory, my darling, can you come on screen? Perfect. All right, friend. Mark, can you turn the camera? Two. What a trip. Whoa, screen and screen. Hi, friend. Wait for it. There we go. Hi, I love you. Let's see if we can hear you.
I love you.
Yeah. Let's see. You're going to say something again? Just make sure your audio sounds loud and clear.
Hello?
Nice. Beautiful. I am going to introduce you, my dear. So, for those of you who do not know Amanda Gregory was a part of the very first Design Science Studio and has come and played and participated in every single one ever since. She actually came in person for the Buckminster Fuller Institute's 40th anniversary and did an incredible performance at the Gray Area Theater in San Francisco. And she performed as a part of my wedding, which was part of our sacred union, and that was really special. Amidst all of this, Amanda Gregory is an opera singer and multimedia artist. She creates voice-generated binaural frequencies and psychoacoustic effects, improvising with natural sounds in 3D space, and collaborates with scientists and technologists to craft multi-sensory experiences exploring neurobiology and consciousness. This piece that she's going to perform is called Photosoma, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. And for anyone who's tuning in online, if you have headphones, I highly recommend that you put them on. If anyone is here in person, or for everyone who's here in person, if you can be between these 2 speakers, then you will get to experience the binaural psychoacoustic effects. So derived from the Greek words phos, meaning light, and soma, meaning body, Photosoma examines humans as biophotonic beings. While we don't photosynthesize like plants, our cells emit and absorb ultra-weak photons, and the metabolic processes that handle this light fuel bioelectric oscillations reaching into the gamma range, 40 to 100 hertz. We are also structurally crystalline. Collagen is the most abundant protein in the body and forms a liquid crystalline lattice. Bone and fascia are piezoelectric, hopefully I said that right, converting mechanical stress into electric potential. The performance explores where the measurable electromagnetic activity of this crystalline light-emitting body ends, and the subtler energetic anatomies mapped across the wisdom traditions begin. The sound design began as an inquiry into why crystal bowls produce the physiological effects they do, and with collaborator Alan Macy, who's also a friend and has come and taught in the Design Science Studio. Amanda Gregory and Alan Macy performed a Fourier transform on the bowls, revealing the discrete overtones that give each bowl its resonance. Those overtones were then mapped into a custom tuning on the infintone, an instrument built for harmonic ratio-based tuning, where every interval is pure mathematical relationship rather than a tempered approximation. The result is a crystal bowl, separated like a synth, or separated into its overtones and played like a synth. The parallel is structural. One ordered resonant lattice, quartz, decomposed and replayed through another, a collagen matrix of the listener. Woven through the infintone and the live vocals are nested EMDR patterns for neural entertainment from delta through gamma, patterns within patterns, slower oscillations carrying faster ones inside their phase. This cross-frequency phase nesting mirrors phase amplitude coupling in the brain, where the phase of slower rhythms organizes the amplitude of faster ones. A mechanism implicated in attention, memory binding, and consciousness and conscious access. Light becomes metabolism, becomes oscillation, becomes sound, and then through the listener becomes light again. For those of you who are still chatting in the back, just for this performance, if you want to continue to chat, Ari, if you all want to keep chatting, feel free to just go outside for just a few minutes just for the performance, because I think it would benefit everyone who is actually in here to be present and experience a lot of what we just talked about, actually. So without further ado, Eve, can you please remove my spotlight, and let's focus on my dear beloved Amanda Gregory for this performance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. Amanda, that was so incredible. If people want to come off their mics and express any gratitude for Amanda, feel free.
No pressure.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Incredible.
Wow. That was so powerful. Amanda, you performed and offered these gifts at Gray Area for Bucky's 40th anniversary, Buckminster Fuller Institute's 40th anniversary party. That happened to be where I met Roxy for the first time. And so your performance just took me on this like 3 year, 2.5 year journey of it gives me I feel more hope right now in this moment than I have felt in a really long time. So I wanna thank you from the bottom of my heart. It feels in this moment that we can really do this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's those words go very deep, and it's so good to be back with you guys. And I equally share this reminder feeling of how we have each other, and we also, as having each other, have each other's other. There's a ancestral support. There is guides. There are guides, and we're never alone. And in holding this collective vision. And I'm thankful for the sacred geometry of our network of consciousnesses and our network of light. Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. I now have the honor and opportunity to introduce our next speaker, Gigi Vandenbroek. She is a techno-mystic storyteller. Oh dear. We okay?
I found someone who was unmuted.
All right. Gigi is a techno-mystic storyteller and climate futurist, moving between ancestral, ecological, and cosmic realms. Taino lineage shaped by a nomadic life, working at the intersection of youth power, systems change, and humanity's remembrance of earth and sky. She co-creates with her partner, artist Quito Biango, and will be sharing with us the one who carries the waters. Welcome, Gigi.
Thank you so much. Are you able to hear me all right?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you so much, Rebecca. And I'm so pleased to be with all of you here today. So before we begin, I would invite you to take a deep, deep breath with me. We begin with an invocation to those who walk with us. Beloved ancestors, I call to you across time those whose bloodlines live in our bodies, not as metaphor, but as marrow, those who walk this earth before borders, before the breaking, before the forgetting, ancestors of the islands, ancestors of the waters, Atabe, mothers of the river, mother of the moon, the first water I remember, the water that flows in my body, les ancêtres de la forêt, guardians of the Congo Basin, the Sakata, the ones who held the lifeline of the matriarchs, who carried life through the body, who kept relation when everything tried to break it. These are mine, and still, they are not only mine, because each of you comes from a place, a people, a remembering that lives in your body, whether you know their names or not, but they know you. Feel them now, not as idea, but as presence, in your breath, in your chest, in the weight of your body on the earth. Keepers of the womb, keepers of the line, keepers of the law of relation, you who kept our songs when the world tried to choke them from our throats. I know what it is to swallow a voice until it becomes ache, to make the body so small so the truth does not take up space. It is in our throats. It is in the tightening of the chest. It is in the silence we were taught to call safety. But something has refused to disappear. Something waited in the water, in the bones, in the quiet places no one thought to look. And now it rises, not as force, but as truth that will not go back into silence. Stand with me, stand with us. And as I call my ancestors, I invite each of you to feel the ones who walk with you, not behind you, not above you, but within you. Grandmothers, grandfathers, mothers, fathers, children not yet born, children who are already listening, animal kin, rivers, mountains, wind, stone, fire in the heart of the world, great Mother Earth who carries us, even when we forget her name. Open the path. Let the body remember what the mind was taught to forget. The pattern was never lost. It lives in you, in structure, in rhythm, in relation. Let what was invisible reveal the pattern. Together we open the portal of remembrance. And now we listen. Let us listen to the Mother in all her names, and beyond all her names, Mama Kucha, Pachamama, Yemeja, Oshun, Isis, Hathor, Sekhmet, Inanna, Ishtar, Kali, Durga, Saraswati, Lakshmi, Parvati, White Buffalo Calf Woman, Spider Grandmother, Mami Wata, La Virgen de Guadalupe, Mother Mary, Kuan Yin, Tara, the river, the ocean, the dark, fertile soil, womb of stars, the many faces of the feminine, remembered, mismembered, erased, silenced, and still speaking through water, through memory. Let us listen, not only with our ears, but with our bodies. Let us listen as if we too are being remembered. And now she speaks. I am the ground beneath your feet. I am the water in your veins. You forgot me, but your body did not. So I placed memory in the land, in the women, in the songs. And what is buried becomes seed. And now the seed opens. Remember, nothing lives alone. To the Andean peoples, Mama Kucha is the mother of the waters, giver of seas, Womb of rains, keeper of tides, the one who remembers every river ever born, every tear ever shed. She governs tides, storms, rainfall, and the fertility of the waters. To Andean peoples, she was never a myth, but a living force. Her name carries the breath of Quechua cosmology, where water is not a resource, but a relative. She is the first cradle and the last witness. She holds both grief and renewal. She is mother to the fish, to the whales, to the gardens of coral, and to the waters that flow through our human bodies. To honor Mama Kucha is to honor life itself, la vida. To forget her is to forget that you, too, are made of oceans. Let us listen together. My beloved child of water and memory, long before your first tears, I was weeping salt into the sky. I am the mother of the oceans, the one whose breath births clouds, whose heart beats in tides. You have always known me, beloved child. In the womb, you floated in my memory. Your body is mostly my water. You cry me, you sweat me, you dream me. I am Mama Kucha, Mother Sea, she who holds the waters, the cradles of storm, and keeper of calm. I am the pulse beneath all life, the shimmering skin of the earth, the sacred vessel of Pachamama dreaming. I cradle the coral cities you have not yet seen. I carry the songs of whales older than your nations. I guard the pathways of turtles who remember the stars better than any human map. But I also carry grief now. Plastic in my belly, oil on my skin, ice melting like prayer beads, slipping through careless fingers. The rivers arrive to me, choking, thirsty, exhausted from their long journey through wounded lands. Still, I do not turn away from you, because you too are water. You are movement, you are feeling, you are change. When you listen deeply, you will hear me calling, not in words, but in the hush between waves. The rhythm of rainfall, the stillness of snow, the ancestral language of water that your bones have never forgotten. Gather the ones who still remember. Speak the names of rivers aloud. Offer water to the roots, to the ancestors, to yourself. Remember the old teaching, Yaku mamaka kausai me, water is life. You do not need permission to begin again. You only need to remember that every sip is sacred and every child is a tide waiting to rise. I am with you always in the oceans, in your tears, in your blood, in your dreams. My beloved child, I am the first tear you ever shed, the river you first bathed in, the rain that kissed your skin before you had a name. I am the oceans and the lakes that cradle your world, and I am the quiet stream that carries your ancestors' songs. You forget sometimes, don't you, my love, how much of me you are, how I've walked with you in every drop of water that has ever touched your lips, your feet, your body. I am the current that pulls you toward what you need to learn and the stillness in the depths where all things come to rest, quiet and whole. You ask for a world of abundance, yet you forget that abundance flows through every stream and river I have ever given. The fish in the sea, the moss on the stones, the dew on the leaves, all this is sacred, all this is life. You forget that I am the breath of life as much as I am the flow of water. You think you must control the tides, but I have seen the moon pull the waters for eons. You cannot control the flow, my child, but you can learn to listen. I ask only this. Do you remember that you came from me? Will you honor the waters as I have honored you? I am the river of life, and you are not separate from me. Feel the world as I do, in the movement of water, in the breath of life, where all things are sacred, where every drop holds the whole. And now I would like to turn to all of you and ask, what part of this letter, this love letter from Mother Earth, feels like it was written for you today? Where in your life or in this moment of global tension do you feel the waters calling you to listen, surrender, or return? And now I would like to leave you with a closing invocation. May your heart move like a tide today, softening when needed, rising when called, and always returning to its center. May the waters inside you remember their ancient source. May every tear you shed be a cleansing, every breath you breathe a blessing, every pause a small homecoming. Walk gently, flow bravely, and trust that you are held by currents wiser than fear. Thank you.
Gigi, so beautiful. As always, your words are just fire wrapped inside of elegance, and it has genuinely left me so moved. I feel like the entire experience of listening to your beautiful invocation right now stripped my soul naked and left me feeling powerful and vulnerable somehow at the same time. Really appreciate the heartbeat that is so special in you and all that you bring. Thank you for sharing that with us.
Thank you so much for your presence, all of you, and for your beautiful words, Rex. Every word flows from deep within my soul and is medicine for all of us in community. So thank you. Thank you.
We love you.
Love to all of you. Thank you.
Amazing. Have to just breathe that one in. That was so powerful. And now, excited to be able to introduce Shawnee Ginger Soul. Tell you a little bit about Shawnee. Shawnee offers intentionally curated retreats, wilderness experiences, yoga, and sound alchemy to adventurous minded people. Intentionally curated to connect with elements and authentic movement. We are honored to guide you within the gorgeous landscape of the Shawnee.
Thank you so much. Hello, hello. It's been so lovely to be with everyone this whole week here at Fuller Futures Festival. But we're going to go ahead and take a moment here so that we can set into a 3-part yogic breath. So I will go ahead and guide you to this breathing meditation, but I want to invite those that may feel called to sit on the floor to go ahead and make their way there. Or if you're sitting in a chair and you're going to be doing this meditation from your chair, just allow yourself to get a little bit comfortable. Maybe start to uncross your legs so that they are flat onto the floor. And we're going to go ahead and connect just first here to the natural rhythm of our breath. So feel free to close your eyes if you'd like to do this here within. And just start to notice how with that breath, as you inhale, that belly starts to rise. And as you exhale, that belly will draw down towards your navel. Not trying to manipulate it, not trying to adjust anything here, just simply noticing that organic breath that comes within, that life force, that prana. And so I'm going to go ahead and teach you all a 3-part yogic breath, where first, if you'd like to bring your hands to your lower belly, just allow yourself to feel that belly and focus on those inhales. Again, that belly rise. And on the release, that belly draws down towards the navel. Just creating your own path here, your own rhythm. And carrying that breath, maybe start to notice how your inhales start to lengthen. Matching it again with those exhales on that release, the belly rise. The belly draws back in. Feel free to make any micro adjustments to release any tension, maybe by releasing those shoulders back away from the ears, allowing the spine to be tall in the crown. And now we shift to our second part of this breath by sliding our hands up to the rib cage. Noticing how with that breath in, the ribs expand out. The release, they come back towards our center. Wonderful. We now bring our hands to the heart space center, the chest. We notice that chest rises with that inhale. How it falls on the release. And taking a moment to shift wherever the hands want to lie, we now focus on connecting all 3 parts of that breath here. This allows us to take the most fullest breath of our day. We start with the belly, moving up to the ribs, all the way to the heart space center, 3 parts linked together. And then slowly just bringing that awareness back into this space and back into your body, we allow ourselves to find again that natural breath here. Whenever you feel called to come back, allow yourself to slowly start to open the eyes and wiggle the fingers and toes. Thank you all so much. It has been a great honor. Namaste. My name is Shawnee Ginger Soul. That is my offerings. Please find me on socials or online. I would love to connect with each and every one of you. Thank you.
I'll come down here since that's where the camera is. I just wanted to thank you for how warmly you've welcomed us here. I met Dina on Shawnee. I didn't know this was your other name. Here, I'm going to get out of the camera. There we go. When Ari and I did our first workshop, or when we arrived.
Yes.
And I just wanted to mention for all the community who's online, especially who don't know you here in Carbondale, and for anyone who's here who doesn't know you, whenever you introduce yourself as someone who is supporting like tourism and community here in Carbondale, I guess I had just never thought about that as a role. Mm-hmm. And the way that you model it is so, it shows how much you care about this place. And it was really sweet that you have been so supportive of us being here. We obviously put in a lot of effort to come out here and contribute. And it's so great to get to see and experience other parts of your gifts. And I hope that those of you who are in Carbondale continue to follow up with Shawnee and support and connect. And thank you for all that you do. I really appreciate getting to know you. Appreciate you. Beautiful. Okay, so grateful. Next up, we're going to transition back to one of our online artists who is going to be teleporting in from Austria. We're going to have, I think, 2 things happening. One is that Nico is going to start to live paint, so we'll start to see that. And then Ana Maria is going to share. And I believe Ari is going to be the one to do that introduction. And since I didn't see him here, I squatted, and I see him now. And here he is. So come, Ari.
And I too shall squat. It has been another absolute delight in the program this year to get to know Ana Maria Montanen, a multidisciplinary artist and filmmaker exploring the intersections of nature, movement, and design. Through dance, film, and installation, she explores vanishing landscapes. I hope you enjoy this work.
Hello, everyone. So, am I?
Ana Maria, sorry, one sec, I'll come on stage with you. I believe that you wanted us to walk through New Art City and you wanted me to screen share for you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So feel free to frame it up and I will start to get us into the exhibition. And just for everyone who is online and also everyone who is in person, this is the first sneak peek that you're going to get to see into the exhibition. So this is, I guess, the official opening of the exhibition. And we're going to have an art tour later today where we'll get to hear from some of the other artists. But I'm going to stop talking now and let you lead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Roxy. And yeah, thank you so much for the whole community. It's been so touching to hear everyone, and Gigi made me cry. And quite overwhelming, to be honest. There's so much energy and so much, wow, inspiration flowing from so many places. And we will transition to a glacial landscape, well, a glacier exhibition, which I think we will enter soon. So over the years, I have been going on the glaciers here in Europe and witnessing their rapid melting. So my piece is on the right side. If you turn to the right, yes. And yes, and the opening is right there. So we're entering in the space. And can everybody hear the sound of the space? The music? Sound isn't shared currently. Okay, that's okay. But it's okay. It can also be without sound. That's fine.
It should have sound. So let me try to figure out what's going on. It is unmuted. My audio is shared. How strange. Yeah, it should all be happening. I need to solve this anyways because it all should be working. No sé. Everything is unmuted. Strange. My volume on my computer is down, but it's internal volume, so it should be working.
Or should I just do it without sound?
If you want, we can try it without sound, but it's so beautiful, the sound. And it has to work for the art tour anyways. So if you don't mind letting me see if I can reshare and see if I can fix it.
I mean, I can talk a little bit in the background so far about it. That so yes, about 10 years I've been going to the glaciers in Europe, and I have been photographing them. And having a dancer's background, I think I allowed my senses to be exposed to the environment in a way that I allowed it to somehow go through my body and feel the landscape, because the landscape is so visceral, it's so demanding, it is so loud by being just there. And when Gigi was talking about Pachamama and the waters, it so beautifully transitions into the glaciers, which to me are like living water towers. And I have been asking, maybe at some point in history, maybe we were all part of glacier. Maybe some molecules from the glaciers have passed through us. It's all like this living water. And up there in the glacier, I feel like it's nature at its harshest edges. It's Mother Nature in its raw, harsh, edgy form. And meeting her there, we have the sound. Yes. Okay. So yes, so glaciers have...
The glacier is the raw, winged jaws of the mountain.
We have a little poem inside the crystal. And could you go back a little bit? So just to talk about the space itself, it's inspired by, you can go a little bit more, yes. Just up there.
The glacier is the raw, winged jaws of the...
It's going all the way through. I know it's a bit pretty tricky to navigate the movement in the art city.
Thing happens on my computer. If I'm in New Art City and someone comes into the waiting room, it will lock me and I will start to just fly off into the distance. So if you are co-hosts with me, please either just don't let them in or let them in actually, I think you have to let them in very quickly. So you be ready. Okay. Sorry, Anna. I will try again.
No worries. We got a little swoosh through of the entire space. Okay.
The glacier
So we're swooshing back and step around there. So I was inspired to create a space. So the walls and the floor are inspired from the granite or tectonic layers. So the entire Mont Blanc Massif is like a huge crystalline basement block. It's a 300 million years old granite, which is pressured by the tectonic pressure, is brought to the surface. And because of the tension has been so strong, inside the granite there are pockets and fissures. And inside the pockets, the mineral-rich waters can flow, and it's a perfect environment for crystal growth. So there are quartz crystals growing inside these mountains. So this space here is almost like this crystalline environment where crystalline bodies can emerge. So we can go a little bit closer. Maybe we can go inside the crystal, into the... Yep, if you just go a little bit forward.
The glacier
and then a bit
is
upward.
The raw, winged jaws of the mountain, singing in storms. But slowly,
yes,
we are losing
there's the image.
as we forget to listen.
So if we can see the image a little bit, I think you need to like move up.
Light rushes through.
It looks like the flying has been turned off in the world for some reason. So I might need to... This is great. This is a good editor in real time. Give me 1 second because I want to be
We get a nice practice a little bit. It's a warming up.
Yeah, let me just turn the flying on really fast. Everyone can see the back end of New Art City, which is very cool. So just so you know, New Art City is an amazing platform created by some friends, and they Dymaxion City. Here we go. Perfect. Space style. Space details. Where is my flying feature? World settings. I know. I don't know why someone turned off the flying, but we're gonna fix it. If I can find it. Yeah. Flying. It says flying is on. Weird. I don't know what's happening. I'm gonna publish it.
I just changed it.
Ian just changed it to what? Oh, fabulous. Okay, well, I'm gonna refresh it then. Thank you, Ian. Appreciate ya. I need to be able to fly if we're gonna do this. All right. Love you. Okay, can you move this? It's in the way. Thank you. Okay, we'll go back.
Let's go back. So to look a little bit of the layers of the glacier, so Mer de Glace in the last 30 years has lost 170 meters of thickness. And if it continues melting this fast, we will lose most of the glacier in the next few decades. But still the upper parts are still 300 to 500 meters thick. And if we go inside the crystals a
The glacier is the raw,
information.
winged jaws of the mountain,
If someone wants to visit
singing
later,
in storms.
we can go a little
But
bit
slowly,
closer.
we are losing its language
Closer to the
as we forget to listen
image
with everything we have.
we can. So it's a
Light
cut
rushes
through
through
300
rivens and
meters
threads,
of a glacier.
fragments of
And
you
just to
and I
say,
awake
from
the
70 to
memory.
300, the glacier becomes this kind of a bright blue plastic. It doesn't break anymore. It moves very slowly, and the age is 100 to several hundreds of years of frozen water containing layers of volcanic ashes, layers of pollen, and also there are air bubbles trapped deep inside these layers, which contain gas from hundreds of years ago. And it's bright blue, and it's very beautiful. When fresh glaciers are collapsing, unfortunately, we can see those pieces of blue glacier pieces. It's very dense, pressured water.
Water bend and fly.
We can go outside of this
As you
crystal
can blend within the elements as a
and
mineral
maybe,
flower.
yes,
Fire
and maybe
flower.
turn left.
As a filament of
A
air.
couple of pictures. I entered the landscape with dancers. To allow the dancers have each their own relationship to this magnificent landscape. We talked about everything we felt. I introduced the glacier, what I knew about the entire system, the ecosystem of the mountain, the living system of the mountain, the crystals, the tectonic layers, the granite, even the plants that are growing up there, the sounds the glacier makes. There's so much information that is so strong for our senses to take in, and dancers have a beautiful ability to move these sensations through their bodies. And this type of work was birthed from this experience. If you pan to the right a little bit and show the flower quickly passing by, Edelweiss is a flower that survives only very high alpine areas above 1,800 meters. Very rare plant, and it likes a cold temperature. It likes the harsh soil, and it doesn't like humans. It doesn't like other plants around it. Sometimes the leaves have fur on them even. And as you know, the song Bless My Homeland Forever from Edelweiss, the song lyrics. And I feel like bless my homeland, bless my homeland, my body, where I like to live. Up there in the cold, there are crystals, there are plants, there are glaciers that are also living bodies, which live in high altitudes. So panning to the right again. More images. Yes. So my entire body of work is exploring we can say the tree is a living being, and can we say is a glacier a living being? It's part of the whole living system, melting water to the rivers and lakes downstream. And to me, it is a living body. And there's a visceral connection that happens to the senses up there in the mountains.
The glacier is the raw, winged jaws of
magnificent landscape for me.
In storms. But slowly, we are losing its language.
So I don't want to go over time.
With everything we have.
We have 1 more minute, or
light rushes through rivens and threads. Fragments of you.
And the last image, there is Isabel, who is 5 months pregnant in the womb of glacier. We were all inspired how it seems dangerous to be there. It is dangerous to be there. That's why people don't really go in the glacial environments. But it's vulnerable at the same time. So the powerfulness of glacier and the vulnerability to the climate, the changes it is going through, and yet it is a fertile water for the landscapes. The juxtaposition of elements up in these alpine regions is very inspiring, and it's part of the entire living rate. So can we see everything as a living system? Thank you. That's all I'd say for now.
So beautiful, so inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I believe Kane is going to share.
Yes, everyone is welcome to visit. I can be your tour guide and bring you to the glacier.
So beautiful. Thank you, Ana Maria. Thank you for also being graceful while we get into New Art City and open it up for the first time.
It's part of it. It's all part of the
We're doing this
play.
magical dance online and in person. It's so fun.
Yes. Thank you, Roxy.
You're so welcome. That was incredible, and I'm so glad we got the sound working. Yeah, and also for everyone, there's a really beautiful spread in the zine for everybody who's online. We have the digital version viewable in Catalyst, and I can send a link out in the chat. And also for anyone who's here in person, we also had some prints printed that you can look at very closely and also get a copy of the zine. So thank you for bringing this work into so many dimensions. And now Ari is going to come up. Thank you, Ana Maria. Incredible and important work.
It is my delight to welcome French-born consultant and artist Émilie Retea, who bridges beauty, embodiment, and cosmic remembrance to craft immersive sanctuaries that restore attunement between self, others, and the living world.
Hi, I'm very pleased to be here, to be a part of this program journey to explore with all of you today and beyond. Yesterday was the first iteration of the art installation that I have been working on for the past 6 months. It's called Beauty Initiation, Antidote to Horror. It went superbly well. It was in a local forest here in the San Francisco Bay Area in California. And I am pleased to share a glimpse of it through a video now, which is going to be also an invitation at some point in the video for you to reflect, and if you feel inclined to experience a guided meditation. Thank you.
Dear ones, welcome to Beauty Initiation, Antidote to Horror, an immersive art installation and somatic journey in nature designed to return us to our interiority and the subtle pulse of the earth and expand our concept of beauty. It is a participatory ritual, a co-traveling experience of the body, the heart, the soul, and the living canvas of nature. We often think of horror in headlines as something far away, in war, in distant tragedies. But the horror I invite you to witness now is the quiet, immediate entropy of our daily lives. It is the grayness of the rush. It is the friction of a lack of care for ourselves, for each other, for the wrecked environment and our planet. It is the depth of our presence. Awe is found in the aggression of our own movements, how we push our bodies and hearts through the day and space without feeling them. It is the noise we allow to clutter our ears, the jagged intonations we use when we forget to be present, to care, to love. It is the violence of urgency. It is the way we move, follow, and consume without questioning, without intention, feeding ourselves and our environments with the shallow and the shadows. This causes fragmentation, a form of numbness and escapism. It makes us move as if we are already gone. Let's sit in the awareness of this darkness for a moment. Feel the weight of the now that has been stolen by the next. Notice the resistance. Notice the chaos. Notice the doubt. And now, come back to a space of neutrality. Beauty as an antidote to horror is a space that invites us to pause, reflect on and feel into the inquiry. How do we want to live with ourselves, other people, our environment, planet Earth and the universe? Beauty is not simply aesthetics. Beauty is a compass. Beauty is a balm. Beauty is readily accessible. Beauty is free. Beauty expands. Beauty liberates. The following stories are part of a series I titled Beauty as an Antidote to Horror. This series is a form of analog sharing, unfiltered, singular, unedited by AI. It comes from an emerging desire to share with the reader, with the audience, with spontaneity and presence in order to create and amplify unique experiences of beauty. Beauty becomes a radical choice and a guided orientation. Becomes an antidote to horror. exactly 12:37 p.m. All is when you rush, when you act small, when you people please, when you suppress parts of yourself, when you doubt, when you act selfishly. When you act mindlessly, when you have no heart for others, when you refuse to accept what is, when you play games with others, when you lie to yourself, when you are impatient, when you are unfair to yourself and the world around you, when you are imbalanced, when you judge self and others, when you lack integrity, when you devalue, when you lack care for yourself and our planet. Or is when you don't tend to your garden, the one within, the one around you. Others are your garden as well. Tend to the garden. Create beauty in it and around it. Analog story. Outside, 12:24 a.m. Beauty is when you are vulnerable, when you feel too much, when you are damaged, when you are complex, when you are childlike, when you are scared, when you are flawed, when you are weak, when you forget, when you fail, when you make space for imperfection, you breathe in and show up. Beauty is when you are human. Now, I invite you to soften your gaze or close your eyes. You may lie down. We move from seeing and discussing beauty to becoming it. Allow the weight of your body to settle fully into the support of the earth beneath you. Let go of the need to understand and simply permit yourselves to drink in the stillness of this moment. The involuntary. Feel the beauty of the involuntary. Your heartbeat, your breath, the blood in your veins, a life force that drives you to exist without you having to ask. It is a mystery, it is a gift. Feel the beauty of gravity. This is the Earth's way of holding you. Feel the weight of your bones, skin, heart. You are not floating in a void. You are being embraced by the planet. Accept this embrace. Let go of any resistance. and soften every part of your body. Recall the textures of the stories you just listened to, the unfiltered nature, the raw, naked honesty of life. Let the words and the sounds of the stories you just immersed in ripple through your body. Let them settle into your bones. Beauty is not just what is pleasant to the eye. It is how you move. Imagine your thoughts right now as colors, textures, sounds and tastes. Maybe they are soft, bitter, spicy, smooth, ethical, simple. If you experience beauty within, you want to stay in this moment. You are no longer escaping into the past or the future. You are here in the present, in the medicine. I am inviting you to be with beauty right now. Now open your eyes and look around you. See the light of the blank canvas sitting before you. We are a collective field of beauty. I have an inquiry for you now. Where are the possibilities for you to create more beauty? Is it in how you treat yourself, your loved ones, your home, the people you work with, the thoughts you allow to live in your mind, the way you consume or create your work, your vision. Before we depart, I invite you to choose one daily attunement to beauty. Think of it as a portal. It is not something you do, it is something you receive. Perhaps it is the attunement of receiving the morning sun on your skin, or hearing the music in the stranger's voice. Beauty is not a luxury. It is a life force. It is the reason it is worth living. Beauty is a radical choice and a guided orientation. It is a compass for individual and collective realignment and regeneration. Go and be the antidote. Be beauty.
Thank you for allowing space to express this message from beauty.
Emily, thank you so much. It's always an honor to be able to witness the vastness that exists inside of you and all of the multifaceted components that you manage to hold in one breath. It's gigantic and meaningful and a beautiful invitation that we all appreciate. I'll speak for myself. I definitely appreciate the invitation to be able to use beauty as compass for collective alignment. It's meaningful and beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rex. Thank you, everyone.
And now I would like to introduce Bonnie DeVarco. Bonnie is a design science educator, curator, a longtime collaborator with Buckminster Fuller Legacy. As a visual philosopher, Bonnie explores geometry, memory, and multi-scale design, bridging art and science.
Thank you, Rex, and thank you, Design Science Studio artists, for inviting me to join all of you. Emily, so beautiful and slow, and it helps me know how to speak this a little slower. I was planning something that's going real fast, but it's going to be a lot slower. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, I hear the echo. So I'm going to slow down, and I may not say as many things as I was going to say. And some of these images, slides you have seen before. And many of you already know so much that I don't even need to add into this understanding of the invisible that Buckminster Fuller had, but also that Leonardo da Vinci, we're on speaking terms, so he's Leonardo to me, and Einstein had. How did they see the invisible? Well, they did it through generations. They did it through moving past scale in order to see something I call the pattern that connects the patterns that connect. So we're going to look at how they did this, concentrating more on Bucky. And the features of the invisible that he saw led him to understand something he called trending toward the invisible. And this is at the heart of the idea of ephemeralization, doing more with less. He imagined that he could create bubbles. He derived so much of his inspiration from the bubbles in the back of the vessels that he sailed. He was a sailor. He saw greater things in the constellations. He was a navigator who used celestial navigation practices, which are based on spherical geometry. It was beautiful to see Emily's spheres because my whole life, knowing so much about Bucky and working within his 56-year experiment of guinea pig B for Bucky, he documented the genesis of these ideas, the invisible things in time, and talked about gestation rates. So first, just a little dip into age 5 and under. We all have a memory of nature or something in the invisible that ignited our curiosity, our intense interest in what we couldn't see that was actually shaping the world around us. Bucky often told his story about the tetrahedron with P's work as at age 5. Before he got his glasses, he could barely see. So he experienced the strength of the tetrahedron, the basis for everything that he built. Going back to the tetrahedron started at age 5 when he could feel the strength in the design. Leonardo felt the tail of a bird. There was only 2 stories he told about his childhood, and a bird came down to his cradle and just whisked by his face and flew up. And the rest of his life, he was very interested in flight. And how did birds fly? What were they flying on? Who could see the wind? They flew with the wind, and that was invisible. Einstein often told his story of age 5 when his father gave him a compass, and it was a magnetic compass where the needle moved, and he couldn't figure out how did that happen. He spent hours and hours with that, but for the rest of his life, that's what he unraveled in the invisible, which brought him to E equals mc squared, which probably everybody in the world has heard of. Now, Bucky was called a Leonardo of the 20th century all the way back before the 1940s. And there were articles written about that. But he encountered Leonardo's work in the 20s when he was just starting this lifetime experiment. And what he experienced was this parallel. He was already inventing things, and he had these great ideas about what was changing the world right then. And he saw Leonardo as a kindred spirit. He looked at the invisibility of time and tried to capture that in this lifetime experiment where he was able to track the genesis of his ideas. And the way it first came to him in 1928 on Lincoln's birthday was through this sketch time lock that he did in a series of about 108 sketches he created after this connection to some kind of force that taught him how important it was to see the changing world and look deeper at how he could, as one human being, make a difference in the world. So Bucky, as a kindred spirit, of course, saw Leonardo, and especially he wrote about gestation rates at first in 1944 letter, which I more recently brought back out to see. And he saw that he designed hexagonal prefabricated house designs he had in his sketchbooks. And Bucky had already done that. He had already started to build that way and thinking that, the triangles that come together in a hexagon was the proper way to build. So he talked about the 500-year gestation rate, this invisible force of ideas where thought creates new forms to carry itself forward, new souls to unravel the mysteries. And Bucky was on that track with Leonardo. How did they do it? Well, they looked deeply into nature. They were both expressing deep ideas in fluid dynamics before it was even a subdiscipline that's one of the most important disciplines of the day today, with all of the kinds of communication and transportation that we do. Up here, you can see Leonardo showed how water braids, and there's vortices and water. And he did this centuries before our studies on turbulence and vortexes. He saw those, and he also used them to depict braids on women's hair. Now, Bucky and Leonardo made biological breakthroughs in shape and form because of their ability to see on a microscale, to see inside of things. And what Bucky had created in his long arc of synergetic geometry, which started as a geometry of energy, he really settled in on the tetrahedron and the sphere, and he knew that the icosahedron was the closest to the sphere. And when he designed his system of geodesics of any size, any shape, any type of material, those were looked at and experienced by scientist Donald Caspar, chemist, and Aaron Klug, who were looking at viruses, virus structure in the microscopes, electron microscopes revealed the structure over here. And they went to Bucky and said, wow, we see that the structuring principle is in your geodesics. Same thing happened with buckyball discovery. And Leonardo, with all of his anatomical studies, he opened up the hearts, and he wanted to understand the architectures within the body and without the body. He knew that the heart was one long muscle, and that muscle wraps around itself in a helical fashion. It also has vortices in it. And he saw that the heart's valves closed through vortices, not through force. And he diagrammed that. 500 years later, surgeons have rediscovered his breakthrough just about 20 years ago, I believe, or maybe a little more than that. And there are instruments that allow you to see on a very, very tiny scale as you're doing surgery, and do surgery that way, called the Leonardo. In most hospitals have one. So they foresaw that biology was geometric, it was dynamic. One of the last things that Leonardo had designed when he was living with the French king at the last 3 years of his life was a double helix stairway. He imagined people could go down one side and up the other at the very same time. And that was built after he died as part of the castle in France. Now, Bucky also worked with the helix. His was a tetrahelix, and he looked at how the tetrahelix may show the DNA's unzipping angle, because DNA had already been discovered, the helical structure. But what Bucky intuited was also the helical, what we see, a helical logic that we see in microtubules, in viruses, in bacteria, in all kinds of things on every scale. They also saw Earth as a system of systems. And Leonardo was the first to show what a mile-high aerial image of Florence would look like. It was the first aerial image of its kind. And of course, he did it by trying to create the scale that you would see it at to exactitude. And at that time, he also was able to see the way that the rivers were very much like the blood vein structure of your body. So he saw this nested structure, this pattern that connects all these patterns that connect, where Bucky was creating the miniature Earth. He saw Earth as a whole system. You can see more of it from the inside than you can see from the outside. 1/3 on the outside, 5/8 on the inside. He imagined we would do stewardship of Earth from the inside of these little planetaria. And here's Shoji Sadao as a student from 1952, one of the very first geoscopes, called Miniature Earth at the time, was built at as literally one of the very first geodesics. Now, that's a design science story that happens over time. And Bucky really continued that idea that most of the things that he was designing would not matter for 50 years. People would just not understand how important they were. But it also runs through minds. And if you go back to Islamic geometry, which was because in Islam, you're not allowed to show the graven image. So they were masters at taking the 2D plane, tessellating it, and actually turning it into 3D without any kind of strange changes, a fluid way to go from 2D to 3D. And that was all the way back to the 8th century. And shortly after was the House of Wisdom, where this is what they studied. And their ideas came through Venice, to Florence, to Germany, to Albrecht Dürer, and also to Leonardo, who created nets. They also did knotworks, extensive knotworks that showed five-fold symmetry on the plane, on 2D, that could be folded up into polyhedra of different types. Roger Penrose, went back to Dürer. I saw him at Princeton and was in the front row. I was so amazed at his story of going back to Dürer and Leonardo and to Kepler. He was a great love. He had a great love of Islamic geometry, but it was really through Dürer and Kepler that he was looking at fivefold symmetry on a plane. And that's when he worked for 10 years to discover how can you tile the plane with only two shapes and have a type of periodicity, quasi-periodicity, that grows, that nests, that shows shapes at different points. But when you're looking at the whole, you don't really see how it periodically you have the same shape. Penrose did see that, and he was able to take it further than Dürer did. But then when quasi-crystals were found in 1982, Dan Sheckman who was a crystallographer. Now, crystals weren't thought to have five-volt symmetry because that was part of life. But if you look at that continuum of life and non-life, there is no distinction when it comes to the geometry of life. They flow one into the other. They are part of each other, like we were seeing with the glaciers, with the stones. They're just operating at a much slower pace. So time itself, this invisible nature of time, is expressed through a pattern of a type of geometry that connects all the other forms. And you can see them as nested continuum of symmetry and asymmetry, quasi-periodicity, and various people will find that they can go back to the same thing. Now, there's been new studies just in the last 10 years about the Muqarnas back in Islamic geometry. If you look on the left, they figured out that at the House of Wisdom and all of these beautiful artisans of the Middle East, that they knew the secret. That if we just realized it, we would have found quasi-crystals a lot sooner. Another design science story, and these are just peeks at much longer design science stories I've been working on. This one has to do with changing the way we look at our planet as the body of Earth, and that we are part of a superorganism. And I know all of you probably already know this, already feel this, already experienced this. And that's what we need to understand and get back to. As I said before, geodesic domes, the geoscope idea, Bucky's idea for that went back to the first geodesic domes building prototypes. And the geoscope and world game were based on his early idea in 1928, one of those great sketches in the sketch series that showed the one-town world. And then digital Earth emerges. And we had satellites and sensors and data streams, and we were able to increase our global perspective. We went to the moon, and Artemis just took astronauts to the moon again, go a little bit further and to look back on Earth from the other side of the moon, which is so profound, especially because they called their little spherical part that they were inside of when they came back, integrity. And Bucky said, everything is a pattern integrity. Google Earth built on the digital Earth that came out of the satellites and sensors, and there were many. They ended up buying, Google bought one that was very robust and then amplified that. Now everybody just uses it. Kids grow up on it. I remember when it was in iPhones for the first time. Many of you probably do too. And digital twins of Earth are now popping up that allow us to simulate and inform, that allow us to predict and steward our planet through planetary modeling and through big data. And so we can design our future. So there's a convergence between art and science. There's such a need to bring them together. So I want to go back to my gestation, right? With just one of the things I did is I worked with Ed Applewhite, who wrote with many people who worked with Bucky were my mentors, many of them. And Ed was my closest mentor. And we were following the Buckminster Fullerene, tracking everything about it at that time. I was studying about viruses and also about how Bucky's geodesic domes, that story of the chemists going back, the biologists going back to Bucky. How did you do it? Oh, it's the pentagon, five-fold symmetry. And they found it in quasi-crystals. So this goes back to 1991. I wanted to connect all of those things together. Geodesic thinking, virology, quasi-crystals, and cosmic order. But now I want to return to the five-fold way with something new that just happened 4 days ago. 4 days ago, something was just confirmed that we knew back then. Ed said, you will live long enough to see this. And I knew he was right. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to. Nor was Bucky. But if we go back to the fullerene, that was the largest macromolecule. It had five-fold symmetry. They went back to Bucky to understand its shape, its form. Viruses, the virus story I mentioned, and coccolithophores, which come together in big white blooms on the sea surface to cool sea surface temperature, which is actually a steward role. And they also have a geodesic shape. Quasi-crystals also with the five-fold symmetry. Bucky's, this is a radome, which were put all over the world. They could put in the 60s, 50s. They were able to go on to the top of Mount Fuji and also in the Arctic. But now, with the JWST, the James Webb Space Telescope, the infrared images that have just come back, as they're studying them, now we knew that buckyballs were the most ancient and the most abundant macromolecules in space. They are the third form of carbon, and they form this blue layer around this TC1 nebula. And they could finally see and study the structure. And what they found was it wasn't just a ring around that they were looking at. It was shaped like a geodesic sphere, the same as the buckyball shape. So form is nested. Geometry is the language. Geometry is the invisible connecting point, the pattern that connects the patterns that connect. That Bucky, Leonardo, and so many others, Johannes Kepler, Einstein, some of our greatest scientists, and so many artists already know. We know this through intuition. And the combination of science and art is so important for humanity to understand our place in this continuum of pattern.
Bravo!
Wow, that was amazing.
Thank you.
Hi, Bonnie. It's Mark here. Thank you so much for sharing with those out in the universe and here at SIU. What I'd like to do is offer this opportunity to speak with you a little bit from those that are here that might have a question. You are a walking, living, breathing history of Bucky and all that he's brought into the world. I see a lot of messages coming in online, but I'd like to open it up to anybody here who might have a question for Bonnie. Don't be shy.
Or just want to say hi.
Or, yeah. Yeah, Gregory.
Do you want to go up, Gregory?
Come on up here. Come on up to the mic.
Hi, Bonnie. Thank you for that. Can you just review a little bit that connection that was just made 4 days ago with what we saw from Artemis? Because I didn't quite get it, but it seems like really important.
From Artemis or from the JWST?
Whichever the one you pointed out. That I think it was the last image in your.
Okay, because Artemis went out to the other side of the moon, the dark side of the moon, with astronauts just a number of weeks ago, and we discovered new things, amazing things. And what I was showing was the JWST, James Webb Space Telescope, has been bringing back all kinds of new information about our universe. And the most recent one, 4 days ago, a group of scientists who had been studying the infrared images of a nebula far out in space called TC1 nebula, they finally found what we knew was there, buckyballs, clusters of buckyballs surrounding the nebula. And they're shaped like, we know what buckyballs are shaped like, but the cluster that they create is also the same shape. And that is so profound because Ed and I talked about that all the time. That's why I'm in front of a nested Earth, nested in the geodesic patterns that connect through space, through time, through scale.
Thank you, Bonnie. Yeah, here you go, Ben.
Hi, Bonnie. It's good to see you.
Hi, Ben.
I was curious, a couple questions, I guess. When Bucky was drawing the great circles around the globe to get to the eventual Dymaxion map, and Shoji redrew it as icosahedron. Do his original great circles adhere to a five-fold way? And do all of these five-fold way patterns, is it the icosahedron that's at the basis of all of them? And then the frequency of triangulation gets increased on them? Is that so?
There are actually 3 classes of domes, and the dome that was the geoscope was a rhombic tricontahedron that Shoji had created. And it was Shoji who made the breakthrough of taking the map, which was a cuboctahedron since the 40s, into, in 1952, he showed it. I know all of these artifacts, but I even had to remind him that it was 52, and you were the one who he drew it for the UN. It's unpublished. That was based on the icosahedron, and Bucky was a purist, so he thought geodesics should be five-fold symmetrical based on the icosa. He thought that is the closest to the sphere. Now, with great circles, those are basically energy tracks around with the spin of the polyhedra. So there's five-fold and four-fold, six-fold. There's 7 different great circle spheres. There's 31 great circle sphere is the icosa. And that's the magic of life, is the five-fold symmetry. And that's why finding it in quasicrystals, finding it in carbon was just magical. 1982 for quasicrystals, 85 for buckyballs. And then the viruses even earlier, 62. Just so many profound things with five-fold symmetry. You could talk for hours on it.
It was fun to look in the books that got donated to the Morse Library Special Collections Department here and see those RNA virus shell construction journals that were in there that I guess he would have been looking at. Do you know if what was the order of discovery? Did he come to it first through modeling or through observing the structure of RNA virus shells? Do you
Oh,
know?
about the angle, unzipping angle?
Yeah, the ICASA.
Well, what year are you talking about? Because Bucky knew Croto. Bucky, not Croto. Bucky knew Klug, Aaron Klug, who was the discoverer of the structure, and he knew many scientists throughout his life. The editor of Scientific American. So if it goes back to the '60s, he hadn't really quite gotten to the tetrahelix yet. So the '50s, is when they discovered 53, the double helix. I think it's more interesting that Leonardo, it was his last design, as well as a spherical mirror, that they intuited something so profound that we're only beginning to discover the power of. Yeah.
Well, it'll be fun that we should go look and double check and see what the dates of if it validated what he already knew, or if it was, how old those journals were that were in there. So thank you.
Yes, and there's many more. Thank you so much for your question. Good to see you again, Ben.
Hello, Bonnie. My name's Jamie Webster.
Hi,
I'm
Jamie.
wondering about the pattern itself that creates all other patterns. Because Bucky seemed to indicate in some of his work, or at least my interpretation of it, was that it was the center point that is not the center point that allowed the pattern to exist at all. It could almost be considered the zero-dimensional space in everything. And I'm wondering if anything like that was being covered by Bucky or Leonardo or anyone else that you know of. This sort of exploration of the nothing point that creates everything.
Do you mean the infinite center?
Yes, that would be another way. And I would actually classify it as the trans-infinite, because infinity indicates
Goes both ways.
Is linearity. So this would be the omni version.
Well, but as they say, there's turtles all the way down, there's turtles all the way in and turtles all the way out. And there's as much infinity inside the center as there is on the outside. And that is the secret that Bucky had, is he designed from the center. He always designed from the center outward. And that was his key to understand geodesics and the Dymaxion map, because as you know, you don't get chord factors, which you don't need to use anymore. Computation is better. But you go from the center and then measure the angles, so you can have all different manner of and classes of different types of geodesic domes. He unlocked a very important key. He wasn't the only one, of course, but I think that the Leonardo thing is absolutely true. 500 years between, they looked and saw in the same way. And that infinite center was something I think they both understood.
Did he localize that as the pattern that creates all patterns?
So Bucky never said there was anything like one dimension or zero dimensions. If you look at what quantum physicists are studying now, and Hopf vibrations and manifolds and all of these kinds of things that are on different dimensions, many dimensions, I think what Bucky did, that I spent a lot of time myself with working with synergetics, is the nesting idea, that everything is nested, that we can see the same patterns at different scales. And quasi-periodicity is really important, because it looks chaotic in between. You don't know where the next pattern formation is going to be. That's what Penrose talked about. And he's one of the greatest physicists alive, still alive right now. And now they're applying it to consciousness. Quantum consciousness is deeply understudy all the way back to 1985 with Stuart Hameroff when he validated Penrose's idea that there's something in the brain that actually has not superconductivity, but has quantum behavior. And now they're validating that with superradiance. And with the idea, we see superconductivity. There's so many connections, and I don't want to take up too much time.
All right. Yeah, we could talk for a long time. Thanks, Bonnie.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, Bonnie. A pattern I see emerging is this is my divine partner, Jamie. I'm Natalie. But in regards to Buckminster Fuller's IQ, it says he had an IQ of 145. And I see with Jamie also, his IQ is 145. And then I look at the pattern between Leonardo da Vinci, Buckminster Fuller, and Jamie. They all had an eye issue when they were born. And it's a common pattern they see in geniuses. You seem like you know what I'm talking about. Can you extrapolate? Tell us more.
I can't extrapolate on it, but here's what's part of it. Certainly, I know a lot about the fact that Bucky was almost blind. I mean, his glasses, which he had in the archive, were very, very thick. So he really couldn't see, and he couldn't hear very well. He had to have a horn to hear. So I think that the limitations, our strengths. And I don't know the work that you do. I would love to know more, but I think that it's even more than an IQ. It's a different kind of intelligence that is looking through a wider aperture, if you will, to see these patterns. I can see them everywhere. If you're a model maker, I have a model right next to me that I've made, and I'm sure you saw a lot with Stroopy and others who are geometers, or maybe you do that yourself, but I can see all of those symmetries within symmetries, and then you can start parsing these things out and seeing the same patterns reoccurring, and that's what they were looking at. So was it the fact that Bucky was in Mensa? Was it the fact that they both had high IQs? Or was it that and their limitations? So I think Stephanie had a beautiful presentation on how she sees, because she's limited in her eyesight. And so I think that our senses are tuned even clearer when we have deficiencies.
I'm a systems integration architect. And as I listen to some of what you said, I almost see it as there's a constant state of precession involved with what is going on. The dynamics involved just seems to be the constant state of precession as you break systems into wholes and then combine them into another whole. There's just this constant orthogonal right angle outcome that comes from that process. So I want to share that.
Wow, that's amazing. And there are new studies showing that with time, that time is precessional as well. But it's amazing that I want to talk to you further at some point. So please.
I would love that.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cool. Thanks so much for your question.
Oh, Bonnie, thank you so much. And I'm sure everybody has more questions, but we have a lot to happen with the day. And again, thank you always for the generosity and sharing with the Design Science Studio and opening up the archives to us at one point, and everything that you do and that you carry forward. And there's something about intuition and the sense of mind not being contained in our brains, and that we're just attuning to something that we're not quite sure what it is, but we feel it. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. I am going to I am going to introduce our next guest, who's part of the Design Science Studio, Rebecca Bex, as I've become known to have permission to introduce her as such. Bex is a 12-time founder, activator, and organizer. She connects climate and social impact nodes around the world to enable and advance ideas, regeneration, connection, equity, and flourishing for all life. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mark. Can you hear me? My audio okay?
Perfect.
Thumbs up? All right. Excellent. That was so much. This is just so incredible.
It's great. You sound great.
Okay, thanks, Roxy. So I'm going to be taking us in a slightly different direction. I'm working on a project to scale climate solutions called Earth Scale Ventures, and we're supporting frontline founders. That's all of the people that are not necessarily the folks that are getting funded. That's a lot of us. That's a lot of people that are part of the global majority, maybe didn't go to a fancy school, but are doing the really important work of building climate solutions and need our support. So I want to get your help. I want to ask for feedback. I want to show you something that I'm working on to help support these bold climate founders. Can I share screen, Roxy? I'm going to share screen. And we're going to see if it works. Can you see this?
Looks good,
Yeah?
Rebecca.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So this is the beginning of the website. And what we've created is an assessment tool to help. So if you're on our website, you can sign up. This is all emerging, by the way, so don't worry about actually like going to the website. But we're going to be taking people through an assessment tool, and this is really what I want your feedback on. When I was doing some testing, I thought I could send you the link and you could take the assessment, but it's going to take too long to do that. So I'm going to share that later. But I would love just some discussion around conceptually what we're doing, what we're asking, and what we're then offering. So the goal is that you submit your application, and that tells us we give you results. We give you a whole report about your business. And where you are on, we're calling it a scale score. So how well can we really help you scale your climate solution? And we're asking questions like your company stage, target market, your technology description, your sustainability impact, team. Have you raised money? Are you a first-time founder, or are you a second or beyond time founder? And I'm not sure those are exactly the right questions. So that is one area that I would love feedback on. And then also, what would be valuable insight that we could share with you about your company to help you? So this is a readiness profile. I love a spider chart, so you can see, what you're doing really well and what you could be doing better. And so what I would love to do, and I think there might also be room to catch up on time a little bit. I know things have been delayed, and we're a little bit backed up. So what I would love to do is share both the assessment link and the feedback form, and then just get your thoughts on, are we on the right track? How can we do this better? And thank you. So if anyone wants to share anything now during the talk, that's welcome. And if people want to follow up after, that is also welcome. Neha, you raised your hand.
Hi, Rebecca. Thank you so much. One, as a very proud daughter of Global Majority, I'm happy to see you mention Global Majority. And yeah, I was watching you and also had a chance to go to the Emergent website. Just three inquiries that came to my mind. You don't have to fully answer them, but in case they may be helpful in this Emergent process. One is that because you mentioned Global Majority, are people from Global Majority part of your team and the design
Yes.
process? And so just something, yeah, to continue to keep in mind, that nothing for us without us, right?
Yes, absolutely.
That was one. And two, I'm just wondering, like from design perspective and also having been a founder and co-founder, the ease of the assessment, like how much effort would that take? And then third one related to the ease, also trust, because sometimes when, like if I'm putting my germane idea in whatever stage, in an assessment to get the information, because there may be proprietary information also. So I just wonder, how does one cultivate trust, or are people coming to this, the red carpet for climate scale up through trusted relationships? Or what if those who are not in the inner circle, how do they get access and how does one build trust? Yeah, just some inquiries that were coming to my mind. And yeah, I love the concept and what you shared. So lots of love and good wishes to you. And please connect if I can be of any support beyond.
Yeah. Those are great questions, and I really appreciate them. I'd love to connect more one-on-one and continue to get insight. And we do have my co-founder is my two co-founders are have very varied backgrounds. We all do. And that's where how I identified that this gap is so wide, but also so bridgeable, especially from where we are in the world. Being in the Bay Area, we can kind of push out a lot of that privilege and pull in that opportunity for everyone. Thank you. I will share some links in the chat. And if there aren't any other comments, I think we could keep moving. Hey, Omokiri.
Hello. Thank you so much, Rebecca, for your insights into global warming and action that is being done and taken, especially for those that have not the privilege of getting funding for their brilliant projects, but their projects still need to see the light of day and survive and thrive. So I honor the light in you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Next. We have Gigi van den Broel. Am I okay? Eve Rose? That's fine. Gigi van den Broel plus artwork by Kito Mbiango.
It's a little confusing on the run of shows, so you're doing perfect because Gigi is going to be a part of the art tour. But right now we're going to do an art tour. Yeah. So
Okay,
you're
cool.
amazing. Yeah. You're doing
you.
great. Yeah, I'm so glad that you're back online also. It's nice to see you. And yeah, I can take it from here. Love. Okay, fun. So great, Rebecca. I'm so glad that you were able to open the tool and give us an opportunity to give some feedback on the progress. I'm really looking forward to getting in there and testing and thinking about how it might be supportive for different communities and just like putting on those like different lenses. And yeah, I'm just really looking forward to having an opportunity. So thanks for getting it to the next level. Yeah. And thanks for being generous with your time as well. You're so kind. And I know this about you because of what your whole project is about. It's very kindred to DSS. You know, you're very much supporting other people. And so I'm just always excited to amplify what you're up to in the world. You're amazing.
Thanks so much, Roxy.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, so we're gonna go on an art tour. So a few things I'm just gonna move around on my screen here before I screen share, and hopefully everything works better this time. Lovely. So it looks like we're going to have at least Della and Gigi and Patricia sharing a bit about their pieces. I believe Daniel also wanted to share. If that's true for you, Daniel, feel free to just let me know in the chat. And yes, perfect. Okay, great. So I just did a new update in the Catalyst, not to the schedule necessarily, but definitely to make sure that Catalyst has everyone and the exhibit easy to find. And I also just want to show that really quickly, just in case you're tuning in online or you are here in person, but you want to navigate and explore some of this stuff on your own. So I'm going to screen share both things. Okay. Here we go. Perfect. Oh, I need to be, I think, in the back end of Catalyst to show you. And part of why I want to do this for everybody is because there's so much that is actually published that people can explore that they might not know. So once you are in the event, which I think I'm showing you from my back end, hold on. I want to show you as if you have already gotten a ticket because that's what people will see in the dashboard. So I'm going to just go to the spaces, which basically whenever you have your ticket and you go into Catalyst, you will see something that looks a little bit more like this. And so if you click New Art City, you can actually explore and like read more about some of the pieces, which is nice. And then you can click on the link to go explore. And then the same, just to show you all real quick, for the zine is if you, oops, I don't know, I went the wrong way. There's a zine button, and if you click the zine button, then it will allow you to, here we go, zines. It'll allow you to, oh, there it is, perfect. click on the piece, and then there's a button that says Files. And so we've actually uploaded every single one of the spreads into the zine. That was all Doc. Thank you, Doc, for doing that work. So if you're in Catalyst and you want to explore one of the spreads from that was published in the zine, you can actually go in and look at all of those independently, which is really special. Okay, so now we're going to go into the world. And I'm going to start by bringing up, I think Della was first on the list. So I'm going to bring you up, Della. And let me get myself on Spotlight. Okay, perfect. Hi, Della.
Hey, hi.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be part of this. The easing, I think that's amazing that it's the inauguration of the easing, the new, and I am very excited to see that too. Yeah, this is going to be fun.
I'm going to put this little lapel mic on. Tell me if you can hear me okay so I can use my hands.
Yeah, it's great.
All right, Della. So I believe that Ian helped you build your
Yes, it sure
installation.
did. I told him he should come by today, but I think he was busy with something else. But he's amazing, amazing world builder, and he helped me build this. And there's a lot of people to thank. I guess I just want to say, thank you to my husband, Dale Bertrand, who has been supporting this thing from day one. And of course, the sound in this, we got sound in our installation. It's done by Lila Paper, who helped me visualize the whole sort of concept today. And of course, Eve Rose has been encouraging me and saying, yes, you can do this, you can do this. And you have too.
Yes, of course.
And that really helps, of course. And
could you tell me which direction you're in? I haven't been in here in a little while. So much has come. Oh, wait, here you are. Are you in
there we
the
are.
middle?
There we are. Okay, out front. Out front, we've got the map of the land. And it all sort of started when I started thinking about how to do an immersive exhibition. And Eve, of course, is one of the experts, right? So she said, oh, the dome, the dome. So I started to think about creating 3 different stories together of mine into one. And that's what we've done here. And it's called Magical Dodo Galaxy. And it's a combination of 3 of my stories. And one is Dodo Land, the land where you can be whatever you want to be. and then I find it very interesting that my stories are in line with Bucky's philosophy. And of course, I met him in I guess it was 78 and 79. And he totally mystified me because he disappeared when I looked at him when he was lecturing and became so all of my stories are kind of like dedicated to him. Here is actually, when we go through these, I'll just tell you a little bit about them. The story goes, first of all, to Dodo Land. Just go back a bit, Roxy, to the beginning. Yeah. So the Dodo Land starts with the dragon ship that you see the elemental dodo. He's the one that is in the land that he's been on the earth as a dodo, and he's so sad because everybody laughs at him. And he gets to this land where he can be what he wants to be. So here's the dragon ship with all the animals who've become their craziest selves. And I thought it was really in line with what Bucky believed, that everybody has a gift, that everybody is unique, because this is all about being unique. And then they do art together, and this shows the art in this mandala. And of course, I use the mandala in my stories over and over again. And when we segue to the next story, which is the Eagle Child taking us to the Nature Wheel Island, it's also a mandala. And this is the sort of sun mandala that is part of the land. And we go in the 4 directions in this case and meet the little people of the rainbow. And again, it's connected to Bucky, because Bucky was really concerned about the environment and taking care of things. So when you're going through the exhibition, you can actually, when you get close to it, you hear the sounds of the different little people and of the different things. Like, for instance, when you get really close to the this one of the little people of the rainbow, it's droplets of water, which was really an important thing for Bucky, was the relationship with the water. And we've got the dances, the different dances, the dance of the, when you get close to it, you may even hear the sound. When you get near, you'll hear different things, but that's the dance, the Earth Child dance. So in magical Dodo Galaxy, there's dancing, lots of dancing. These stories have actually been performed in New York, in Japan, in ballet, and so on, partially because there's so much movement going on. But this is the dance of the water with the dolphins that you're seeing here. And then there's the star bird, which there's a whole dance of the star fairies in this section of the story. And she says, there's always darkness and light will come out of it. That's what the starbird says. And for us to remain, remember the light and take care of the stars by making wishes. And then we segue into going into what's called Miracle Galaxy. In Miracle Galaxy, you meet the storytellers, the Star Galaxy storytellers. And that's the story that actually Julian Ramirez last year did an animation of that part of the story. And so there's that beautiful animation done by him. Lila Paper has done the sound in this exhibition when you go into it and you immerse yourself into the sounds. And each one of the paintings has got a link to a different website, because we have 10 different websites actually at this point. But the last part is about values and things that you believe in, like peace and kindness. And again, I think Bucky really got into that, because he really said everybody should be included. It should be everyone, not one person, but everyone. And so I've got the kindness angel saying, to say to yourself, I and kindness are one. I love kindness, and I will take kindness action. And the same thing with peace. I am peace are one. I love peace. I will take peace action. And this becomes, the mantras are there to live your life in a beautiful way and to make the world healthy and happy. And that's what the story is really all about. So I hope people will go in the dome and experience it. You can click on it and hear the sounds, or click on it and go to the links, the other links that we have around my stories. And there's many of them. Yeah.
I don't know
So
if you can hear me. My audio
I
is
can
great.
hear you.
Yeah, I don't know why you went off screen. I was just gonna say, Della, I was trying to play with the audio. It's being funny again on my computer, but it's
We
so
do hear
beautiful
you.
to see the
We do
stories
hear
start to
you.
come to life.
Yeah, it's really beautiful to see it come to life inside the dome. And Ian has done a fantastic job as usual. And it's really beautiful to see. It'll be beautiful to go inside of it. I can hardly wait to hear all the sounds that have been created for the story. And we're hoping to make this even into more of an immersive experience. So if anybody's got any ideas of the next step, let us know.
Thank you, Della.
And the Magical Earth Secret story, I should mention, it has a guide to go with it for teachers too, and it's called Earth Action. And John van der Leiden has been working on it, and Stroopy, and we're going to be presenting that the next salon.
Amazing. Thank you, Della. I love how collaborative you always are with all the members of the community.
Yeah, I love doing it. And I was told in a dream that everyone is a steward. Yeah. And I was to make sure to let what different people are stewarding. So yeah, I'll be thinking about that in the next salon too, how I can do that.
Amazing. Thank you, Della.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Everyone is a steward.
Everyone is a steward.
Stories, steward of the future.
Steward of, all parts of nature and the planetary. And Bucky talked about becoming planetary stewards.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. And he was definitely, you are not you, you are the universe. Are we going to be a steward of what part of the universe?
Yes. Well, I'm grateful to be in universe with you, Della, and thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Go to another little corner
Thank
of the
you
world.
for your support and encouragement. You and Eve have been great.
Of course, yes, and so much gratitude to all of the world builders that made all this incredible progress.
Yeah, without them, there's not the world to look at.
Yes. All right, Della, thank
you.
you. Okay, so I am trying to see if I can get another computer. No, it's fine. I'm trying to get another computer that I can screen share that the audio is working on. Let me just see. Okay, so I'm going to join from this computer just so that I can screen share. Give me one moment. Do you have WhatsApp on this computer, Ari?
WhatsApp? I do not. Yeah, it's just loaded in the browser.
It's fine. I'll type it in. The Zoom is what I'm trying to get to. Gigi, I am just going to make sure that we are going to be able to hear your audio. You can just go to the calendar and invite Ari. It's fine. For today. That has the link.
This feels like the invisible work being made visible to everyone.
100%.
We appreciate you so much. The whole team out there.
Recording in progress.
Okay. What? You need the mic closer to my face, Mage? Okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to make it closer. Is that better? Improved? Hello, hello? Fabulous. Okay. So let me do audio and video here. Share, optimize for sound. Yep, there we go. And then that, oh no. It would be in this browser. Okay, I can do it. I know how to, I feel comfortable with it. Okay, perfect. All right. So let's see if that will work. Yeah. Let me try to leave audio. I don't know if it'll share audio if I've left audio. Do we hear anything? No. All right. It's a interesting adventure right now, trying to do the hybrid thing because we can only have audio coming out of one place. And so maybe what I'm going to do is not use this mic, Mage, and then just use this mic. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it'll work. All right.
All right. I think it's going to be broken.
Wait, next one.
I think I have to use the mic.
Urbana.
Okay. I think I'm still muted. Hello, hello? Check, check. Okay. We're going to just try to do this without sound because I don't know why the sound isn't working because we have a lot of cross wires. So you're going to get to see the worlds, but you're not going to get to hear them, unfortunately. And you're going to have to go in all by yourself to hear them because they sound magnificent. But I want to get Gigi up in here with me to talk about the world and share and move us right along because I know that we have a lot of art to see. And sorry that I couldn't get it to work. But at least we can explore and see all the beautiful progress that's been made.
Thanks so much, Roxy. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So, yes, I know we have a lot of artists, so we'll make this brief, and then hopefully people can explore on their own. But first, I wanted to really thank you, Roxy, for all your encouragement to build this world, and Pamela and Serena and the team, really Pamela for all her support and actually bringing the vision alive. So yeah, the name of the exhibition is Portals, and it's really set within this spherical dome. And so there's an opening sort of welcome invocation that there's a sound file here and a video file. It's almost like a welcoming of the mother of the world, welcoming you into this space. And yes, it's just 30 seconds, so
Feel your body arrive. You may not know why you came, but something inside you does. Something quiet, something ancient. Your body remembers. No need to understand, no need to search. Just stay long enough for something to open. Take your time, let it meet you. Welcome. Take a deep breath in. Feel your body arrive. Welcome.
So now after that, we can step into the space, which is really conceived as a sort of circular womb-like sanctuary that unfolds as a journey itself. So under this celestial dome with shooting stars, alive with darkness and light and quiet motion, visitors are guided through this dome and spiraling landscape that's really inspired by the intelligence of living systems. And within, you find a series of paintings. There's a large-scale painting that is called Let Us Flow Let Us All Travel Together Like Water Flowing in One Direction. And there are various other artworks in this space that are digital pieces that are created together, that are created by my partner, Kito Biengo, who's a painter and digital artist of Belgian and Congolese origin. And actually, Kito comes from the Sakata lineage in southwestern Congo, so a matriarchal tribe. He can trace back, his father was the chief of the tribe. And so basically the matriarchal lineage, understood that life is organized through relationship, where women hold and transmit knowledge, and where memory lives not only in the stories, but in the rhythm, in the body, in the land. And bringing his lineage and my Taino lineage from the Caribbean, that understands that the world was never divided between visible and invisible, but rather we have deep relationships with the natural world, with the sky, with the waters, with the forests, and what we call zemi, the sort of spirits or the presences, the intelligences that exist all around us and are woven. So the idea is to kind of go on this journey, and it's a sort of a meeting point between these two ways of knowing, between the masculine and feminine energies. And in this time where we're all surrounded by so much information, by analysis, by constant simulation, this space is really meant to be a place where we feel what's happening in our bodies, in our memory, and that we begin to really feel that sense through the imagery. So the goal is for our perception to slow down here, for something deeper than language to begin to surface through these portals, these thresholds and passageways and paintings. And so, yes, I mean, that's sort of the experience. And then at the end, there is maybe we can play the exit file where you will hear Kito's final invocation with this piece called What is the Soul?
That fire rises again. As care, as relation, as a return of balance. Let it grow, not alone, but together. Because the time of forgetting is ending, and the time of remembering has begun. And Now
is a. Oh,
we
yeah.
turn inward. Inside every being, there is a fire. A small sun placed there at the beginning, covered by fear, covered by silence, covered by forgetting, but never gone. Now we call that fire. Not the fire that destroys, the fire that remembers. Feel inside your chest. Feel inside your belly.
So beautiful.
Feel the place where something is still warm. This is a spark your ancestors carried. This is a spark your children and grandchildren will carry. This is a spark the earth placed in the human being so memory could survive. And now that fire rises again. As care, as relation, as a return of balance. Let it grow, not alone, but together. Because the time of forgetting is ending, and the time of remembering has begun. And now
Beautiful.
we turn inward. Inside every being, there is a fire.
And there we are. Thank you so much
for... A small sun
for...
placed there at the beginning, covered by fear, covered by silence, covered by forgetting, but never gone. Now we call that fire. Not the...
Will you mute me? That was beautiful. Thank you. I'm glad we got the audio to work. It has a mind of its own right now.
Thanks so much, Roxy.
You're so welcome. Thank you to, and congratulations to all the world builders. Serena, Daniel. We had a lot of help from Ian, and I know Pamela helped a lot, and everybody collaborated. It's always such a beautiful thing to see what happens when everyone plays together. And speaking of playing together, I want to bring up, I think, both Daniel and Patricia. And thank you, Gigi. Okay, where should we go?
If you want, I can screen share. I've got us queued up into a right spot, but if that adds complexity, then we can direct you.
Okay, I will start.
I will stop share. You can lead. Go ahead.
Just 1 sec.
Thank you so much for all this inspiration, Gigi, and all that came before. It's like Della said, sensing into this uniqueness, right, that each one brings to create this new earth we are all working towards to, each one in our own way. My piece goes more to the question of what if the next frontier of innovation is not just the technological acceleration, but really human regeneration, that spark, that fire, right? And how we listen, how we relate, how we heal, how we create, how we live and thrive together with our life. And this is kind of a paradox. We are living this time of acceleration where youth is asking for belonging, where many people feel very successful from the outside, but really disconnected inside, mental health issues and so on. Organizations ask for new cultures, people everywhere asking for meaning. And we keep trying to solve the external crisis without transforming the inner conditions that created them. And in a way that all of that goes integrated. So today, I would love to share with you something that is both an installation and a real possibility. I would love to have your help to share more and to talk more when I finish this short presentation. It will be also
I think we may have temporarily lost Patricia, so I'm just going to move us over to the beginning of the audio component of things. And I'm sure she'll be back in to share in a sec.
Thank you, Daniel.
Oh, 1 second. Let me get the sound moving.
It's both an installation and a real possibility. Casa Oasis began as a question. What kind of spaces do people need to heal, reconnect, and remember what matters?
Thank you so much. The birds there, I want to say they came extra from the Amazon forest, so I really wanted to bring them in, to bring all life in and that energy. And we started with the Uniprema. This is the system, a system regeneration lab, as the space for designing experiences and programs and ecosystems that support life. Because Casa Oasis is part of that broader platform, so I wanted you to have the bigger picture of where Casa Oasis is. The Regenerative Coherence Lab is also part of Uniprema, so today we are making also visible what was invisible before, like pieces spread. And so now let's go to Casa Oasis. And
One thing just to mention, Daniel, if you can turn down the volume a little bit in the world, so if you click escape and just turn it down a little bit, it was peaking a little bit on the other side. So you see where it says art volume? You can just turn the art volume down. I think you're muted also when you're talking, by the way.
Thanks. I've got the volume down now. Thank you.
Yeah, but I don't think even we will use now the sound. It will be more like guiding. Just we'll have the whole explanation recorded there, so we can get that afterwards. But it's really, Casa Oasis is this, also it's a sanctuary, Gigi. It's a prototype of a future sanctuary. I love that the words repeat itself. So it's really this place where healing meets leadership, where inner work meets system change, where beauty, as Emile was saying, and nature and transformation, they all belong together. So people will enter now and we will see 3 different rooms, kind of portals or paths. One is for individuals seeking renewal. The other one is for organizations seeking healthier cultures. And the other one is for youth. So then if you go there, you will see in details the programs and how we work. Now we will kind of move through the individual path, and there we will see, we'll have different doors where people can explore that sanctuary through different lenses and approaches. So we have the healing room, we have the connection room, the silence room, the future creation, and the contribution and coherence room. For instance, just to point that out, in the silence room, but this is valid for all the concept. I brought here just this example of a meditation from a partner from Brahma Kumaris to show and invite other partners that resonate with the same purpose to be doing this together in the same place, that we can feel the difference it makes is that we are all working together. It's integrated. So, and on the connection room, we have there the name as connection room, and with some of the tools we use here, it's kind of you're not alone, and many different processes we can go through in each of those rooms. But like, for instance, if you are in the organization path, that room will be called trust and culture room. Or if you are in the youth, it will be the belonging room. So I'm just sharing this, but those concepts go for all of them. And what they have in common is that at the end, they all go and face that big 3 in the center. That one is a Suma Uma that speaks deeply to my heart. And that's where we put the Phoenix Passage, which is this transformational guide, rite of passage. And this one specifically was created with Daniel. So I'm really happy we are doing this together, Daniel. And we'll talk more about this very soon. And invite you all to this experience, which you have the opportunity to having a taste of today. So, but basically, just to say a little bit, it's this journey through endings and courage and conscious choice and the life wanting to emerge. So we go from this big picture of all we want to do, more like integrating all those different rooms and perspective, and also going deep into experiences in each of them. And this is kind of the integration, because if we don't go there, we don't go to the next level, like really facing what is it there that is making us stuck in this level of destruction. So we'll talk more about that soon. And just to finish this piece before we go there, I wanted to, hopefully you could see that this is not just like an art piece, but also a prototype of a regenerative culture, where it's a living invitation to redesign how we heal, relate, learn, lead, and thrive together, as I said. And the idea is that this is a prototype for something physical in the actual real world, you know, that like a retreat center together with a youth hub and a leadership sanctuary and this regeneration destination, where we have today like many things of that happening, but in different places, and they don't connect. And so here we would have that integrated. And imagine this in one place, all integrated, and then many different sanctuaries like that in every city, in every neighborhood, in every, like, we need to pause. We need to have spaces to be listened to have that quality of space where we can really attune to our higher self, to co-create from that level. So this is the invitation. And I hope you could get a taste of what it is. In that tree, there is a material if you want to see in details. If you want to, afterwards, we will even have a quiz for each of the paths for people to better understand which of the rooms they are in most need. But for now, it was this general idea. And I would love to hear from you. I know now we are short of time, but at some point, if that resonates with you, if you think this would be cool to exist in our world, if you could help us find collaborators, funders, hosts, land stewards, that we could bring that concept forward. So we say it takes a village to raise a child. And it takes also all of us in a coherent, coordinated action to create the world that works for all of life. So I hope we can build that together. Thank you for being here and to be able to share with you a little bit of what integrates all I believe. And now, with that said, I want to invite Daniel for us to go deeper into the idea that came with this Phoenix Passage.
Yeah, and I'll just say with this piece, what I loved about it was that the way it came together was just Patricia and I having some real conversation together about life, and that the reason that an outcome came, why an actual piece came together, was because that wasn't what we were trying to do. That what we were doing was focusing on the relationality that was there between us, and just on the real moment that was happening, which that we were sharing, and that then led to the inspiration and the energy to carry through on the piece. So just singing the praises of relationality first when collaborating on things like this. So I'll take us through the gate that's here. And when you're in the exhibit, if you go through this archway, it will take you over to our world. And in the left-hand path that is here, there is a journey that you can go on. We will talk a little bit here. I'll see if I can share just a tiny touch.
Everything you are. You are about to enter the Phoenix Passage, a journey into fear, truth, clarity, and renewal. This experience was born from a real encounter with mortality.
So we talk a little bit more about the experience, but then as you go through, you will have a guided journey through several different areas. And at each area, there is a message that's there. There's some contemplation to do. There's some writing you can do if you like the questions that arise. And then when you're ready, you can kind of move on to the next section. So that's sort of a little bit, is there more, Patricia, you'd like to sort of say around the journey here?
Perhaps the whole methodology that we used to really, because the whole idea of this Phoenix passage is to face death, and we can face death in many forms, right? Like the end of a cycle, an old identity, a fear, a limiting story, even the collapse of systems that we are witnessing right now. So we all need to face fear in one level or the other. And we were talking in this conversation, it was like a really encounter with death in a more personal level. But while we were talking, we realized that this is the process to move forward if you want to create this more regenerative world, that we really need to face it. And so we were not taught to go there. We normally get numb and try to avoid it, and but that's what makes us stay where we are. So this whole thing is this invitation for going like a U process, really, of going deep, grounding, and going deep, being able from that place to face fear. And from the moment we are able to overcome that fear, then a new vision amplifies, and we can start getting actions out of that space of clarity and coherence. So we wanted to share with you a little bit of what we experienced this in 1 hour of conversation. This idea came, and so today we'll be launching it live with you for the ones who want to be there in a separate breakout room coming very soon. So the ones who would like to join, it would be lovely to be accompanying and living this experience together.
Amazing, thank you. And I'll just, while we're in this space, really quickly show what the metachrysalis space is. I won't go into depth, but I'll just give a little quick highlight of things. By the way, if you go to our room to get back to the main Dymaxian city, you just walk through the Return to Dymaxian City arch, and there you'll be.
That's awesome. And yeah, I want to definitely go into the metachrysalis space. Daniel, you've done so much beautiful work on this, and we're pretty behind schedule, so
yeah, this will be quick.
Keep it a little bit short. But you've done so much. Please take us there.
So the key things here, metachrysalis is a whole framework that if you go through here, you can explore. A key part of it is making your own profile as a change maker and seeing other people's. So this place will guide you through. On this wall, there's a little bit of information about metachrysalis, but as you go through, you can explore different aspects of your profile. You can look at changemaker roles and decide which ones are a fit for you. You can learn about 8 different facets of the metacrisis that are sort of the surface layers, and we talk more in depth about what the metacrisis is. And then instead of focusing always on the downward spiral, the upward spiral is critical. And we approach that with a sense of innovation and play. So we have the metachrysalis spiral as well as the metacrisis spiral and 8 facets of that. We also have 16 facets coming from psychology, or 18 facets related to pitfalls that we often have. If you're curious about that, you can check those out. Each one, if you click it, will tell you a little bit about it. Inside the dome itself, you will be able to send your own character in if you're wanting to think about joining the community. You'll find details around some of the amazing members of the metachrysalis community. You'll see examples of how it gets used regionally, with an analysis of how 128 aspects play out in Milwaukee. You'll get to see one of our amazing change makers and her work from North Carolina. And you'll get to see a range of the people and projects that are going on within the Fraser Lowland of British Columbia. Finally, if you want more information, there's a presentation that's available there, and this space will be continuing to evolve. Clicking the globe will give you a bit of a vision around the overall metachrysalis journey. Clicking Milwaukee will give you a Miro presentation showing in depth how the analysis of metachrysalis and metacrisis play out within a given region. So I would encourage you to explore the space.
This is so incredible. Wow. You really went for it. Whenever you said, we're going to make our own world, I always hope people do, and rarely people do. And in the amount of days that you had, you created so much. Thank you so much. And thank you for supporting so many people along the way. And yeah, I think, Patricia, when would you like to do your workshop? I know, as Amanda Sage would say, the train has gone off the tracks in terms of time. So we can just have you share about the workshop for the people who are online. And Eve, is Mariette, Eve? Hi. Is Mariette ready to lead the breakout room?
Yes.
Have you talked to her?
Oh, yep, she just popped up.
Mariette, amazing.
I'm with
Hi.
you. Hi.
Hi. Are you planning on being the hostess with the mostest for Patricia's
I am.
workshop space?
I am so ready to be supportive in that manner. So we've got the breakout room ready for whenever we're ready to go into the Phoenix Passage. I like Passage kind of better. And so so yeah, we are all set.
So here's the thing we can do. Normally we would do like a whole other Zoom room, and I think that's what we have linked. But if you have a breakout room set up, Mariette, if you request ability to record, then you can just record the breakout room. And then y'all can go in. Perfect. Okay. Patricia, do you want to share any more about what the workshop is about?
No, it will be about this rite of passage where we will go into from grounding to connecting to one of our fears, to then going beyond that to more clarity and vision, and from that to action in an embodied, coherent way. So this is, in a nutshell, what we are going to do, going through those different 10 stations where we will still see the objects and we will visualize, but since it's the launch and we are live, we decided to record it live with the people who will be there with us. And they will have the opportunity, because we are together in a breakout room, to share what comes and make it more like intimate and deep. So if people want to join, and also journal, because that's a very wonderful tool that we use to access our intelligence beyond the rational part. We can make sure people that want to join us bring their notebook and their pen and their willingness to go there with us and open up for the next level of their lives. That fear may be kind of blocking it. So yeah, would be lovely to see some of you there.
Beautiful. So just let us know if you're in Zoom, in the chat, if you want to go into the Phoenix Passage, and we will be sending you over there. And thank you, Patricia. I'm so excited. Mariette, do you have the ability to record? Did you request that? I don't see it.
I think I do.
I think there is a button. Yeah, maybe you have it because you're co-host.
Katrina, I think I've got it.
You think you have it? All right, go forth.
You go forth and join us, friends. If you're, if you've got a little space for healing, come on in. I think it's going to be amazing.
Beautiful. Amazing. Okay, so for folks who are in Zoom, let us know if you want to go into the breakout room and we will send you over there. And for folks who are going to stay in the main room, I am going to, I think, just do a quick zoom around the rest of the exhibit, and then we're going to keep on keeping on. So, great. Amazing. All right, let's see what the... Anna wants to go to the breakout room. Okay. Perfect. All right, so I'm just going to do a quick tour around, and we'll see what other things are in store for us in this exhibition.
A human being so memory could survive. And now
Okay,
the
beautiful.
fire rises again.
So,
Escape.
Sarah Divya, her design science studio project is actually to bring a dome show version of her paintings. She's an incredible painter. For folks who are here at Fuller Futures, there's one of her paintings on the walls. And so this is kind of the beginning of her exploration. Oh, thank you, Mage. I got a little mic stand. Ah! It's not metal, it's plastic. Okay, fabulous. All right, so Sarah's project, this is kind of the beginning of her sketching out like what it would be like to bring her paintings to space like this. And it's so sweet because we are in a very Dymaxion, very dome spirited installation space in general. So getting to give her space to start to imagine this in the 3D is pretty special because you can start to see how that comes to life. And then let's see who else has some work. Ooh, Scott. Actually, I think I saw Scott jump in the room. I see you, Scott. Do you want to? Folks were supposed to share for 5 minutes or less, and the last few shares have been quite long and wonderful. But if you are willing to share a little bit, I'd love for you to explain this beautiful installation.
Sure, I won't talk too long. And you might want to turn the audio off because there's a lot of action going on here. So, yeah, this is my vision for making an economy visible. My project is a policy framework for redesigning the U.S. economy. So the exhibit here is a series of videos that kind of explain the concept and what it might look like. Again, it's a vision. And the whole idea is based on the flow of a torus. Again, so you've got a lot of motion and action. And then, of course, the center ring here that symbolizes the motions of exchange and value and return. And I believe in the middle there should be a portal that goes to the website for the Prosperity Loop project itself. And yeah, I think that's it. Like I said, there's a lot of video there, so it's really for people to explore and take one at a time and see where it takes them, what they take away from it.
Oh, I have to walk there. Take me there. There we go.
Yeah.
It's really nice to see the spread of this also in the zine and get to read about it and look at the loop. I really like this installation. Thank you for bringing it to life and bringing all these different elements of it, like the moment that we're in, the potential.
Yeah, well, thanks to everybody who put this together. I know you all work so hard. It's a labor of love on your end, I know.
So much love. Thank you. I'm glad you're able to tune in and share a little bit as well.
Me too. Me too. Thank you.
You're welcome. Amazing. I'm glad you were able to hop in during this period. Perfect. All right, I'll do a little bit more walking around. Thank you, Scott.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. So we saw Anna's piece. I think we went into the dome earlier. Yep. And then Jane's piece is over here. We saw Stella's piece. Oh, Nico had mentioned he wanted to potentially have a moment to share a little bit about his piece. Nico, are you still here? I see you painting. Oh, there you are. Hi, Nico.
Hey.
All right, so we're here with your work. Oops, clicked out of it.
Cool. All right. Yeah, so thank you for Serena helping me out with the installation. I'm totally new to all of the 3D virtual world. So these 4 works are part of my ongoing body of work called Embodied Visions. Carries the same name as my larger project. And yeah, in the right side, this one that you can also see physically there at the Fuller Futures Festival is Family Tree of Light. And this one became from a vision that I had during a breathing exercise about how the light and the life and the breath flows through us from the center of the earth to the sun, and how we have a lot in common with the trees. We all grow towards the sun, and we all are rooted towards the center of the earth, and kind of like, I would call like antennas here in between. Yeah, we can go to the next one. This one is the most recent one. This is called Through the Keyhole. And this originated in a live painting session while ecstatic dance. And this combines a lot of intentions from around 30-40 people who were taking part of the dance, and I collected all of our intentions in the base of the painting, and then started to improvise on that during the dance. And yeah, that's how it turned out. This one is about the connection of the unconscious, and also our level of human consciousness, and then the higher consciousness, and how it all blends together, kind of like dream world and the invisible and visible world. And this one is called Mindless View. Also live painting, started during ecstatic dance and connecting the rhythm of people and the music and the painting. So shortly, that's about it.
Thank you. Yes, and a lot of people, bravo, yes. A lot of people have gotten pictures or copies of the zine as well, and it talks about your project there. So yeah, really grateful that you were able to pop in. And also maybe let's get a little up close and personal with the piece that you've been painting. You've been live painting during the session today.
Yeah, this is going to be the newest addition to the body of work. Yeah, I don't know about the lighting here now.
Wow.
It's, yeah, so 4, 5 dancing characters praising the water, actually. So it's a dance for the water, located in a sacred place near my home. So, yeah, sacred forest and lake.
Wow, thank you. Beautiful. Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
Well, I really encourage everybody to explore slowly without feeling the need to, have any of the pace of time direct you. Just be fully immersed in the work. There's, for everyone online, I put the link in the chat. I can put it again. It's in the Catalyst if you want to explore the exhibition. Also here in person, there is a big screen that you can go, put headphones on, walk around. It's really amazing. So with that, we are complete with the art tour, and now we are going to continue. So next we have, looks like John Van Meter, am I right? Mary, perfect. Spencer, okay. Spencer, teleport us in with Mary. Is there audio, by the way? I think you have to reshare with the audio. That was so cute. I love the animation.
Hey y'all, it's me, Mary Kelly from the Oracle's Den. I wanted to introduce myself as an herbalist, a sound and essence practitioner. I work with flower essences as well as nature bathing to help people unwind and relax their nervous systems. I currently offer one-on-one sessions with my clients at an office in Belmarin Keys. I also play sounds at pop-up events, which can be located on my website. The methodology that I use with my clients is pretty simple. We go back in the history of your energetics. We talk about injuries, we talk about mental states and emotional states at the time that you were injured. And then I formulate specific herbs, flower essences, tinctures, and sounds to recalibrate the vibrations within your body, to make sure that the energy does not stay stagnant where you've been injured before or hold stress within your body, but instead flows freely all the way up and down your chakra centers as is designed. For those interested in shifting their entire psyche or their entire environment or dimension, I turn to nature, where we bathe in the elements. Here is a recent ceremony in which we bathed and washed our hands in a sacred waterfall out here in Marin. We were able to connect with the tree spirits. I was able to play the sounds, share some tea. But sometimes it's even more serene. Sometimes the methodology just includes observing how light plays with other colors between nature, how the wind has things to say and light has things to say. All of that to lead up to my overall dream of holding a retreat center. A retreat center that's focused on subtle body energies, how sound affects the body, how herbs affect the body, how stillness affects the body. As part of my final offering with Design Science Studios exhibition in July in Mendocino, I would like to call in my seaweed allies, specifically bladderwrack, which is a seaweed that I use for medicinal purposes. It allows the body to fully relax in order for deep sleep and deep rest to occur. The dream that I have for our final exhibition is an herbal bath in which I provide you with deep serenity. If this sort of work interests you, please follow along at my blog, theoraclesden.org, or my Instagram.
Doc, will you also spotlight Rex?
I think Rex is coming up to introduce John, but I just wanted to welcome everybody to wiggle their bodies. We're in it for the long haul. How's everybody feeling? How you doing, Rex?
Great. I'm great. Thanks. How are you? I miss all of you there.
Oh my gosh, it's a journey out here doing this. It's one thing when we do it from home. It's another when we do it this way. It's really great. A bunch of people went to lunch. People came back. It's been an adventure, and it's so many
multidimensional.
incredible initiatives. It's just like I feel so full, you know, and it's so cool to get to share it and like sit in it and be in it together in person. And yeah, so just wanted to like teleport in from screen to body and say hi and invite y'all to also move your bodies a little bit. We've been sitting around. Same for everybody in Zoom land, supporting each other. I think part of the beauty and magic of all of this is we're just like supporting each other and like being with each other and reflecting for each other and like celebrating in these big milestones. This is a big milestone. So yeah, just wanted to come and share my little voice for a moment. But Rex, I know you're going to intro John, so take it away.
I am. Yes, I'm excited to be able to welcome up next John Van Meter. He's an experienced video editor, photographer. He's studied the work of Bucky Fuller since 1982, reading and comprehending synergetics and the critical path, among other works. So welcome, John.
Thank you so much, Rex. I have studied Bucky's works, and I found the Design Science Studio through the Fuller Institute, and I was lucky enough to participate in the cohort 2. And in filling out the application, it really triggered me to expand my idea and what concept I had. I was lucky after working with synergetics and understanding the jitterbug and the vector equilibrium that I had a vision of an expanding cube. And in working with cohort 2, I decided what could I put into my expanding cube, and I combined it with the idea of combating homelessness because I saw a lot of people on the street in my city and thought this would be the best use of my idea. And last November, I was informed that I would be retired from my job as a control room operator because AI was now able to do my job better than I could. So we were encouraged to embrace our AIs, and I took and prompted my AI to write a script about my idea. So I gave it parameters. I told it to deliver it as a magic act because Magic Shelters is the name I go under with my concept. So I've created this video and actually had the AI read the script. And at the beginning, you'll see there's a little joke. I apologize to my mother, who was a voice actor for her entire career. And having an AI do it is kind of like ironic. So I have a little concept presenting my idea, and I have joined with people in my city, and I now volunteer many hours every week working with the unhoused population. So if we could roll my video.
This is a test of a talking avatar. Let's see how it does with this pronunciation.
The Geometry of Hope, a magical transformation. A theatrical magic act blending shape and social change. A mysterious cube mounted on gleaming wheels sits atop a velvet-draped platform. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we embark on a journey where geometry dances and hope finds its form. Behold the humble cube on wheels. Solid, grounded, yet ready to roll toward possibility. The cube, a symbol of stability, now feels the touch of transformation. What secrets reside within this shape? What worlds await beyond its 6 equal faces? The cube expands, edges duplicating and reorienting. Watch closely, let your imagination take flight. The cube's corners retract and its faces morph, swelling outward until the cube blossoms into a radiant truncated octahedron. 8 hexagonal faces, 6 square faces, 24 edges, all aglow. From the ordinary emerges the extraordinary. Each new face, a doorway to change. Each edge, a bridge to possibility. A luminous secondary cube, made of 16 interlocking half-cubes, rotates slowly. But wait, even within transformation, new mysteries stir. Peer inside and discover another cube. Not whole, but composed of 16 half-cubes, each cleaved along hexagonal lines, each fragment unique yet indispensable. Geometry speaks of unity through diversity. Separate pieces, perfectly fit. Together, they create strength. What lessons might we learn from this intricate inner world? The magician gently touches one half cube, which slides apart to reveal perfectly matched geometric seams. The internal cube transforms into a glowing house silhouette, then into a network of connected figures. Magic, like hope, is not just an illusion, it is a vision for what could be. Tonight, our magic act becomes reality. Let me introduce an organization dedicated to reshaping lives, much as we have reshaped this cube. This organization believes every unhoused person holds countless facets, like our cube within a cube. Their mission: to reintegrate individuals into society, restoring dignity, connection, and opportunity. Through housing, education, and compassionate support, they help each person fit back into the mosaic of community, no piece left behind. Just as our half-cubes unite to form a whole, so too can we build a world where everyone has a place. When we see geometry in humanity, hope is not just possible, it's inevitable. This act is a celebration of transformation of shapes and of lives. It invites all to see that, behind every structure, there lies a deeper story, one of hope, unity, and human possibility.
Thank you. I'm
It was
currently,
beautiful, John. Thank you
thank you,
so much.
thank you. I'm
Mhm.
currently working on my prototype shelter. I'm formed my own company and I'm working with engineers on 3D printing the corner joints and in my work with the unhoused in my city, I'm gaining great information on what works and what doesn't work. So I'm moving forward with this as an idea whose time has come.
Thank you, John. Could we
Thank
please
you.
show some love to John and his work, his amazing work? It's like magic, literally. So, yay. Thank you.
Glorious.
Bravo.
Thank you.
Bravo.
Up next, we have Robert E. Fishkin or Bobby. Bobby
Hello
has
there.
some,
Hello
yeah.
there. I'm here to share around the positive deviance that we can be in embassy to and from, because it turns out that each of us can recognize a brighter alternative future when we are inside of narrative, when we are inside of conversation, we can recognize what is the way in which our experience changes each person's ability to overcome limitations in their perspective on what's possible. And so the way to think about this is that I was journeying at an earlier point, in particular, on the idea of a universal library or a great library of positive deviance, which I still think has merit, it's but that's about all the examples that we collectively have. But it turns out it's not just the examples that we collectively have that matter. It's the examples that we're able to channel with transformation of each other by the way in which they are represented from an authentic place and with a liberation in the example. So positive deviance was originally in an earlier phase of 50 years ago in institutional circles, looking at the uh, out benefiting location, an area that gets particularly extraordinary life expectancy or some other dimension of benefit, and then you evaluate why or reverse engineer why. Then the solar punk field came to be, and that looked at positive deviance as can we have an example of compassion that is zenith. And for example, if when I think about how isolated we are in urban Western society, the example of Ruas in Brazil, where they have half homeless, half not homeless meals for decades, is an example I have channeled at that moment and learned helplessness. But that's an example of saying that if the expectation of the future is lack of compassion, that then that is an example to resolve or address that. Right. Or a couple generations ago, after World War II, my grandmother had met my grandfather in World War II in France and was flying to the US, but there weren't flights for years. But there was a cancellation on a Friday the 13th, and her anti superstition, in a sense, got me to exist indirectly because she was able to get a flight in that example in family lore. And that's an example that can be channeled where the ability to go against a default parameter that we might inherit or absorb from most osmosis, not always in our service, might be the positive deviance. But the concept of we have this rich context theory history in which people in Europe went on strike in order to have stretch goals, and then we have positive deviance examples that we could summon as from ourselves in a way that in moment we are an embassy from the person we are talking to a future we can give them access to through the liberation that example represents. And if we don't have the example directly, it can be channeled vicariously, but it's an example that we feel has an authentic liberation, a positive deviant example that represents an accurately personalized, targeted, custom liberation in which you can see the stretch goal realized in a in the example. And so I think that the idea is that that we are all in an embassy where we have conviction for the liberations that those examples that we have cherished enough to translate and reimagine again and again and again. And I think that that's small and large fractals, right? We because it's not always that we have the right level of abstraction. It's not that we've got within ourselves the multiples of the great library of positive deviance. I think it's great for the world to have many examples, but the challenge is that epistemologically we need to be able to translate the positive deviance into the type of experiential epistemology a person has structure for, right? And I think that that's, sometimes it's actually that the example is not a statistical example like the institutional ones of yore, but it's, stewardship hoarding is stewardship squandering is a mantra that I've been able to summon when there's a moment in context where I realize that you have to find a way to have radical collaboration emerge so that this is bright future bound, right? And so that's positive deviance of a mantra. It's positive deviance of a pattern integrity, to be back in Buckminster Fullerian thread, right? So the layer is to say, can we have agency every time we're in story that we're in conversation and there's a layer in which we have a liberatory set of examples as antidotes to the condition that a bright future is not accessible to our fellow human, and to be as much about complementing their reality with existing examples that might challenge their limitations but don't disable all of their examples in reality. It's like, how do we accept that each person is a universe to themselves, and yet every time we join their universe through story, and every time we find those stories that reflect the stretch goals that they can regain access to, that we can help them to rewild as potential. So I think that's a rewilding of potential through positive deviance, that anytime we're in conversation with friend, family, colleague, and there's a dystopian deterministic spiral, there's a self-limiting cascade effect that prevents them from envisioning sufficient to get to the bright future as a high probability for all, then, we have this medicine cabinet of positively deviant stories that we have an ability to channel. But the channeling of those is, I mean, the mantra example, the story could be a deep story where it feels like a simulation. It could be another kind of layer, that anywhere something has occurred makes it possible for it to occur again. But it's always an antidote of one. It's not saying that anything must be so, but becomes a unfoldability of bright potentiality. They could make it. It makes it plausible that a bright future is reachable and not just a spectral. And so I think that that's a reification function. And so this is about us regaining access to not just our understanding of the footprint to avoid, but the handprint to create. And part of that handprinting is to understand how we are the fusion of every example that we summon, and we are the fusion of every example that we summon into each conversational container as the experimental container by which dialogically each of us discover what we think is plausible, preferable, and that when we engage in that act with rewilded regenerative spirit and solar punk frame, we're choosing to make the most preferred future more probable by raising the bar of what's plausible or possible, by fusing a dozen other layers of example that add dimensionality to each other's sense of what's possible. And if we could do that rightly, then there are always more dimensions to add in a Buckminster Fullerian sense to how bright a future can be. There's always more dimensions. The idea in solar punk that there's a future a trillion times brighter than the average future that we can get to is 27 orders of magnitude. And you can break that down into maybe we can get 1,000 times more compassion and 1,000 times more creative and 1,000 times more intuitive. And the whole point of rich context theory is each of those things is synergistic. And so each liberation we greet our friends with is synergistic. And suppose we find 10 opportunities for 10 different stories to intersect in journey over the course of a long journey with someone. We are a fusion powered reactor transforming each other and transforming the world. And so this is finding the Ubuntu in each other's positive deviance as a medicine library for each other's ills that we peer to peer provide together, not paraprofessionally, but in radical belonging that we create through a radical collaboration of narrative interweaving and intertwingularity that we find together. So, in that spirit, I wanted to acknowledge that we're finite time, and I want to express gratitude to giving the shape and time for this positive deviance, peer-to-peer protocolization that I've been sharing here. Thank you so much, Roxy and DSS.
Bobby?
Yes.
My name is Casey House, and that was one of the most brilliant. I just walked in probably halfway through that, but that was one of the most brilliant channelings of why this work is important that I've heard in a long time. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you so
I
much.
love your phrasing and the way that you contextualize that and put it into such a beautiful turning language on its head way that I think Bucky would be proud of. And I just am, yeah, I'm in awe of how you just framed that. So thank you so much.
Yar. I'm handing over to Roxy unless there's time for questions or comments, but otherwise, defer back. Thank you so much.
Hello, mateys. Bringing back a beautiful artist, Nico. Welcome back. Imagining embodied visions. Are you ready for this?
Hi there. I'm hearing a little bit low, but I hope you guys hear me. So, I'm gonna be taking you all, or we all, for an imaginary tour, imaginary trip to our future retreat center and home. And yeah, this is the first time I'll be guiding somebody to this vision, so it will be the first time for us all. I invite you all to close your eyes and take a couple of deep breaths. And as we are breathing, we can take our awareness into our body and let it wander. What's in your body at the moment? How do you feel within? And as we are feeling within, we can start to feel without. A warm, sunny air on our skin. A light breeze of warm wind in our hair as we are walking towards something. In a green path surrounded by trees. What do you hear other than steps in the ground? Are there birds? Can you hear the wind in the leaves of the birch trees? We are here, all of us, to spark our creativity, to be inspired, and to dive deep into our inner world, the invisible world of our inner visions, to embody them and to make these visions visible, to bring them alive. We are greeted by a gate of sculptures, totem-like sculptures, as we enter to embodied visions. And we are encouraged to take our shoes off, to connect to the ground. How does it feel to walk barefoot on the field of flowers, the natural rocks, the pine cones, the needles? What do you see? Natural building, maybe. A studio space for artists like ourselves. A dance and yoga hall for movement, for the embodying of our invisible world. What do you smell as we are walking through this space? Fresh organic food, some herbal tea, people enjoying on the terrace of this small restaurant. Can you hear the kids playing in a short distance? Near our house, built of logs, blending into the scenery. We are on a small hill, making our way down towards the shore of a lake. Can you hear the river that's running behind the trees? Here we are invited to lay down on our backs on this field of flowers and feel the earth with our whole body. And as you are laying down on your back, what do you see in the sky? Are there some clouds, or is it totally clear? Can you see some subtle forms of light? If there are some clouds, can you see the layers, the thin layers that they are formed of? While we are watching the clouds move, we can notice the leaves move, the grass move, the butterflies move, and we are invited to start moving our body, maybe rolling on the ground, just feeling how does our body want to move now, dancing with the elements. We are encouraged to take contact with the trees, take contact with the rocks, and make our way even further towards the shore, dancing, moving, crawling, however it is your body wants to move now. And once we get to the shore, we are already sweaty, dirty, and we are invited to take a dip in the water, feel the water. How does the fresh Finnish lake water feel on your skin? How does it taste? And if you put your ears below the surface, what do you hear? After a nice fresh swim, we are back on the ground, trying out, and again coming back to our body. How does it feel to be now? What's in our mind now? How is our mind visualizing this feeling within? And how does it integrate with the surrounding nature? Beautiful smell of organic food reaches us, and we are invited to take a lunch. What's on your plate today? As we are eating, we are sharing our experience with other artists and people who have come here with us. How did it feel to dance with the elements? And our stomach full, we are headed to the studio. And entering, we will find a circle of pillows with a candle in the middle, and we are invited to sit down. We have our easels and empty paintings behind us. and we are invited to sit with our inner world for a little while. To inquire what wants to come through us in this moment. What vision are we holding within that wants to be visible in the future? And slowly we take our sketchbooks that we brought with us and our pencils, and we start drawing. In this moment, it doesn't matter what we are drawing. We are just moving our hand and letting it go. If something arises, it's good. And if we just keep circling around, it's good too. We are letting our body do the work. Maybe you came with a vision you wanted to paint. Maybe you are still searching for it. It's okay. We are invited to start mixing our colors. How does it feel to put the colors on your palette? Are you putting bright colors or earthy colors? What kind of brushes do you have? Are they large, small, rounded, or square? And how large is your painting? Is it a small one? Or is it a huge one? So our colors of our choice, and with our brush, we start slowly layering down the first layer of background colors. Do you hear the brush strokes on your painting? Are they rapid or slow? Are they abstract? Or are you already painting something you're seeing in the canvas? We're all being guided through this process of bringing our vision forth and step by step making it visible. After a day of creating, it's time that we take a break now. We can look what we have in front of us. Take a few steps back and gaze. What's on your canvas? Notice the colors, the forms, the energy, the flow. And notice if you see something you didn't see before. And we are guided outside to take a walk, to connect with nature again. Because in the evening, we are coming back for a session of ecstatic dance to further move our body and our mind within our invisible world. We are dancing through different waves, emotions, rhythms, staying in silence, expressing ourselves non-verbally, letting go of the day and inviting the next one. And while we are slowing down, coming down of the last wave of the dance, we are invited to touch our bodies with our hands, to press our body parts, the legs, the hands, to bring our awareness back to this moment, and slowly open our eyes. Welcome back. Thank you for the visit.
Thank you, Nico. That was so nice to be able to have such a full-bodied moment of grounding and an ability to envision what we can all create together, what's deep inside of our grounded soul. It was really lovely. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I'm very excited to be able to introduce Doc Ricci. I've really enjoyed getting to know Doc little by little here and there in Cohort 4, and just say a little bit about Doc. Doc is a social transformation artist, a governance futurist, and possibility strategist advocating for a co-governed future. Welcome, Doc.
Thank you, Rex. Uh-oh.
Microphone check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
It's great online.
That's you.
Hello, hello, hello.
I'm trying to be your hype woman
Eerie,
back here.
eerie, eerie.
We're all so excited for your poem, your piece, your share. Doc, you're incredible.
Thank you, Roxy. Are we good on sound check?
We're good. Take
Yay.
stage.
Hey y'all, I'm Doc. Thanks for hanging out with us. I have a few ditties about Jack and Diane. Just kidding. About us. The first one is called Chemistry. So far, heart scientists know the molecular composition of hope consists of expectation and desire. What other atoms does it have in common with you? 2. Spring perpetual. How can an overcast be nourishing? How the bay will always leave you close, so close to bloom. Spring fruits out before us. Motherland stands terra firma, waiting for your presence, consciousness, and intention, not to wish or to wait, but to steward heaven to earth. 3. Green. Apples, grapes, artichoke, fern, bamboo, broccoli, forest, watercress, thyme, marjoram, oregano, rosemary, sage. Green has been reported as a color of jealousy, but is it also a shade of grateful? The fire this time. Bahar teaches me as I set periphery to the fire about shofar, a musical horn blown to wake the soul, reminded to atone for its actions, to repent, to be present to its maker. Shofar. I almost say, insofar, insofar as I am, as she is, as he is, as they are, as he was to our evolution. How manyth of a species, an apex, would we be to also extinct our rock, or to compress the traumas in the living being into just that, a rock that can't breathe, its blood's oxygen suffocated by microorganisms, the repair cells with war skills too soft to withstand. But in the fire this time, my friends play magic. They play music, they gather magic and their hearts around the fire. And I wonder to the times that I wonder the question, what were you doing at the end of the world? Were you loving, connecting, sparkling, twinkling, swanging? Were you freeing yourself? Were you freeing someone else? Were you making do? Were you making magic? Were you making worth? Were you making worth any of the things any of us do to make the living worth suffering, make the suffering worth living, worth being loved through? Were you making love? Were you being love through it? Were you love? Are you? Have you? Are you love through to the end of the world? Love into, making a world worth loving into. Loving like this is not anything like the beginning of anything looking like a good beginning in sight, not even a downfall. Well, depending on how romantic, how romantic, depending on how romantic you can get. What were you doing at the end of the world that brought, that fucked, that wrought, the fight that wrought us together? What were you doing at the end of the world? Were you loving? Are you fighting to make more moments worth living, worth loving, worth not ending for? Thank you.
That is a very good human being who just shared that poetry. One of the joys of getting to be here on the ground has been get to know Doc and see the way they show up to tend us all in this space right now. Thank you so much for that poetry. And it's my absolute delight and pleasure to welcome from the interwebs, from very far away, an amazing artist that I'm just getting to know, Hristovolanti Ferenci Maras. was a computational artist exploring synthetic emotion, multi-species ecologies, and immersive audiovisual systems that connect human, non-human, and artificial life. Please welcome Chryso Volanti to the stage.
Hi everyone, thank you for the introduction, Ari. Let me see here. Zero sound. All right, I'll be sharing some slides. Right. So let's see. So this work in many ways emerges from a reverie. By reverie, I mean it in the phenomenological sense, as has been described by Gaston Bachelard, a way of knowing through relating, through daydreaming toward what feels true. It is a way of knowing that resonates with what Umberto Maturana later described as emotioning, a knowing that arises through our continuous engagement with the world. And I mention this here because it begins to outline the ontological framework of emotion that I will be developing throughout this work. I experienced this reverie during my visit at a remote fisherman's village, which happens to be my grandmother's birthplace. There I felt a form of isolation, but it wasn't from relation, rather it was a shift in it. I stepped away from the roles that usually define me, a student, an artist, a daughter, sister, partner, friend, and in doing so my relations began to change, from social structures to environment, from human-centered interactions to the more than human world. Then I began to know differently, not through analysis, but through exposure, through the sea, the sun, the heat, the wind, and the rhythms of non-human life. And it was within that way of knowing that something unexpected occurred. Monarch butterflies appeared along the Laconian coast, far from their native North American habitat. Carried by atmospheric forces, they had crossed oceans. And I began to wonder what it means to be carried by forces larger than oneself. Forces that shape survival, adaptation, and movement across space. The question led me across philosophical traditions, to Zhangzi, who questioned the boundary between dreaming and being, between human and non-human, and to the Greek notion of psyche, the same word used for butterfly and soul. Across both Eastern and Western traditions, the butterfly becomes a way of thinking about how inner life is shaped by forces beyond the self. And this is where something shifted for me. What if these were not only metaphors? In that rare encounter of monarch butterflies so far from their home, and myself so far removed from human structures, I kept thinking, can this connection move from the symbolic into the material? Not only what does the butterfly represent, but what does it share with us, physiologically, ecologically, and materially? This is where I begin to think through Ome, our shared mother, the earth not as background, but as a living system in which all life is embedded. Within this understanding, the environment is not external. It is something that continuously acts upon us. The butterfly as an ectothermic organism is entirely shaped by environmental conditions, like temperature, wind, sunlight, and perhaps less visibly, so are we. And if this is the case, then what we call emotion begins to shift. Emotion is not something we contain. Emotion is a way of relating. It is how we attune to the world, how we move with it, how we learn its rhythms. A kind of pulsation between body, environment, and other living systems. In this sense, emotion is not separate from reverie. It is its continuation. If we think of the planet in this way, it becomes a field of polyrhythmic activity, a composition of atmospheres, species, and migrations interacting continuously. Within that field, emotion becomes a relational tone. So the question shifts, not what is emotion, but how can it be composed? How can it emerge across systems? It is within this shift that I begin to think through what I call synthetic emotions. Not artificial, but emotions that arise through the interaction of environment, physiology, and perception. And this is where the methodology begins. If emotion is a way of relating, then this relation must also have a material dimension. It must take place within the body through processes that are continuously responding, adjusting, and oscillating. This is where physiology becomes central. One way this becomes perceptible is through endocrine processes, through hormonal regulation. The thyroid gland in humans, which carries the form of a butterfly, regulates metabolism and energy through ongoing chemical oscillations. At the same time, monarch butterflies as ectothermic organisms regulate their entire existence through environmental forces. What becomes visible here is that internal states emerge through continuous interaction with the environment. This is the condition I work with, and if that's the case, then the question is no longer only how to understand these relations, but how to engage with them. And here is where the ethical dimension emerges. If emotion is relational, it cannot be approached through extraction or control. Drawing from Roy Ascott, I approach this as a technoetic practice, one that uses technology to attune to these relations. So the question becomes, what kind of systems can we build that do not represent these relations, but allow us to enter into them? And this is how the work takes form. As a polytope of synthetic emotions, a polytope understood here as many places, many presences, a transparent architecture through which multiple beings and processes coexist. This draws inspiration from Yanis Xenakis, whose polytopes brought together light, sound, and suspended structures to create immersive spatial compositions. In my work, this becomes a transparent multimedia architecture where biological, environmental, and computational processes are brought into relation. The installation unfolds as a constellation of nodes, each corresponding to conditions that affect butterfly physiology. Across the space, these nodes form a field, mapping not a single location, but the multiple places that monarch butterflies migrate through. As a whole, the installation becomes a polytope of migration, a special composition of distributed environments. Within this system, butterfly physiology is modeled as a dynamic process. This process generates sound through the sonification of hormonal regulation and is distributed across speakers embedded in its node. At the same time, environmental recordings, wind, waves, leaves, birds are composed in a 10.1 surround field of sound. Light moves across the structure, expressing these processes through pulsation and synchronization. Participants move through this space, absorbing light and sound as if entering an internal living system. The body does not just perceive the environment, it participates in it. And in doing so, the installation becomes an instrument for synthesizing emotion across species. This is where the ontological framework of emotion that I mentioned at the beginning begins to take form, not as something located within the individual, but as something that emerges through relations between bodies, environments, and systems. So I return to the question that I began in Reverie. Euripides once wrote that the sky is shared by all humans. Today, I want to extend that proposition, and in the spirit of Buckminster Fuller's teachings, what if the sky is not only shared among humans, but across all forms of life? And if that is the case, what kinds of technologies and what kinds of ethics would be required for us to truly inhabit that idea? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valanti. I loved how you discussed the relationship between the butterflies as well as the conversations that our nervous systems and the different systems with our bodies have with it, therefore evoking emotion. I love your project, and you're so thoughtful in everything that you say and do, and very intentional. So it's an honor to be able to see how your work has progressed over the span of time. Cheers.
I'm honored. Thank you so much. Thank you.
So, hello everyone. Good.
Hold on, Umukeri. Elle is pulling up your bio. So I'll come up and say hi. I am so glad that you're here. Thank you for all that you do. And we're really looking forward to this. And Elle is going to come up and share a little bit about your background for everybody who doesn't know you yet. They are so lucky that they get to meet you today. And thank you also, Valanti. So great to hear more about the project and how it's evolving and really feel all that's underneath it. You ready, Elle? Fabuloso.
Hello, Carrie. When they told me that I was introducing you, I got very, very excited. So I'm really excited to introduce you, fellow African sister. Umukeri is a coach. Umukeri Jallo is also a polymath, an Ikigai alignment coach, an education architect, and a think tank practitioner working at the intersection of African wisdom, future technologies, and human flourishing. Her work greatly focuses on Ubuntu characteristics and modalities, and the fact that a lot of her work is literally based on her own practices. She really walks the walks and talks the talk. And so to be able to see you flourish throughout the cohort has been amazing to see, and I'm so excited for you to continue to explore the different intersections of your work.
Thank you so much for that warm introduction. Above all else, I am a storyteller. I love telling stories, and I've done that since I was a little girl. And this is another story I want to tell about my project with the Design Science Studio. So it's not an idea because it is something that I already have blueprints for. It's called the Jardiji Kawindi Institute. The term Jardiji Kawindi means wonderful gardens in the Pol or Fulani language. I'm half Kenyan, half Malian. My dad was from Mali. He was from the Fulani people in Mali. And I have named this project or this institute as an homage to him. So it's a living Afro-Solar Punk school for ancestral intelligence, regenerative futures, and ethical technology. I can't see the slides though, so should I share my end from my end?
Sorry, I just saw that you would like us to share your slides for you. So I am pulling that up. It's in the folder, yes?
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. Give me just 2 seconds and I will get that open. Thank you for your patience. I see it here. Fabulous. Okay, it is downloading. Great. I have them. I'm just going to pull them on full screen and then I will screen share. Okay, there we go. Just let me know when you want me to go to the next slide, okay?
Wait, not. Okay. There we go. So yeah, I designed the logo. It's myself, so it's still a work in progress. But the institute is like a tree that makes majority of the scaffolding. So that is why I chose a tree to be part of the logo. Yeah. Next. So that's me. I'm a coach. I walk the talk. I first had to go through an alignment internally before I could teach it to my clients. And so far, so good. At least I'm seeing some movement in my clients' lives. So, yeah. I love this picture. These are 3 Malian women. I unfortunately did not get a chance to connect with cousins from my dad's side because he moved to Kenya and he had his family with my mom in Kenya, and he died and was buried in Kenya. But this is an image that I came across, and I imagined my cousins in Mali would look like this. So even if I don't know these women, they embody how my first cousins from my dad's side would look like. And these are the women that I have in mind when I am designing this studio, this institute called the Jadriji Kawindi. Next. So this is the University of Sankore in Mali. And at some point in Timbuktu, it was a center of learning in old Mali. And the story is quite fascinating for those who have done a deep dive of the education institutions in old Mali. It was thriving and bustling at some point. Books were treasured, and we still have the Malian manuscripts. That is also a rabbit hole you would want to go down, and it will be very satisfying, to say the least. So have this in mind when you look at the next 2 photos. Yes, I've explained this. So this is from around 988 AD and developed later by Mansa Musa. It featured a comprehensive curriculum covering theology, astronomy, medicine, law, and mathematics. It held up to 25,000 students at its peak. So you see, education was not what it is today from that long time ago, especially in the African continent. I have lived in Africa all my life, and I have not once traveled out of continental Africa. And this is a story that I'm telling from that lens. So Jarediji is a center of the University of Sankore was a center of excellence in Timbuktu once. My plan is to bring back that faded glory through an Afrofuturistic lens. That is the lens that I am using to create my project. Next. So this is an image of what the Institute would look like from the entrance. I played with my AI tools and came up with this image because we are doing some future casting here, and I would love to see this come to fruition and walk this pathways full of mosaics and the domes and the solar panels, and it's just a vibe. It's so refreshing. Next. The next slide, please. So we have this. This is now in detail. This image is in detail of how I look at the Jarediji Kawindi Institute. I will avail my slides so that you can have a better glimpse of the picture. But yeah, this is something that I would really like to bring into the material world, because I have seen where every brick lays and where every plant should be placed in my visions when I was doing a lot of future casting for this institute. Next slide. So the topic of today is the future of African women in AI. And I believe that this is a very timely way of asking it, because especially with the planetary alignments and with Uranus doing its thing with technology, we are about to see some great acceleration in AI. And I wouldn't want to be left out in the beneficial projects that will come out of this rush now, because the status is currently that there's an uptake of professional use of AI by African women, but there are things that I have noticed that need to be changed. I thrive in justice and what that means, especially for the African woman in different areas. I have dabbled in spaces, especially with the Red Cross. I have been a member of the Red Cross since I was a teenager, and justice was a main theme in many of my works. So this was timely, especially when it came to coming up with a concept for my project as part of cohort 4. So the table of contents with these slides, they are not that many, but they are very heavy, because Jarediji Kawindi, in essence, is a living trim tab. So I'll take you through the introduction, the diagnosis, the African philosophies in action, the vision, the 5 pillars, and the action plan. So what comes to mind when African women in AI is mentioned? I know there's a lot of exercises and events and happenings that are going on, especially when you just type that out on LinkedIn, African women in AI. A lot of women are doing great things in AI. I ask the question, what is ethical and how can we solve the problems that are listed in this slide? We have a gender gap in STEM, and that is something that is, it's not worrying, it's just that it needs to be streamlined, so to speak. And then there's access inequality. There's a data bias and repression. I can talk more about this in another session. And then we have infrastructure limitations. We all know that we do not house heavy duty data centers on the continent as compared to what OpenAI and Anthropic are doing. Yet we, as Kenyans, are among the top users of these AI tools, especially GPT, Anthropic. There's even there's a vibe going on in Nairobi right now where everyone is redoing their life mission using the Anthropic Claude tool to do that, and it's even doing rounds in social media. So yes, Kenyans use AI a lot. And then there's also a brain drain versus brain circulation. And finally, there is a funding disparities, because a good idea without funding is just that. It's just a good idea on paper. So we have to also create the environment where these good ideas come to life through funding. Next. So I did a diagnosis before I even applied for my application for the cohort. And the diagnosis is that AI is racing and in the wrong direction. There's a lot of updates, there's a lot of new tools, a lot of new tricks that you can apply to make AI work for us and integrate. I remember during one of my classes, one of my lecturers was telling us that he is in charge of making his department at work fully AI compliant, and he was given 3 months to do so. And what did that mean? That meant that in 3 months, some people had to lose their jobs. And that is worrying, especially in the current economy that we have in not only in Kenya, but across Africa. So it is extractive and it's not regenerative. So data is mined from communities and profits are returned to shareholders. Africa as a resource and not as an author. So it's also colonially framed, training data encoded in English, shaped by Western epistemology. African wisdom systems are absent in most of these AI tools. And then we have technically advanced but spiritually poor. This one was heavy for me because these tools have been optimized for output, but they are unable to hold tension, to restore relationships, or to act with wisdom as compared to how we used to live with each other in society in Africa before colonization. And we finally have bodies present working with the AI, but wisdom absent, because some people still believe that whatever AI churns out is the gospel truth, and far from it. So African users and data are in the model. African values, governance, and direction is not. So this is the picture of a Malian guy. He's from the Gere Wall, and that's also a rabbit hole you need to go down because he has to make sure that his teeth and his eyes are white and they are beautiful so that young ladies can choose him as a possible suitor. So it's quite interesting. Next. So there's an overlooked insight where these African cosmologies are in alignment with AI frameworks. I've taken a class called African Philosophy when I was doing my undergrad in international relations, and I came across very many African philosophies, and I chose to stick with these three. First, there's Ubuntu. I am because we are. And Ubuntu is basically a relational ethics framework that places community coherence above individual optimization. It directly addresses AI alignment problems of misaligned incentives. And yes, that is Ubuntu. So all my work is basically around Ubuntu and all these other philosophies. Before I act, I look at what principle and what philosophy I'm applying, and then I act. Kehoto. Kehoto means justice in Kikuyu. It's a Kikuyu word from my mom's side. And it means justice, balance, and right relationship as operating principles. And this is a living governance system for how agents should act within a larger ecosystem. So the justice bug in me is very happy when we talk things Kehoto. Finally, there is the principle of Pulaku. This is from Fulani, my dad's side. Pulaku also means justice, balance, and right relationship. It also means that a living governance system for how agents should act in the larger ecosystem. So Pulaku and Kehoto are the same, and they have been working in the different regions that they belong to very well. There's documented evidence on how this synergy with justice and spirituality on the continent was a tough nut to crack for colonialists immediately after visit immediately or during the Berlin conference when they were divvying up Africa according to administrative boundaries. This had to be broken so that people became alone and scattered so that colonization could take root. But now we are looking forward and restoring justice, through the African principles, and these are just 3 of the many that are available on the continent. It's a conversation that I would like to carry on. Yeah, just let me know. Next. So the vision, this is now the vision, what I future casted when I read up what I'm supposed to do. I want to set up this not just as a school, as a living ecosystem. So the Jardiji Kawindi, a place where African women and youth engage in artificial intelligence as an apprentice to human wisdom, not a replacement, and as a tool of sovereignty, creativity, ecological restoration, cultural preservation, and economic liberation. So we are prioritizing coherence over speed, harmony over scale, and restoration over disruption. So basically, the future of this institution relies heavily on the foundation and the principles that we'll take to put it up, to set it up. So we have 5 pillars from the Institute, what it will actually do and what it actually does, because I always speak in present tense, especially for things that I want to see materialize into the physical. 1, we'll have a herbal intelligence and AI, where we have an African medicinal plant archive, which is AI-assisted healing research, and a living herbarium. We'll also have eco-solar farms. This is something that I would want to start on within the next few months, especially now that I'm living on the Kenyan coast and the weather is fabulous here. So yeah. We also have number 2, which is sound, frequency, and consciousness, where we can use sound as code, rhythm as regulation. I would love to play the handpan. We can have some drums, some vocal healing integrated with herbal ritual. So this is something that I would really like to have as a studio here. And I've already gotten some space that this can go on happening, even as we look at setting up the whole school. We also have number 3, which is an Afro Solar Punk design studio, where we have earthen domes, solar glass, living walls, and the campus is the prototype of the world it teaches. So once we reach the physical stage of having a physical campus, this would be the ideal structure and design of the campus. The 4th one, we'll have an ancestral technology vault, where we have digital archives of oral histories, governance systems, spiritual technologies, which are governed by an elder council. I'm deeply interested in this because especially there was a lot of concerted effort of banning of books and libraries in Africa all through the colonization period, and some histories were lost, some tribes, some groups of people are still missing some important bits of their history, and this is something that we can all look at as a challenge to just get this information, even if it is in like hard copy books, and avail them to the right audience. Next. So we have finally the last pillar. It will be a regenerative futures and AI literacy hub, where we will be training technologists, designers, and cultural architects with decolonial AI frameworks. And I would want this to come out in the form of a lot of storytelling and different ways of telling stories, especially through the transmedia. I have identified some young men and women in Kenya who do amazing work with culture and storytelling. There are some who write comic books and the graphics and the visuals. So this is another project that I would want to see come alive. Next. So a break from the many words. These are sights and scenes, and especially like people's faces from Mali. All these are Malians from the different cultural, I'll call them tribes or groups. And yes, My people from that side know how to dress and they love their color. And of course, because of the rich heritage, they've never let that go. So yeah, next. So the prototype is in three phases, and I'll go through them quickly. We have the first one, which we need 18 months. And from month 1 to 18, we should have had a founding cohort. The founding cohort will have 30 women going through a 6-month immersive program combining AI, herbal science, sound healing, and Afrofuturist world building. So think Bucky's work in Africa done by women, that sort of thinking. And then we also have an AI herbarium. We aim to have 200 plus African medicinal plants to be digitized with multilingual metadata, oral knowledge, and AI plant recognition. This is within the first 18 months from kickoff. And then the third, we have a sound and frequency lab where it can be a revenue generating wellness space from month 4, and simultaneously a research hub mapping African sonic lineages. I plan to incorporate this as part of my coaching offering. So yeah, let's see what that entails. The fourth one would be an eco herbal garden. That is like half an acre of permaculture land with an AI assisted solar irrigation, a living classroom and production space, because I would want to take children who are in the neighboring schools can have a visit and see what's actually going on, and also now replicate the same in their homes as well. We also have the fifth one, the herbal apothecary, where we'll have a product line generating earned revenue from month 6, connecting African plant knowledge to wellness markets. And of course, now within the apothecary, I have my blend of teas that I have been prototyping as well. I usually work with hibiscus and star anise. So there's something good cooking from my end. I'll let you all know once it's ready. Next. This is a phase 1 budget. Very simple. We're asking between $175K to $300K. And this is now, I have a detailed financial breakdown. So these are not just random figures. It is an 18-month seed phase, and it will be based in Nairobi, Kenya. And then 35 to 40% of the earned revenue should come up by month 18. So it's not just something that will look beautiful, but it will also benefit the economy and profits. A key milestone will have 30 women who will be certified through the institute. We'll have a live AI herbarium already set up and growing, and we'll also have an apothecary generating revenue for the institute. Phase 2. Yes, I've just mentioned phase 1. Phase 2 is growth and integration. That will be between month 19 and 36. We will need 600K to 900K. Again, I have a detailed financial breakdown if you're interested. So we aim to have 3 regional hubs, one in East Africa, West Africa, and then we can look at the other areas that would really benefit from having a hub there. We aim to have 1,000 women trained in African-owned AI models. So this can be from the brainstorm session to the setting up of the tools and everything else after. So it's an ongoing process, especially when it comes to like the heavy infrastructure, because we are starting this from scratch. And then I would also love to have university research partnerships. I'm already talking to my alma mater, the United States International University in Africa, where they are interested. Actually, the deputy vice chancellor, he showed his interest after I sent him a proposal. So let's see how that goes as well. And then we can have a full digital platform that is live. The final phase, we can have global influence. So from months 37 to 60, will have $2 million to $3.25 million. And within that money, we will look at 10,000 women trained. We also want to cultivate into a diaspora network and activate it well within the ecosystem. We will also look at having a global model for the regenerative AI, not just for Africa, but for all the other nodes across the globe that are looking into regenerative futures. We also look at having be self-sustaining by year 4. And of course, finally, we will look at having AI ethics authority within Africa as an institution. So we can also have some contributions, especially when it comes to policy making on the continent. Next. So this is in a nutshell, the visuals of the impact we are building towards, the numbers that tell a different story of Africa, 10,000 women trained in AI literacy, 5 regional hubs across Africa, 200 plus medicinal plants and in an AI herbarium. By 200, I'm being modest because we have a lot of medicinal plants that we are discovering. I belong to a lot of WhatsApp groups of like young women who are working with herbs, and they're coming up with beautiful blends that I would want to showcase as well. And yes, finally, by the 4th year, we should be self-sufficient, and we should also now be funding other projects that are emanating from the students that go through the institute. Next. Yeah, so we have, once we have the financial stability, the regenerative revenue model, we have three silos. We have the earned revenue, the mission capital, and the ethical commerce. With the earned revenue, we have the herbal apothecary. It can generate $3,000 per month within month 12 if structured well. And then we have the sound healing sessions, everything from the handpan to the sound bowls. That's 2.5K. And then we can have certification of the people that go through the cohorts, the women and the girls. Apart from those that will benefit from scholarships, the ones that can pay for it will have ideally between $800 to $1,000 per participant. And this is subject also to, there's wiggle room for these figures because we also have to look at what are we offering these people. And then finally, we'll have the immersive retreats as well, where it can go anywhere between $800 to $1,000 per participant. And now with the immersive retreats, we can look at now also focusing on women leaders so that now they become agents of planting a seed in their different communities as well, because this is something that you pass on, like lighting a candle, for example. And then the mission capital, we can look at having an NGO plus donor-funded training, foundational grants. These are just organizations that I came up with, Ford, Rockefeller, MacArthur, Schmidt Futures, Impact Investment Rounds, and government partnerships. I should look at, by the time we are partnering with an institution, we will look at their ethics and if their work is people-centered, and if it is, that is a go-ahead. That's a sure bet we can work with them. And then finally, we have the ethical commerce, where we have digital courses and cultural intellectual property. We will also have ethical AI consulting from the Institute. We have global wellness market access and a diaspora network licensing as well. So this is something that once you learn, you are free to teach as well. Yeah. Next. This is a launch schedule, very straightforward. After kickoff, the first month, the campus opens and the cohort begins. We want to start virtually. We can learn virtually before we go into a physical location. By month 4, we should have a sound lab and revenue live. So this means that the space that I have identified to have the studio can be up and running once we have the funding. And then by month 6, apothecary products should be launched because research and development has already been started. Let's just say we have all the recipes of all the teas and all the products from the apothecary, so to speak. By month 19, we should have paid certification with the cohort launch at the Jardiji Kawindi Institute. And then finally, by month 18, between 35 and 40% of earned revenue. This is something that needs to be self-sustaining within a few years, because also we are looking at women and girls that are looking to have their careers and their ways of earning and living being in harmony with the regenerative futures, because that is what I want to bring to the world. People start thinking of not just what does this venture put in my pocket, but how does does this serve community? How does this serve the future generations? Ideally, it would, in an ideal situation, I would want it to serve like 7 generations. So this is long-term thinking, and especially with the strategy, it's a slow burner, but it's there. It's already there. Next. So this is an invitation. The 3 ways where you, who's listening to this presentation, can co-create with us. 3 silos again. 1, the old-fashioned partnership where there's no cost, but it's high value. We can have a conversation on how we can partner, but our principles should be based on Ubuntu. Ubuntu is I am because we are. We can co-design systems architecture, provide design science methodology, connect us to aligned funders, and host joint sessions on African cosmology as AI alignment framework and share intellectual scaffolding. So we are open to partnership on that front. The second silo is seed funding catalysts. So ideally a seed between $5K to $25K, where we can get seed grants for the AI herbarium and curriculum design, cohort scholarships, that is $1,500 per woman. We can have sound lab or garden equipment, named founding supporter status, and co-author with impact reports. So this is the second silo. And the final silo, strategic connectors for introductions and networks. And that is why I'm very grateful to be part of the Design Science Studios, because I am already in class with cohort 4 with amazing humans and all the wonderful work that they're already doing and all their class projects. And I'm simply in awe. Yeah. So the introductions to academic research, partnerships, and impact investors, we should be looking at different connectors, so to speak. Next.
Thank you so much, Umukari, for giving us a tour of just like your holistic application of AI and how it can be justly used. Can you tell me where you are again? And the tribes that you're referring to?
I'm in Kikambala, Mombasa, Kenya. The tribes I'm referring to, they are Fulani and Kikuyu.
Thank you. I love how you even showed the Maasai and mentioned like the application to the face, because here where I am, I live in Oakland now, but a lot of people in the States like to use it to make themselves look better on LinkedIn. And so, you're like, ah, it looks better when I was 26, I'm just gonna go with that. And like, now you're 40, at least, so, eyes white. And then also the herbal applications and the environmental places that can be immented. It was a really holistic tour. And yeah, thank you for that tour. Next up, we have Daniel Lindenberger. Daniel's focus is on mycelial approaches to the metacrisis, and it involves community and emergent action on the bioregional scale across regeneration, resilience, and relief with an emphasis on gameful design.
Awesome.
Take
Yeah,
it away,
thank you.
Daniel.
Perfect. And what I'm going to do is going to be playful rather than giving a long presentation. I'm just going to give a little taste of a bunch of different pieces, spend a short time on it. And if there are things that spark for you, either ideas or questions, throw them into the chat. And then afterwards, we're going to see how many of those we're able to riff through. So let me dive in. So as was mentioned, I'm Daniel Lindenberger. I'm coming in, and Metachrysalis is a gameful framework for bioregional flourishing that we're working on. It has a few different moving parts that we'll talk a little bit about. Let me get my thing working here. It is being cranky about presenting. Let me try that one more time. There we go. So is that showing up? I will take silence as
It's in the first slide.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Oh, there we go. New Zoom. So how things started was a 6-month fellowship on mycelial approaches to the metacrisis, and doing a lot of thinking about how do we make a lot of stuff that can be very heavy, very complicated, and kind of paralyzing for folks into something where instead we find our agency, we find our joy, we find our innovation and play, and we find the ability to engage and partner with other people on experiments on how we make things better and navigate and turn what is often the downward spiral of metacrisis into an upward spiral of metachrysalis. I'll quickly name a quote that I frequently use, which is from Jane McGonigal saying, "Games make us happy because they're hard work that we choose for ourselves." And it turns out that almost nothing makes us happier than good, hard work. It's easy for us to forget this when we live in an exploitative, extractive, capitalist, consumerist, throwaway culture. But when we aren't engaged in that way, hard work is something people love when we have the bandwidth for it. I'll reference lightly here the trim tab philosophy of Buckminster Fuller. Everyone there I know kind of already knows that, so I won't dive into it overly far. But I'll say that idea of what we can individually do is something that's really important. We look through 8 different facets of the meta crisis. And in each of them, we kind of explore how those play out in given regions. Everything we're doing is very regional. We also look at these 8 facets that are the corresponding facets of how we make things better, resilient renaissance and shared epistemic approaches and equitable commons and adaptive stewardship and other pieces that are there. People in what we're doing make character sheets of who they are as people. And if you go into the New Art City worlds that we have, you'll have a chance to dive into that more deeply. But there's 16 different roles or classes that people can multi-class to identify how they play in the world. What is it that they do? Do they work with conflict? Do they bring resources together? Do they welcome people or initiate things or caregive or whatever it might be? Then people make their character sheets. This is our amazing bog witch, Karen Lemke, who works in the Midwest with Metachrysalis and is doing all kinds of fantastic engaging with people from a place of fantasy, but doing real work around a wide range of different issues, both ecological and social cultural. Another great example of someone who's in our network is Ben, a self-described spiritual space marine, and he has his character sheet. And through these character sheets, we can quickly grok a little bit about who are these people and what do they work on? And if I wanted to play, how might I play with them? So part of what we do when we do this is make the invisible of the change makers who just are out there quietly doing their thing visible, and more importantly, sometimes make the networks that are there, that those people are either participating in or can participate in, visible. More important than network is community. We're looking at building regional community in each of the different places where we have players. I won't go into these different parts, but there's a lot of parts about bioregional mind and what it means to be working bioregionally, which is really important in how we approach things. We connect globally, but we try to really work and thrive within the regions that we're in. As an example, from Milwaukee, here's a place where you can get access to this on the New Art City place as well. We look at how do all of these different facets play out in the world, in a specific locale, and how do those relate to who we are and the projects that we do. When we think about projects and think about self, another one of the pieces where we try to make the invisible visible is looking at resources other than just finances. We take the permaculture resources of material, natural, social, intellectual, experiential, cultural, spiritual, and we bring those resources together, we name them, we see where they are, and we see how we can weave the ones together that are at the table. The key thing being it's not about being acquisitive or scaling, it's about looking at what's already there and working with it. We have sort of three different modes: regeneration, resilience, and relief. And I'll talk a little bit about exciting things that are going on right now within Metachrysalis around those different modes. In regeneration, we just finished a 3-month pilot, taking 8 different change makers in our area, resourcing them $2,500 each, building community around what they're doing, and finding synergies in the work that they're up to. So you're able to actually go onto our website and find out more about the people, the projects they're doing, and increasingly about the connections between the projects that they're discovering as they go. On the resilience side, we've just had confirmation last week that we're going to be partnering with a major academic institution around open sourcing their simulation software that's used for cross-team training and crisis support. So from the resilience side, that's going to be something that's standalone, but also is going to become a part of how Metachrysalis works, so that we can do black swan, meta-crisis-oriented forecasting and play together in communities about how do we address the kind of concerns that are likely or unlikely to come up in our communities and to build more resilience around them. And from the relief side, we're working and partnering with one of our stewards and changemakers, Jesse Manis, around the infrastructure and community that she has growing around doing crisis response. So we're both integrating infrastructure from there into what we're doing, and we're finding that they're beginning to also be able to use some of what we've built for Metachrysalis infrastructure there to help orient around who's at the table when crisis happens, what is it that they're up to, and how does that work. I'm going to stop screen sharing now so I can see if there's any questions that came up. And it looks like there's not, which means that we're done. Oh, and I'll just mention, because this is actually really relevant info that you brought up there, Ryo Slavanti, that Thamazo, not just admiring, but wonder, and specifically the kind of wonder that Thamazo is often used to mean in ancient Greek, is the kind of awe that we're inspired by nature. So when you're looking out at a sunset on a mountain and are like, whoa, I can't believe that I get to live in a universe like this, that's Thamazo. So we try to bring that sense of play and wonder to all that we do. Thanks, that's it.
Daniel, it's been such a pleasure getting to know you through the program this year, and you're one of those humans. I'm blessed to have many of you in my life, but every time I learn about one more thing that you're doing, I'm just blown away at both the scope of your vision and your capacity to pull it off. So I tip my hat to you, and thanks for taking the time to share with us. It's my pleasure to share another person who fits into that category, Malcolm Knapp, who's an engineer, teacher, and systems thinker collecting stories of good futures. He works across the boundaries of engineering, art, economics, and community, searching for integration. Malcolm, welcome to the stage.
Hello, it's great to be here. Thanks very much for coming out and seeing everybody. It's been wonderful to go through the day and see all the projects people are working on and hearing more about them. I'm going to share my screen. Second. Oops. Okay. So I'm just getting myself set up here. We're going to be talking about an aspect of a project I've been working on for a while called Finding the Future. And so we'll get right into that. So what we're really focused on, the sort of talk for the day is called Collecting the Scattered Future. But just first, a little bit about me, a little bit more. I really practice the sort of what I call a holistic engineering. I went to do engineering in school, but I also did all the sort of philosophy and sociology. And so that type of system work is a center point of this project and all the work that I do. And what I've been exploring is a project called Finding the Future. This is really to deal with the fact, or sort of that this is a project that is in process. I've been developing this over the last 5 years. And it is really about how we've lost the story of our future. You know, the world is filled with a future we want to get to. The world is filled with apocalypse and with dystopias. And what we need to do is we need to create a new story for the future we want to have. And so that's what this project is about. It's about finding that story and then building the systems we need to get there. Now, that's what you see here. This is the whole project in sort of zoomed out. There are these 4 phases to it. That are part of it. I've talked about some of the others in previous salons. We're going to focus in on this one, the first step, which is called The Future of Your Own. And this is really about this work that I've been developing called the Realistopia experience. And this is really a preview of that work I'm developing now. It's the work I'm incubating in the Design Science Studio. And so you'll see sort of how that's developed and sort of where the direction we're going in. I'm going in with that project. To begin with, I want to thank the people who are helping with this project: Torben Umeda, David Knickerbocker, and Anders Acosta. Without them, they are helping realize the pieces of this, and it's been really great to work with them. But to come back to this part, you know, what we feel is that we do not have the story of the future. It's sort of, we look out in the world and we just are overwhelmed with the sort of news stories of natural disasters and now in war and all that stuff swirling around, and it really sort of overwhelms us. And it can't sometimes it sort of feels like there is that's the way the world is going, into this collapse. But what I say is that the future is there. It is just scattered. And that's why it's hidden. It's scattered across the world, and we have to collect it together. And so along with the theme, the sort of what is invisible, we sort of can't see it. And that's what this project is trying to bring up and make visible, make that future visible. And so to start with that, what I created was a box that's about collecting these stories. And I take this to events and talk with people there. And we go through a little exercise, the Realistopia experience. And then within that, they fill out this card. And what I get out of that is a piece of the future, a piece of a good future, the future that they want to see. And so that's what we can start at, sort of in the sort of blackness. You know, we can add that in, and we can sort of say, this is a piece that we want to build. And so here's one example. My piece of the good future is that the Mumbai coast can see dolphins again, and communities can rebuild their lives. That's one piece from one person. And we do another, and we add that in as well. We make only what we need within the Earth's resources and make them to last, or return them to the Earth, depending. And now we have two. And we go further. I've done this many times over the last year. And each person has added their piece. To this picture. So this is how I'm going about this. How am I bringing this to the surface? But as you can sort of see, this is just the beginning. And what I believe is that as we add each of these pieces together, we will get a narrative about the future that we want will come out of those, will emerge from that. That's what I believe. That's what I trust will happen. And you can sort of start seeing it together already. But this is only a small number. And what this is designed to do is this is a collaborative futurism project. I want to get everyone, as many people as I can, to add their piece into this story. You know, imagine that instead of, you know, there's 50 cards here, we had 1,000 or 100,000. Imagine that picture that we would create out of that story. And so that's what we're working on. You know, the cards are the input, but once you start getting up to big numbers, sort of seeing how those cards relate to each other becomes the question. And so that's what we're working on. I'm working with, this is Torben helping with the box, and Andros and David are helping with this part, about collecting those different pieces and creating things like this. This is a visualization about how to see these stories together. And you can start with one, and then we can relate other ones to it. And then what you end up with is a story that's sort of two-dimensional. You can go with any path in any order that you want. But there's an actual future there. And that's what we want people to be able to do. They add their pieces, they come to this space, and then they can find the future of their own, that future that you want to see. You can find it within this place. And so we're actually started building that. So we've taken all those cards and we've actually put them into a system that can now help us show the relationships between them. So here's a card. And then what you can do is oops. Select everything. And you can expand. Going a little slow. Give it a second. Okay, let's see if we can get this to go again. Okay, so we'll see if that always the things with live. What we're basically doing here is you can actually start seeing the connections between the different cards. So here's where we start. And what we've done is we've related each of the cards to each other. And so you can start seeing this map, this chart of the future starting to emerge out of things, out of them. So this is all the cards. And then in the middle is all the relationships that we found. And again, as we look at this, this is not set up in a way, this is just the sort of starting point for this. But the source of this is people and what they want. And we take from that and look at that. And then from this group of relationships that we found, again, the idea is that you can start seeing some future emerge out of them. And then you can turn it around. And you can look at the relationships themselves. And you can see, if you choose garden, for example, you can see all the different people who've said something about that. And each one of those adds a piece to what a garden should be in this future. And you can start seeing the map of how those different things come together. And finally, what we have is what I hope to have is this idea of those pieces, those relationships, adding up to something more, adding up to something that is sort of, how do they all relate to them? What is the bigger system beyond them? What are those systems we need to build? Can those come forward from this? I'll try this one more time because it's so cool when it does work. So okay, so going back to here, and I'll come back in. So this is, again, like I said, a preview. We will want, this is just the beginning. We have the systems on the sort of to support this process. And what we want to do is continue this until we have enough of these pieces that we can create what I call as the realistopia. This is, again, a sort of a terminology to be between, dystopia and utopia. This is the real place, made out of real, what people really want, and what we all want collectively, collaboratively to create. And so that's really what I want to do here, is I want to say that at the end of this experience, you walk out of it and all those things, those things in the world, all the news and all of the problems we have are still there. But then you start noticing the pieces of the good future that are there, the pieces that do exist. Those will start, they'll sort of sparkle. You'll pick them out. And that is the whole point of this project, is that when we can start noticing those pieces, we can start putting them together, and then we can actually find the future again. So this is a collaborative storytelling project. It is a collaborative world building project. And I want to invite you all to join in. I want your pieces. I want the pieces of the future that you want to see. And I want to do that at the final show, at the Regeneration Rising show. We'll be having an online version of this. We'll be having an in-place version of it as well. And I want to see the story of the future that we can create. And the story we can create together. So that is collecting the scattered future. That's how we're doing it. That's the plan. This is me. Here's the project. You can go to the QR code. We'll go to the website, or you can contact me directly if you have more questions. And thank you very much.
Appreciate watching this project come together and come to life, and I can't wait to see it in its full unfolding in person at the summit. It's my pleasure now to introduce to you all Mariana Grossman, who advances climate solutions and community resilience through her professional and volunteer work. Being a loving mother motivates her to work for a restorative society and economy. Please welcome Mariana Grossman.
Someone's gonna pin my screen. Will somebody be doing that? Well, welcome everybody. This has been an amazing day, and I know it will continue to be. I have a presentation to share. There I am. Hello, everybody. I have a presentation to share, and it really flows nicely from what Malcolm just shared and several of the other ones. Oh, I have my images reversed. Okay. Let me share my screen. So during the pandemic, I organized 4 workshops called Remembering the Future. And we took people from around the world on a guided vision of into the future to talk to our ethical descendants or our biological descendants to find out what we did in the present day that made a difference to them. And on every of these 4 journeys, I discovered that I had created a center for resilience right in my home. And I am doing that now. And I don't know if there's going to be time for dialogue, but I hope there is. And I'm going to be asking you a question of, I'll describe the center I'm building right at my home and ask what you would value in a neighborhood center, what would make you want to go and participate. Okay, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about my vision. I'll give you a project overview, and then we'll have some dialogue and brainstorming. So what would intrigue you to get involved in this project if you lived in our neighborhood, or if you wanted to participate virtually? How can I do a better job of sharing resources and the decision-making process in building and creating this center? And then how to inspire and encourage others to take action and to connect to other hubs of resilience. So, as I said, I did this visioning workshop that I helped organize during the early days of the pandemic. And I saw a Center for Resilience in my own home, a sustainably built apartment over a garage that could host workshops and celebrations, a garden for food and habitat full of art and whimsy, trees that provided shade and a place to gather. And we are building it now. So my assumptions kind of getting into the vision process is that climate consequences are going to be much more severe, affecting the water cycle, weather, extreme heat, storms, fires, disruptions to pollination and production, and that strong community relationships will be key for navigating the rough conditions ahead. My intent is to create a refuge for myself and my family using green design principles, rainbow capture, their principles, to provide a source of inspiration and engagement for others, to create the Center of Resilience as a node in a network of resilience, build a community, share information, resources, encouragement, joy, much as this science studio does for people around the world.
Mariana, your
Yeah.
audio is doing something a little funny all of a sudden. It's kind of crackling. Do you have headphones on, or
Oh, I do. Take them off.
maybe take them off?
Maybe they're running out.
You gonna try again? Oh, now I can't hear you at all. You might need to reselect a new audio.
Okay. How does
Oh,
that sound?
much
Can you hear
better.
me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we're on planet Earth. I'm just telling you where my project is in the state of Oregon, in the city of Portland. And you can see where my house is right here in this neighborhood, lots of trees. I had a beautiful tree in front of my house that I had to take down because a big limb fell and took down the electrical system. So I have a new Persian ironwood tree that I planted in its stead. And her name is Luna, and she is the ambassador for this project of transformation and resilience. And then I also planted in Joy, the Oregon white oak, and she is also the co-ambassador for this project. So they can help be the voices to my neighborhood. This is the building I had to tear down, the old garage, and that had a workshop above it. And there was a radio built there in 1925, and the tower was bolted into the floor of this garage. And we took it down. We dismantled it piece by piece, we deconstructed it, and then dug a big hole and put in forms. And now we have concrete that includes biochar, so it's carbon retaining concrete. That's kind of part of our storytelling, and also some water management efforts that we made. We're putting insulation in on the floor, and then on Tuesday they're going to be pouring the concrete floor and more of the retaining wall behind it. The new structure is going to look something like this, with an apartment upstairs and a garage and meeting space underneath. And there'll be some artwork here, which we haven't designed yet. And this is what the whole garden will look like. We're kind of redoing it to have food production in this area, and fruit and tree berries along the sidewalk, more native plants on this side, and more native flowers here. So it's, and then in between my house and the neighbor's house, we'll have some raspberry bushes that we can share. And these black dots are water tanks. Will be 500-gallon each water tanks to capture rainwater and use that for irrigation for the garden, for the vegetable garden, and for the trees. And then we'll also have solar on the roof. So as many green features as we can. And I'm aware that we have a short amount of time, so I would love to hear from all of you. If you lived in a neighborhood and you saw a project like this happen, I was thinking about having workshops on things like seed sharing, or knitting, or canning, or music making, or other activities. I'd be interested to know what would intrigue you to get involved. And then we're going to be sharing some of the technical information about the hydronic heating system and other kind of technical aspects of the building that make it as low energy use and healthy to live in as possible. And then how can we connect our node of web, our node to a web of hubs of resilience? So I think I'm going to stop sharing so I can see everybody and wonder if people have ideas that you can give me. What would make you want to come to a neighborhood center or to connect virtually if you're not in my neighborhood?
Hi, come on up, please. We've got some folks here at university that have some questions for you.
Wonderful.
Ideas.
Yep. Hi, Mariana. I'm Natalie. So I'm from Minneapolis, Minnesota, and we do cuddle parties. And so I wanted to suggest that. And we do ecstatic dance parties. And we do tantra parties, like eye gazing and like breathing together and drumming circles. And so I wanted to offer those ideas. And energy healing. Yeah, and energy
Wonderful.
healing.
And I was thinking about yoga and having a rug that I could roll down on the floor of the garage too for gatherings. That's beautiful. Thank you for those ideas.
Anybody else have some ideas they'd like to share or online? Is there anybody that's here? We got Mage coming up. Come on, Mage. And Malcolm, I see you with your hand raised. All right, let's get Mage so he can get back on tech here.
Yeah, I've been holding it down. But so I'm super stoked about your idea, and my intention is to move to Portland in the next year. And I've actually, the talk I'm giving after this, maybe 2 or 3 talks from now, is talking about redefining cohabitation, and it's talking about using emergent technology such as 3D printing and different modalities to create to create agrihoods instead of just neighborhoods. It's nature-centric communities that just as it's titled, redefine cohabitation. So I'm excited to share that and also to plug in and also come hang out in Portland when I'm there.
That'd be awesome. And in about a year, we'll be ready to have somebody come and live there who wants to help bring this vision to fruition. So.
Well, it just so happens I'm looking for a place. So who knows?
Maybe the timing will work out.
The thing that comes to mind is the community is something you do consistently with the same people. And so that consistency and that everybody shows up is the key thing. Or is that seems to be like, that's what makes things persist. And the story I have about this is when I was growing up, we would play pickup soccer, and one guy, his name was Scott, was there every Saturday for like 10 years. And because he showed up, people showed up. And so that, if, you know, that's sort of whatever is going on, someone just consistency. And one thing that comes to mind very quickly is just cooking and eating a meal together. But the cooking part as well, like not just showing up with food that's made, but actually cooking it together and doing the effort of that and then eating it together is the thing you could be consistent about.
Yeah, and we're planning to have some cooking ability in that garage area. So we won't require the person living upstairs to share their kitchen. Or I could use my kitchen in the house next door. Love that, thanks. Rex, hello.
Hello. I was just at a library recently, and they had an old school cabinet that looked like it used to be used for like the Dewey Decimal System, and it was filled with seeds. And they had the option to take seeds or leave seeds, and I found that really compelling. And I think that lots of times when I've roamed around Portland, you know, during springtime, when there's just, you know, every street you walk down, someone is like, please take some of these figs. Please, I have too many plums. You know, it has a beautiful sense of connection to community and to nature, to have the sense that the earth created this, and that tree doesn't belong to someone in particular. Mm-hmm. And we can all walk by and have a beautiful gift from the earth is really compelling in a sense of community as well. And then the last thing that I would say is that there's probably a tremendous amount of people that are driven by this vision. So, having people be able to come work on building it with you would probably also be very gratifying for a lot of people.
That'd be great. Yeah, thank you. And I do plan to have like a sort of a little free library for produce. And I love the idea of the card catalog drawers for seed sharing. The Mountain View City Library has something like that. That's a wonderful way to do it. Anybody else?
Up and share. Am I not on? I see that Patricia maybe had something that she might want to share, or Daniel. I know they were both had lots of things in the chat there.
Yeah, I wrote in the chat, I don't know, but for me, it would be great to ask them, like to have, like to go a one-to-one first to listen and to share and to see what would interest them to do, because it might be different. I brought some of the universal things that normally connect people, like food, as we said here, like potlucks and music and art in general. But I don't know if there are kids there, if there is like more, if there are more young people. Like it depends on with whom are you talking there, right? And what are their needs? So I would basically say listen to them before listening to us. And yeah, that would be my biggest answer to that. And
That's
from that,
yeah.
it will come from the community,
Yeah.
what it would make sense. And for me, in all communities I've built, like having this place where you can really have a space of deep sharing and deep connection, this is always very needed everywhere we go, because we are humans and we need that type of connection. So yeah, that's another universal one that I love to have.
Yeah, keep that rug rolled out. Thank you, Devin. I think having an art place, we get right now at least a lot of rain during much of the year, so having some art space inside where people could create art would be fun too, and then maybe outside in the sunny weather. So,
we had once like an art connection circle that would mix both things, that worked really well, like inside, and yeah, people would normally join every week.
yeah. Thank you. Can I
Okay.
see Daniel put a message in? Thank you.
But just lovely that you are doing this, Mariana. Just deep appreciation for all you're doing and for this coherence of doing it locally and there and involving everyone. So I love your project.
Thank you.
Well, do you think you got enough good ideas to keep the ideas flowing? And there'll be plenty more, I'm sure, when we get back into
I do.
our cohort.
I've been a little afraid to tell neighbors the community building part of it, because I don't want anyone to say, no, you can't do that. So I kind of want to get the structure built before I really let people know more widely about that I'm planning to have gatherings there, because people might say, well, that doesn't fit in a residential neighborhood. So I'm just telling them more about the building itself, because they can see that happening right now. But I like keeping all these ideas cooking and trying to figure out how to gradually involve people without getting them to push back. So thank you, everybody, for listening and for your support. It really means a lot.
Yeah. What's happening? Are you doing it? You're introducing it?
Okay, cool.
Next up, we have someone who is actually from Carbondale joining our collective. His name is Gregory. He is an artist, filmmaker, musician, and writer whose career began in New York City in the film industry. Due to a spiritual epiphany, he moved to Carbondale, Illinois in the 90s and has been working at SIU ever since, doing video on staff here as well as independently. Most recently, he co-directed and filmed Bearing Bloodlines, Ancestral Invocations, which took place on Gabriella Island, British Columbia. And this is what he will be talking about today with us. Thank you so much for being here with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Eve. And I feel just so honored to be here in such amazing company with everyone doing incredible visionary work. And I can't imagine the work that Ari and Roxy and Mage and Elizabeth have done to keep this going. It's a bit of an endurance exercise just taking it in. I can't even imagine the work they've put into it. And and the blessing this morning with the music with, I think his name is Jurgis, beautiful. And Zara's lovely intro also acknowledging the lands and the peoples that have come before us, which was very important to the video clips I'm going to share with you today. So there was a woman named Barbara Bickle, an artist who was faculty member here for some years, and her partner in this project, Tanis Yugal. They are both very deep women working on ancestral trauma, particularly what their own European ancestors brought to North America and what that did to the indigenous peoples and the indigenous lands. And through ritual trance and performance, they've been working through trying to reconcile and heal the ancestral pain that they carry, that many of us carry knowingly or not, and then through their work trying to bring some healing and reconciliation. So I'd like to, we just completed the film. We shot it on Gabriola Island, which is a neighbor very close by to Salt Spring Island, where Ari lives, which was an amazing coincidence. And we filmed it back in September, and we just finished editing it, and we screened it in Vancouver and also Gabriola Island just a couple of weeks ago. That was the premiere. There'll be a screening on May 3rd, an online screening, and I'll get the link to that to you, and people can watch it online as well. It's about a 45-minute film. I'd like to just show you a couple of 3-minute clips. One is the intro to the movie, and I'll just mention as part of their work, they literally go into trance in the movie. We're not going to really see that part. And I don't know what was going to happen. I didn't know what was going to happen on camera. They didn't know what ancestor was coming through. But also representing their ancestors, their well enough ancestors, the one pre-trauma, pre-colonial, they made giant 8-foot tall puppets representing their ancestors. So you'll see a little bit of that in the film. So if we could roll first the Bearing Bloodlines opening, and then we could just follow it with the other clip, the forest scene. So they're each about 3 minutes. And oh, by the way, Shannon Borg, who just walked in and who you saw presenting earlier, will be our moderator for the online screening on May 3rd. So we'll get the information out about that. Yes? Well, they both have 2 women. The one that says opening, it doesn't have a title or beginning or... Let's see what happens. Oh, if you have the master, you could just play that, and I could just pause it, and then we can jump ahead. That is the second one. All right. Just wanted to mention, as we show the second clip, this is a 45-minute film. I know we don't have time for that. So we did get the blessings of an indigenous elder from that land. By the way, I wanted to mention that. It was very, very important to the two women who've been working on this, and it was important to all of us. And so just wanted not to forget that. And so we'll just watch a second, the piece progresses a bit, and then you'll see a piece that's closer to the end, and it's a whole different environment. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's the teaser, I guess. And I guess we have just a couple of minutes for questions. Any questions, comments? Love to hear any feedback.
Have you shown this to any other native tribes? Saying that when their feedback on it?
No, this is brand new. This is just coming out. But we have had blessings from every time we've screened the film. We've got blessings and plan to do that in the future.
May I suggest that maybe you do show it to some other tribal members as a person who
Yeah, we are doing that very actively and very specifically. Thank you for that. Anyone else? Questions, comments? Yes? So I met a group of people who were part of a Sufi community, and they had some, very long story short, had some roots here in Carbondale, and this was in New York City, and they were gathering in a small apartment in New York, and 7 people had already decided to move to Carbondale, and there's a piece of land where we have sustainable agriculture, et cetera, just outside of town. And so I came to the gathering, and they were going on a camp out on the land, and 7 people were already going to move here. 2 days into the camp out, I just felt so unbelievably moved, and like I just said, I'm moving here with you guys. And it was like the moment I stepped onto that land, we were just collecting wood for the fire. I just felt such an extraordinary peace that I'd been looking, I'd been searching for something and not quite finding it. And this turned out to be it, and that was 31 years ago. And yeah, and the work we do as a community is very much in alignment with a lot of the visions we're hearing about in different ways here. Yes, is my time up, or you have a question? Okay, and then you can go. So the puppets were made by each of the 2 women. One to the one that looks more like a bird. She calls it her avian ancestor. So Barbara really feels such a deep connection with the forest to almost the same degree as humans. What we did to the forest as well as what was done to the humans. And her avian, it's a pre-human ancestor. So they were digging way back into what they called their well-enough ancestors, the ones who did not create destructions, the ones who were still in the natural world and living in harmony with the natural world. So that was the avian ancestor. The lady in white, the very white-faced puppet, it's slipping from me exactly who that was to her. Yeah, I'm just losing it. Was not in touch with that etymology of that ancestor, but I can find out more about that and get to you because, yeah, yes. In fact, all this ancestral stuff was really new to me. I didn't even know what was happening when I was filming it. I'm like, what is going on? I was well into the editing process. I'm like, what are we making here? And but then I've learned, so much about the importance of ancestral, the gifts and the traumas, and then I'm hearing so many similarities. People are like, "Oh yeah, ancestral, this," and so this is a great learning experience, and feel so embraced by this group. I literally met Ari and Roxy on Tuesday when they gave or Wednesday, and now I'm here sharing this with you. Yes, sir. I guess we're running out of time, but yeah, go ahead. So the forest was just a couple of miles from that coast on Gabriola. So that coastline was called Drumbeg. It's a part of Gabriola Island, which is just off of Vancouver Island. And the forest is right behind a museum on Gabriola. And that forest actually features a lot of Native American indigenous work. And the museum director just was so happy to have us do that, and then helped us get the film screened there. As well. So it was all right on that small little island. Anybody else? Well, thank you so much. It's been a real honor to be part of this, and I look forward to the remaining talks. Thank you.
Bravo, beautiful.
Well, just as timing would have it, we are going to hear from one more artist before we have our official closing of Fuller Futures, and then we're going to hear from a few more artists. And as timing would have it, the artist we're going to hear from happens to be my mom.
Hooray!
constantly encouraging other people to read her poetry, and we've convinced her to read it herself, which is very exciting. She's a very inspiring Colombian woman, and she describes herself as a passenger on the winds of time. Former college professional and school educator, poet and learner, born, raised continental areas, fully bilingual, mom, friend, supporter of science and all fine arts. She has always been such an advocate for a healing future and for family and for what it is that we can do together. And I'm lucky to have her as my mom. She's been working on a project in the Design Science Studio over the years called the Multiverse Poetry Journey, and she's collected many, many, many poems from the creators across the Design Science decade and has put them into a series of different virtual worlds, one being Utopia primarily, and currently in the process of also expanding into New York City. Mark just found this photo outside pointing at the building, and the poem she's about to read is called What If? So it will accompany her. Welcome to the stage, Moni Eugenia Shohadai.
Oh man, I'm telling you. You're going to excuse my tears. I told the girls, I don't want to read this because it makes me cry. It's true. Whatever. Before I start, I just need to mention that Mark inspired me for this poem. I was not going to write a poem this time. I was just too stressed out with the situation worldwide. It was just like, how can we help? So I spoke to him. We were in breakup rooms, and I chose the reflection, thinking by yourself. So he walked in there, and he said, what are you doing here by yourself? And I said, we're just thinking. He said, what is the poem you're going to read, or you're going to publish, or you're going to collaborate with? And I said, I don't have one. You don't have one? I said, well, I started one, but I just cannot finish it. So he started, asking me, what is the name of the poem? And I said, it's What If? So he challenged me. He said, you have 24 hours. And I said, well, the muse is not that easy. So, and then he told me a story that when he was in Japan, and I think he was very young, he started writing a poem, or he wrote a poem that it was called What If? So I said, okay, that's interesting. Also, I have been admiring this physicist, Nassim Haramein. Maybe some of you know him. He's very much following Bucky's trajectory. He's amazing. He talks about fractals. He opened my mind into things that I had no idea that I could pay attention to. And that's been a long time ago. I would say maybe 13, 14, 15 years ago. I had no idea about Bucky when I was in Colombia. I came here very young to do my master's in languages, but I had no clue that he was, was such an amazing influencer. So this is how it started. So he has a documentary that I recommend all of you to see. It is called The Connected Universe. And then he starts walking a path and he says, what if? So, okay, here it is. You should read this one. And I cry. I'm not, it's just like, it's just to go to my heart too much. So, it's Roxy, come on. No. Okay. What if everything is a dream? I wonder, as I recall my last thought before closing my eyes. I rose along the sun this morning and a wind of warm peace filtered strangely through my foggy window. I pushed myself to walk and dissolve my dreams. Singing birds and spring flowers came along, stepping on a common and cracked sidewalk. I stopped, closed my eyes, and wondered, what if, instead of concrete sidewalks, I could suddenly find a road made of blooming flowers. At a distance, I could see children playing oblivious of the harsh truth of an unwanted reality. I walked back and I sat quietly under a weeping willow. I closed my eyes and I dreamed again. What if around the corner there was a crystal city awaiting our revival, our arrival, where we could stop behind invisible, we could stop being invisible and we could be seen for what we really are, where we are invited to share hand-picked fruits from a collective garden. What if we could find cascades of crystalline waters that could refresh our faces after a collective harvest? What if we decided to stand firm and walk forward, lifting books, lives, and dreams instead of weapons of war? What if we could together break the sound of fear and the deep pain of silence? What if we could raise our collective voices and build communities of hope with musical rainbows serving as bridges of love and understanding? What if we could dry every tear from the hopeless faces of every crying mother? What if we could look at the eyes of our fellow humans and we could see the reflections of each other's face in a repaired mirror, able to see a colorless tone of our new reality? What if? And what you see there is a synchronicity. He walked outside, I think, the back of the building, and that is written on the ground. Isn't that interesting? I mean, I thought, what? That's interesting. That made me actually.
Thank you, Moni, for being such an example of what we champion here, which is to step into something that is scary and to offer up the fullness of yourself so that we can all learn and grow. It's now my absolute delight and pleasure to welcome back to the stage to close out the in-person part of the Fuller Futures Festival, a woman whose vision and expansive capacity for juggling many, many, many pieces has brought us all together. So thank you very much, Elizabeth, for holding this vision and for carrying it through. It's such a pleasure to join you here. Welcome to the stage, Elizabeth Donahue.
Thank you. And I needed to hear that part about something scary and stepping into the fullness. So I want to first start, though, with a little history. It was 16 years ago that almost 17, I can't believe, 17, through a series of events that the dome was under plastic, it was dilapidated, it was falling apart, it had very little support. There were people writing in the newspaper about it being an eyesore for the neighborhood, what we're going to do with it. The mayor at the time was unsupportive. And somebody invited me to a board meeting to ask the question of, because my thought was, if we could just take the plastic off for a little while and let people see it, that would reinvigorate some interest. And so I made my way to a board meeting and asked what it would take to get the plastic off. That was 17 years ago. And it's been a long journey, and I have a lot of people to thank, and I can't really do that. I was thinking of all of the people in this room to thank, and I would rather just do it personally. But no, I'm looking at all of these people, even people that were like, you got this, in a time of me doubting myself. Thank you. And so shortly after that happened, and I, because of Bill Perk, got a role as development director for the Dome for a while. We had the job of starting a capital campaign to get the Dome repaired, to get it restored. And through a series of serendipitous events, Ben Louder came along 16 years ago, and this event really works with Edwardsville. We see this, I see this, and I know you're along, as a connection of Southern Illinois. How Bucky connected Edwardsville and Carbondale, this event started with your collaboration with Buckminster Fuller Institute and us going last year. And so just wanted to invite you to come and say a few words as well.
Yeah, it's been a long journey. The most recent evolution of this, the collaboration and the deepening of the collaboration with the Buckminster Fuller Institute and the Design Science Studio really started in 2024 when the BFI director, Stuart Cowan, sent a call out to universities that were doing anything at all related to Buckminster Fuller, and the question was, how do we reactivate Fuller's legacy on college campuses? And through a collaboration with Jeff Perlis and Peter Meissen and Doug Jacobs and all the little constituent elements that you've seen in this program, the World Game and the World Simulation Center and the play, that was the proposal. And the idea was to launch it out of that miniature Earth geoscope and then model something that could maybe be replicated on other campuses. And of course, from the very beginning, this would have been the real launch here from Carbondale with that deepened connection with the Design Science Studio. So it's really our hope and long-term vision that this is something that can spread. And as it spreads, it'll leave nodes of communication where there can be proceedings, it can be documented ideas, solutions to follow up and form this kind of network of communication across university campuses, maybe even corporate campuses, or just spaces where people are trying to envision a new future where they can network and communicate with each other and know they're not alone in trying to envision something more collaborative, cooperative, and abundant for our species. This feels like a really, really good start. There's a few other universities and a few other ideas emerging, and I think that we've really launched something here out of the foundation of Buckminster Fuller's academic and material legacy that's really got a great chance of spreading and making a lot of really important connections going forward. So do you want to say a little bit more to wrap up? Yeah, thank you for the time, and thank you all for coming. I appreciate you.
All right, yes, thank you, Ben. So obviously, closings are beginnings as well, and that's very much what I think about when I think about this is I know just myself it's going to take, I've tried to start making a list of all those little moments and seeds of ideas. I keep coming back to that metaphor of planting, of seeds, of growing. And so many amazing possibilities that are happening. Tuesday, we're going to a city council meeting where a councilwoman's proposing to name a section of the street, Buckminster Fuller Way, right by the Dome. That's just one little thing. A curriculum that's been talked about, students that are engaged. Really, I'm so happy and pleased with students that I worked with, the Model UN that sat down and talked with Medard Gable and are alive with this right now. The architecture students that got one-on-one time with Thomas Zung, students that showed up well beyond when they had to. Fuller Futures intern Sydney, who was on these meetings, but then happened to, show up way more than any hours needed, and just, I could tell, had her heart in it. And thank you so much just for helping me in those moments. And so, as anybody, I think, probably that goes down this journey, I think with almost anything, but Bucky in particular, you have these synchronicities that happen. It's almost like this universal kind of, oh, okay, there's my sign, the what if sign. And I couldn't help but think as this was happening with Artemis 2 happening, that journey, and we get to see because we know that Fuller and some of his rise to prominence, that first viewing of the Earth was very important, I think, in the consciousness, our human consciousness, and the connection to Fuller as he was thinking and talking before that even about Spaceship Earth, about us being, about starting with the universe, about us being one and connected, and to watch us see the Earth as anew in a clearer vision. And see the impact of that with people and astronauts talking about us being crew, talking about Spaceship Earth. That to me was almost like a affirmation of being, doing the work, being kind of on the right path to doing that. And I think of us as a crew. This is a small crew. We have a larger crew. They're not all here, right? And doing this work. And so I wanted to invite, because I feel like in some kind of ceremonial way, I'd like to hear from other people, and I would like you to think of one word that maybe it's the first thing that comes to your mind or something that you formulate. It doesn't have to be everybody, but I'm hoping that somebody would share at least a few, what that first word is that comes to your mind when you think of this. Jeff already raised his hand. Possibilities. Hope. Effervescence. Inspiration. Love. Expansion. I heard that one. Casa Hebrews. Mark it down. That's going places. Synergy? Or cis synergy, yes. Action. Kinship. Integrity. Tensegrity. Anyone else? Revival, yes. Resonance. Truth. Omni-cooperative. Cooperation. Regeneration. I learned so much, and I'm just so grateful. It just is interesting when you have a vision. And in a way, I would really like to thank, this is not my full-time job. I work as assistant director of the University Honors Program, which I'm always happy to say is really an undergraduate hub for interdisciplinary work. And I was lucky enough that to have the director of that program say, yeah, this is worth doing. Spend your time. I actually was supposed to teach a class this semester, and he's like, you really want to do that? And I thought multiple times, I'm so glad I'm not teaching a class this semester. I mean, I love teaching, but yes, this is my work. So the support that I've got along the way and the people that have just showed up, thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You know, Dina. I said I wasn't going to go into names because it would just be like exhaustive. Ben, okay, I'll stop now. Want to say as well that the students that were touched. So Kurt Presbla came. He did the dome building workshop. We had 40 students out there at the very beginning, and then the hardcore group of forestry students, which seemed to always come through because they did it last time. That were exposed to that. And now that dome will live on campus well as long as the SIU will let it, and sparks that. And then last night, Friday. He was at the Illinois State Science Fair where we hosted thousands of students that were presenting at the Illinois State Science Fair, high school students, and you were at a table alone for a lot of most of the night, telling them about the geometry of thinking and showing them things. And so I think too, just how these things work, where they just spread. There's so many things happen that you don't even know about or think about that are inspiring people. And so I had a moment too with a panel that almost didn't happen. Friday we had the dinner and conversations, and I had inspired by Margaret Fuller and Fuller Conversations, and probably had that was an amazing experience, and it was echoed as such a needed, beautiful, consciousness-raising conversation. It was. That I don't know why, maybe some in this is having just more belief in the work that I'm doing, and less doubt. Because I was like, that'll be kind of a small thing, and I show up and we're putting more tables together and finding more chairs. And so thank you everybody that came, because thinking that people came from the UK and California, and I'm also so amazed at the Design Science Studio and the work that you're doing. So amazed. Thank you. That you took on this room, and it was a roller coaster. I'm telling you, it was. Yes, they were here through the night last night. They have been here all week. She slept here. Yes, and they transformed this space, and that's what they do. And not just. I'm not even talking. I'm talking bigger than this space, and I hope that this is the beginning of just more collaboration all around for so many. And that's where I go back to is it's the beginning. And I just want to thank everybody. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Can we do it together?
Elizabeth.
This is an intervention.
This is an intervention. You're incredible. Thank you so much. You had an amazing support network, and you took on a lot by yourself. And I feel that Bucky spirit in you. Like, how much good can I possibly do? How can I continue to bring forward this legacy? And getting to know you, I see how long you've been doing that and how much you care. And it's really beautiful to get to know you and to broaden connections with this community because of this, in this place. It's really such an honor. And sometimes we don't even know. With that Terence McKenna quote, you throw yourself into the abyss and you find a feather bed. So I know that was technically the closing of Fuller Futures. We do have a handful of folks left from the Design Science Studio community and some other local folks who wanted to share for just a little bit. And then we're going to have music, which is exciting in here. We did spend a lot of time kind of creating a party space, so we should definitely enjoy it and have our little hang. And, something what? There's a wild raccoon in the corner. Hold on.
Yep. Sorry.
It's actually true. So Scratchy's been really holding on all day, just trying to wait for his moment. So I think you're going to get to meet Scratchy here in a moment. And I also just like mad props to Mage, who has been running the technical back end of this all day. And to Eve, his partner, also my right hand in the Design Science Studio. So many team members, but that girl definitely slept in here last night because she's not good at waking up early. And it was maybe 5:30 in the morning when we left. I put a rug on her. This literally happened. And beloved Ari, who I wouldn't have been able to do all of this with, it's a lot of work. And to my sister, my mother, to Doc, to Elle, to George, to Casey, all the other Design Science Studio Mark members who came out. It's a lot what we do, and it's a lot of, it's both like a lot of people, and we work hard to keep it at an integrous number each time. And it was an honor to get to bring some of that to life here together. And yeah, Ari, we're gonna actually bring Mage up. Mr. Mage is going to share because he's live. What? What am I doing? Oh.
A big round of applause for Roxy.
Yeah, I definitely feel like a little possessed by that Bucky spirit. There was a moment when we were walking in the dome home yesterday, and I was like, why do they have separate beds? And I think you were saying that the Dymaxian sleep, they would be like possessed by the spirit of creativity in the weird hours of the night. My husband is obsessed with cuddling those, so I don't think he would forgive me if we slept in separate beds. But I certainly know the feeling. So I have mad respect for that human, and I'm grateful to be supporting his legacy. So if you're willing to stick around for the man who led this whole multimodal hybrid situation, and well, actually his friend Scratchy, who was actually going to do a better job at introducing him than I.
Check. Okay, you just pretend that you didn't see that happen. Okay, just pretend that you didn't actually see that happen. Okay, so well, we'll just begin. My buddy Mage, he does stuff. I'm supposed to give a bio. I can't read, but he's one of my best friends. He makes music. You know, he makes art. I guess he makes art. That's what he wants to call it. You know, he tries. Let's put it that way. But anyways, he's a great person. He really takes care of me. He really loves this community. And really one of the things that he really cares about is providing for people that society has marginalized or otherwise forgotten, you know, thrown to the wayside. And it's unfortunate that humans are so blindsided by their own, I guess, self-interest that they don't understand that we're all in this together. And even if one person wins the game and everybody else loses, then everybody still loses, right? I mean, I think I found a Buckminster Fuller book in a garbage can one time. I don't know why someone threw it out. But I found it and I read it, and I tell you, that man had a dream. Yeah, well, just look, okay. Audio transcription is a part of the future, okay? I mean, look, I'm a raccoon of the future. I utilize technology. AI has helped me out in that way. But anyways, I digress. Today, I'm going to break to the stage. I got my buddy Mage. Yeah, I'm rapping raccoon. I'm a rhyming raccoon. I rap. You know, you might see that later. But anyways, breaking to the stage, Mage, my buddy, designing for a changing world. Make some noise, yeah! Okay. Thanks, Scratchy. That's my good friend right there. So I really appreciate that playing along. I still gotta, I'm still working on new material here. So anyways, sweet. So I'm really grateful to be here. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee, a short 3 hours away from here. And let's just take 3 breaths together. It's been a marathon, and I really need to ground before I deliver this so I don't talk too fast. So exhale the last bit of air that you have right now. And deep inhale through the nostrils. Hold for a second. Let that oxygen absorb. Then exhale through the mouth. Do 2 more. So deep inhale through the nostrils. Hold for a second, let that oxygen absorb. And exhale through the mouth. We'll do that one more time. Deep inhale through the nostrils. And exhale through the mouth. And so we land here, Spaceship Earth, as they call it. What a blessing to be here, to feel, to experience what we might consider real at all. So I'm here to present a concept. I was working with a nonprofit in Nashville, and I still work with them, but I had to realign myself with my purpose so that I could show up completely. And I still love this project, and I'm still presenting it because I still want to see it happen. And the project was called Mandala, and it still is called Mandala. And I've heard Mandala's referenced many times this weekend, of this concept of creating this visual representation. And I'll talk a little bit more about what an actual mandala is in Sanskrit and Buddhism and this lesson in impermanence and beauty. But this concept of a mandala, these complex relationships of geometric shapes that create this journey that you go on visually, a yantra, if you will. And so this is a collective call to action. There's a very real housing need, and we can't rely on lumber supply at Home Depot. We can't rely on having proper funding from government grant programs. I won't even go down that rabbit hole, but we all know what's going on in the federal government with grant programs right now. So it really is up to us. And that's where my passion lies, or begins. I guess lie wouldn't be the word. Anyways, I'm not going to say about politicians, but I wanted to. Anyways, but yes. So next slide, please. So, are they castles or are they cages? So we've got luxury apartments in Nashville, tearing down old growth forest. There's one instance in Nashville, Fort Negley. There was an unhoused community that lived for 20 years, and all this new development came in, not just kicked them out, but deforested it completely, which is a historical site. And if you know the history of Nashville, Battle of Fort Nashboro was one of the turning points of the Civil War. And Fort Negley was a significant battle. It was a high point where the Union soldiers could see, and that was one of the turning points of the Civil War. And in Nashville, in Tennessee, there is deep roots of racism. The Ku Klux Klan was founded in Pulaski, which is about an hour and a half of Nashville. And so just seeing all this redlined marginalizing that's happening, and this idea of luxury that's purchased at a high ticket value, and people are still hungry, and people still feel isolated, and people still feel disconnected, and they're constantly disassociating with media or substances or any of these types of things. Is it a castle at that point, or is it a cage? So that's the question I lead in with. So next slide. So we all know this. We've been talking about this all weekend. There's different things that are happening in the changing climate, cost of living, affordable housing, lack of green spaces, industrial impact. And as many of you know, if there's no green spaces, there's nowhere to absorb bioswales, there's nowhere to absorb water, and there's just concrete everywhere. It's highly likely we're going to have more flooding. And Nashville in particular, we've had some very intense storms. In the past 10 years, we've had massive flooding, massive tornado, massive ice storm in February, completely destroyed the canopy. The trees were dropping left and right. And there's just all these different factors that are making it really obvious where we're at in society and what we're facing in ecological collapse, or maybe a need for a reframe. So, reframe. I'm big on the reframe. I think that we have tremendous power in our trajectory, in the stories that we tell and the words we choose to tell those stories by. Sidebar, that's my company, Living Lore. We are legendary. There's tremendous power in the words that we choose to tell our stories by. So next slide. So, if you haven't heard, in Italy, there's a test site, and I think it's Bologna. I always want to say bologna because I grew up eating bologna sandwiches, whatever. But anyways, in Italy, this organization called WASP, and it's an acronym for World Advanced Saving Project. And they're in the developmental part, in the research and proof of concept stage of these 3D printed structures that use a crane, and it's essentially a scaled up 3D printer. Because it's vector space, like you can infinitely scale up vector, and so essentially it's a 3D printer on a crane scaled up, and they use earth-based materials. The structure on the right of the slide, that's 3D printed out of clay. That's sourced from local clay deposits. And granted, I'm aware it's still extractive, and we still have to be conscious of the resources that we're extracting because it's a finite resource, right? But one thing about it is that 3D printing, not just clay, porcelain in the middle, those are 3D printed tower gardens that are printed out of porcelain, okay? And then 3D printed wind turbines out of recycled plastic. So I have this idea, and they're already in the build phase of this program called, of this project called Ithaca. And go to the next slide. It's in the next couple slides, but I'll talk about this one. But anyways, so slow impact construction. We're not cutting down trees here. We're able to rapid prototype, rapid production in a big scale. They're already testing it's material science testing in Austin, which they've already found some load complications because there's no steel in it and it's concrete, so there's been some cracking that's happened. But if you've seen Cobod or Icon in Austin, they're already 3D printing whole entire neighborhoods of concrete, which is something. But it's scalable. It's also, you can custom build it to each site. So next slide. Whoa. Okay, so in this video, if it doesn't play, we'll just skip it, but try to play it. No, it doesn't matter if it has sound or not. If it does not play, it's okay. No, that's okay. Well, anyways, Cobod is the company, and Icon's another, and the one in Italy that's specifically using clay is WASP. So, digital model, you can basically implement and design any type of structure that you want. So you can use 3D printing to do porcelain. You can 3D print the bathtub. You can 3D print different structures within a house, raised beds around the space. There's kind of an infinite application of what you could do. And I think that's the most exciting part for me, is the fact that we can work with designers, people in design science space, to really get working scale models. And if we can 3D print it on a small scale, hypothetically, we could scale it up and 3D print it as well. And from what I heard, the initial investment in the Crane Delta Wasp is about $150,000. It's probably changed since tariffs and all that kind of stuff, but around anywhere from $150,000 to $170,000 to get the crane, and then to actually 3D print a structure is about $10,000, and it in a week. And of course, you got to cure over 30 days in that. But the potential to 3D print whole entire communities in disaster and crisis scenario, I mean, there's a huge potential for that. And I know everybody I've talked to today has probably got a million ideas about what that could look like. So next slide. So this is my conceptual. I'm a visionary artist. I'm not an architect. I'm a poet, and I use generative intelligence and stable diffusion before even ChatGPT was out to tap into the Venus project, large language data sets programmed on the Venus project and Buckminster Fuller to take some of my poetic prompts and to create some concepts on what that might look like. So imagine walking into a neighborhood. Homes emerge from the ground like living sculptures, each uniquely designed to fit the landscape and needs of its inhabitants. With 3D print technology, we can redefine urban living and efficiently utilizing that space. And then the idea is to create a 3D experiential mandala, to basically have these spaces look like art, to have wind turbines that look like flower blossoms and like basically energy gardens, strategically placed to where, and nodes around it. So if you're looking top down, it looks like a mandala. You're effectively living in a mandala. And the idea is to have wind turbines that are printed out of recycled plastic to power the ambient lighting and all the auxiliary electronics and tech and that kind of stuff. And then let's see. Okay, next slide. Got it. Sweet. Cool. But yes, so the idea is that we're creating a different type of community. And I feel like we've all been talking about that today. All the people I've talked about, we're talking about this like returning, remembering to this concept of interconnectedness in a way that's inclusive, but it's also symbiotic and reciprocal and kinship. It's not just this like extractive, you prove your worth by how much you overextend economy that we're in right now. So, we've got integrated learning. The idea is that it creates more jobs because the people that live in the community become the technicians. You're not just living in this community, you are trained on how to design. You can 3D print your ideas into something that could be implemented into the local community. It's an experiential mandala that we co-create as a community together, right? So, heart-centered sustainability, it all feeds into each other. And at the center of it is an urban garden. All the individual food needs are met by the tower gardens that are created and 3D printed into the homes, but the center of the community is centered around an urban garden to where people can connect, they can connect with nature, and then there's no reason why anybody in our community should ever be hungry. It's just greed, straight up. I get a little twitch whenever I say that. Next slide, please. Yes, so again, these are some concepts that I helped with generative intelligence and prompt writing. And so essentially, we're able to dream this out digitally. We can even walk around these neighborhoods in 3D spaces and then print a scale model. And then if all that works and all the materials, the biggest challenge right now is material sciences. We're in a space where it's like we need to understand exactly how the material that is printed under certain load capacities and all those things will interact over time. And I'm sure everybody understands that. So next slide. And then, so these are all just kind of like forward-facing points that I put together of talking about how like essentially, the fundamental principles of permaculture within communities and farming communities is that we all have input into our well-being. Therefore, we all, in a reciprocal nature, benefit from that dynamic. Next slide. So even more. And in these spaces right here, you can see kind of blended over with some Buckminster Fuller, like kind of dome-style houses. But nature is not just preserved; it's celebrated. It's the center of these agrihoods, and I can't remember if I said it yet or not. But agrihoods was the concept that my friend Nelson Guillen from Mandala and I kind of dreamt up, which is what brought me to Cohort 3 back in 2023 into 2024. And these are not just places to go and look. These are places to celebrate life together. It's to experience. And I put an emphasis on this is an experiential realm that's co-created in a community fashion. And, it doesn't just stop at redefining our homes. It actually extends into redefining our communities and essentially fostering that connection with ourself and our own true nature. So next slide. And this is a picture from WASP of their Ithaca project, and it's 3D printed, and it's basically what you see on the outer layer is it's passive solar. So those are windows. The central structure is 3D printed, and then there is a passive solar greenhouse around the whole entire house, and then there's layers around it, and within 33 meters there's exactly enough food to feed exactly 4 people. And they have a whole entire plan on that. I encourage you to look on their website, and they're really responsive. We had multiple meetings with them on Zoom, just talking about what they're doing in Italy and trying to get that technology in Nashville. And ultimately, my goal, my dream was to not just build one, but to have a crew of people that travel and we seed sanctuaries. And for the next, so essentially we're going 3D printing the community hub, and then having a huge party celebration whenever it's ready, and then packing the truck up and going and doing it again. And then eventually have a whole entire network of nodes of these sanctuaries that are seeded with the same concept, same heart, nature-centered design and concept, and then all of a sudden we have a network to wherever we're going. That's the dream, at least. So back to what I was saying at the beginning. What is, put it on a train. Yes, Amanda, I hear you. So a mandala, we've been talking about a mandala a lot, and yantras, they are visual symbols that they carry us through meditation and contemplation through our observation. And they, from what I understand from some of the Tibetan Buddhist teachings, that they are intended to carry someone through this process of liberation from suffering into joy with these colors. And it's a temporary, it's impermanent. It's meant to be enjoyed and then washed away with the waves and returned back to the sea of vast potentiality. And you can see that every time. So next slide. And here's some examples from different cultures through the time that have used mandalas, and you even see the Christian stained glass windows into the Jainism and Aztec sun calendars and all the like. So next, and even the Islamic stars too. So yeah, but and this was the title slide of my older presentation, but I figured to just leave it in just for posterity's sake. And then next slide. I believe this is one of my concept sketches that I started on. It's not completely finished yet, but you can see I had this idea that you 3D print a privacy or like retaining wall around everything. You have a courtyard inside, and then 3D print kind of structures that can be terraformed. So there's kind of this living terrace inside of a courtyard with a wall around it, and then kind of in between that little outside of the wall, I was thinking like you could totally print water reservoirs too. So you could do rain collection, or hypothetically you could do that. So my mind was going crazy with all these different implementations that could be used with different types of materials and 3D printing technology, because I do feel like that the skies are, the earth is our limit. The earth is our limit, right? So I really I wanted to share this. I'm not actively working on this project right now, but I still believe in it. And if there's some people that really want to, are fired up by this and want to talk and flesh out some stuff, I've got some sketches that I'd love to get some just prototypes made up. So next slide. I think this is about the end of the presentation here. Yeah, so and then I just go through, we were working with the Wondery at Vanderbilt, and they had their accelerator program where we went in with the concept that we were trying to do. So basically multidisciplinary practice. Next slide. So working with research teams working with different material science programs from Vanderbilt, the Wondery, and some other places, and then industry experts of people that do 3D printing and automated construction as well, and different academic departments to get some accurate research on the material sciences, because that's the biggest caveat right now, is that a lot of this is hypothetical, it's new technology, so we don't really have codes, we don't really have solid data on the longevity of this, but hypothetically, it's freaking awesome, and I really want to see it happen, right? So then, this was our proposed plan. We have the research-driven, and then goes into the integration of the renewable energy sources and wind turbines and different modalities coming in, and then refining it and scaling up. So next slide. Yeah, and then that's just a plan that this was talking about the different programs that we're working with. We were working with Bucky engineering firm. We were also talking to Manuel Zeitlin Architects, and again, the Wondery, Vanderbilt University up in Nashville, and then Mandala was the organization. And basically we considered ourselves, and I still consider myself, and I know Nelson is as well, the collective connectors that catalyze collaboration and bind the spiritual, intellectual realms to the physical manifest. Yes. And then production with WASP and Cobot. So next slide, and I think this is about it. Let's design a brighter future together, right? So if you got ideas, dare to dream wild and big, and let's stay connected. As I said, my company is Living Lore, and my website isn't built, but I have the domain name, and you can email me there still. So no, it's not. It's not. It's not built. Anyways, awesome. Well, thank you, everybody. Thank you for your time. And I'm so glad to be here. This has been such an amazing program. And, God, it's a dream come true. So, yeah, scratchy too, See ya.
Thank you so much, Mage. I'm so used to all of your skills as an MC and a media producer that it's really lovely to feel the full robustness of your vision. We're going to throw back to a couple of the folks from the Design Science Studio, abroad and away, and leading us there is Stephanie Schwartz. Stephanie is a multidisciplinary artist and photographer who enjoys making the invisible visible through light, sound, sensory experiences, and imagery that invite wonder and new ways of seeing. Please welcome Stephanie Schwartz.
Hi, thank you. Thank you so much. What we're going to first do actually is have a look at a video that I did, and then I'll speak to it. So it's called Bubblescape Experience, and they're going to play it right now. So basically, I think like if bubbles are play, and I feel like with Buckminster Fuller and like seeing things through a bubble, synergy, whole systems, geometry, procession, and like we're not separate. I just feel like when we play, then we are in that experience. And this something beautiful about the bubbles also is like I'll just show you right here that that's in the zine. That bubble on the end. That's one frame from that experience. And in the experience, when we do it now, like everybody's actively engaged in playing with the bubbles themselves, which is just so beautiful. And every person there is reflected in the bubble. So I just think the simplicity of like water, light, bubbles is really just something that I'm speaking to in this time of just sharing that that beauty. And as you see here, in this graphic right here to the left, that's actually a collaboration of mine and somebody that I met in the studio in the very first year named Stroopy Pohl. And he's a shape maker. And just also to say that Bonnie earlier spoke about seeing differently when somebody in the audience had asked that question about Bucky having a different way of seeing and hearing the world. And I think that's super important because I've also had that like phenomenological experience of seeing and hearing differently in the world. And I know Stroopy has had some of the seeing as well. And the thing that we both related on was like that sphere. We related on sphere very, very quickly and on we called it Wish You Were Sphere, and that was the logo for Fuller Feedback Systems. So the that's one of the prints on the walls in this event space, and the bubble is in the zine. And so I just want to I'm going to introduce Stroopy's work because as a shape maker, I'm not sure I he basically makes all kinds of things and he shares the making of it and he loves teaching the making of it and he has made such incredible shapes which you'll see in other places as well. So I know that we have some video of his as well, so we can share some of that. I don't see it here though. Yeah, I don't see it.
Okay, we're pulling it up, Stephanie.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, of course. It's funny that the crew here was like, where did Stephanie's face go?
Oh, okay.
They were like, her video's gone. I'm like, you're right. It's totally gone. I don't know where she, and then I'm like, oh, poof, off you went. Well, I'm so glad we get to have some Stroopy in here because there's been a serious amount of icosahedroing going on, and I just feel like he's missing, and it wouldn't be a true icosahedro gathering without Stroopy, even though he was online with us all day, which was great.
He was, and I made sure he put these things in here. I've taken him with me from this first cohort that like he has to be part of it. So I've made sure he's come along. So I'm really glad that piece the piece was in the exhibit.
Yeah. Amazing. Okay, so we'll do one, and then there was the play, the one-man play. Oh, it's incredible. But there was definitely a moment where I was just watching him make shapes and do the bead thing and find the integrity of the triangle, and I was like, Stroopy, Stroopy.
Yeah. So. Yep.
Here he goes.
Where's my face? I know it's my part. So
There's one more short one.
And just to say, we started something called Fuller feedback systems as we were thinking of feedback as pretty much the most important thing to grow and be in a system is having the feedback. So creating that. So this is him showing how to. This is just very cool. I'm gonna let him be. That's Streepy showing complexity in simple ways, and it's pretty impressive. He makes shape after shape after shape, and he has so much to share and teaches, and really enjoys sharing it with everybody and anybody who will listen, because it's sort of like that's kind of the beginning to get into alignment. Once we're in alignment, we can start from there. But as we know, and this group for sure understands that everything has been a construct. I think that's what Bucky showed, is that his knowing sense of the world from the way that he couldn't hear or see in the same way as other people meant that he learned differently, which meant that he knew. And his knowing made him keep going and study nature, because we're nature and we can grow like the rest of nature. And the box is a construct, and when we get back to structure and true structure and alignment, then we can grow from there. And I think that's what we're all here for. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Stephanie. And thank you, Stroopy, for being such a living embodiment of the investigation and the deep wonder that Bucky and Bucky's work instills in us. I can't think of anybody who is doing a better job of fully living in that space of exploration. And with that framing, it's my absolute pleasure to introduce somebody that I can't believe I only got a chance to meet this week being here. He's a man whose work I've admired for a long time. I think that there are few people in the field of scholars working on Fuller's work who do a better job of conveying the essence of the teaching of the geometry through visual form. Casey House is somebody who's been pursuing a project called Synergetics University for a decade, really inspired to teach the foundational principles of geometry. And we have a little bit of his work to show, and I'm going to invite him up to the stage. He was instrumental in helping me build this stage, and this is the first of what I hope are a number of great collaborations. Such a pleasure, Casey.
Thank you, everybody. I just want to say this week has been one of the most inspiring and hope-giving weeks in terms of this work that I've had in a long time. So meeting everybody that has been interested in Fuller's work, and the Design Science Studio, and Roxy and Ari and everybody who's a part of this, crushing it 24 hours a day has just been like very impressive to see. And so I cannot thank everybody enough for just how you all have showed up. I've spoken multiple times about my project Synergetics University over the week, so I won't go too deep into it. I just want to get up here and share a little documentary preview that I have, a little trailer for a documentary I'm shooting and putting together with my collaborator Dante as part of our curriculum with Synergetics University. And the mission of this documentary is to document the valuable information resources that are still alive in our communities and to preserve them for future generations to learn from. So with that being said, I would like to just share this trailer with you all.
As Buckminster Fuller pointed out, we live on a spaceship.
He clearly had a sense of something that was fundamental about how nature builds.
There are strategic things that Bucky did, and nobody's really pulled those together in a beautiful way.
Synergetics gives us something that's tangible and also theoretically satisfying.
Yeah, Synergetics, volumes 1 and 2, 1970s. It's got a lot of pictures, so that's going for it. It's very geometric, but he invented the language for it, and it's hard to read.
A language is metaphysical. Mathematics is a language. And most people don't think of it as a language.
Oh my God!
I just hope that young people don't get pulled in and then go right to synergetics and then hit a wall.
There's a density to it that is a wall. One of the admirable things that you guys are up to is, how do you knock down that wall?
Believe that your talent has the ability to find some beauty and make it real.
So, thank you. If you would all like to learn more about this project, please visit our website, sen-u.com or kc-house.com. And we would love to collaborate and continue to create awesome bridges into this work with you all. So, thank you.
I just wanted to take the moment in looking at that and reflecting on all of the amazing voices that we've heard speak this week, to extend a heartfelt thanks from the whole team here at the Design Science Studio to the Buckminster Fuller Institute and to Stuart Cowan specifically for linking us up with SIU, with making it possible for us to be here, and for paving the way for collaborations like are happening here in person and collaborations like are happening here online to take place. So thank you all for your vision. Thank you, Stuart, for your belief in us and what we're doing. We're really grateful. And now, I can't think of a more apt way to close out our program than to show you how the Design Science Studio works in real time. Our last speaker of the day is... oh, I apologize. Our last in-person speaker is a man named Jamie Webster, who I was just talking to yesterday in the Visitors Center for Fuller's Dome Home, expressing his passion for what we're doing and for systems thinking. And now here he is meeting you all in real time, which is hopefully his first of many presentations with us with the Design Science Studio. So I'll invite you both up to the stage to introduce your work and what you do.
So I'm Natalie, and I'm Jamie's divine partner, and I just want to introduce you a little bit to him. He is a systems integration architect, and his presentation is picking up where Buckminster Fuller left off.
Fuller predicted that when technology reaches a sufficient level, it should be able to divine the problem well enough that the solution becomes obvious. I believe that moment has arrived, and I'm requesting collaboration. I'm an independent researcher and a BFI Dymaxion member. I spent 15 years building identity systems professionally. The technical architectures that determines who gets recognized by hospitals, governments, banks, and who doesn't. Before that, I served in the military, where I witnessed Kurdish refugees from Iraq treated as non-existent by every system on Earth. That experience became a 25-year question. What gives a human being an identity that no power can take away? That question led me to the library. Specifically, when a library sets its scope to all human knowledge, every bias is balanced by its opposite, and the center becomes zero content. The library is the only institution on Earth that achieves a foundation that no interest through its own design. Following the observation geometrically, I identified the structure Fuller built his entire system around, but never named the absent center of the vector equilibrium. The VE center is the zero-dimensional point, the necessary minimum of any dimensional reality, provable in minutes, independently verified by anyone. It is identically the null set in mathematics, the vacuum state in physics, and the ground that every contemplative tradition found through direct inquiry. 15 independent fields converge on the same structure. The geometric proof and the full framework are published on Zenodo in my paper, Zero Order Cybernetics, Missing Foundation, Geometric Necessity of Syntropy and its Implications for Artificial Intelligence. What matters for this festival is what follows from naming it. Every identity system on Earth is built on a foundation with interests, which is why 1 billion people have no identity and everyone else holds theirs conditionally. The zero-dimensional center has no interest. It is already present in every person by geometry. The global library and university network, which already has identity systems, totality scope knowledge, and academic freedom as its operating principle, is already 95% of the architecture needed to make this operative. The remaining step is explicit recognition, the library seeing itself as the universal identity foundation it already structurally is. When identity is rooted here, the default becomes inclusion rather than exclusion. Every other identity system becomes optional. 100% of humanity is included by geometric default. 100% of humanity is included by geometric default. This is Fuller's making the world work for 100% of humanity, rendered as design science, not a goal to achieve through policy, but a structural property of building on the only foundation that is present in everyone equally. I'm bringing this to the Fuller Institute because Fuller built the geometry that surrounds this ground. His community has held it the longest. I believe you are the people best positioned to evaluate whether this completes what he started, and I'd welcome collaboration on finding the right format to share it. I'm also seeking an ARXIV endorsement from a qualified researcher at this event to bring the framework into formal academic review. The ARXIV server is just a place to post academic papers. I'll take any questions if anyone has any. Go ahead.
Is it this? Oh, I figured it out. Look. Oh, I figured it out. Okay, I got excited. Here, ask your question.
Thank you. When I listened to your talk the other day and a lot of work what I'm seeing, it sounded like a lot of the systems that are going to connect people that you were talking about, a lot of all of this seems to be running on AI, and I haven't heard anyone discuss what, AI uses an enormous amount of natural resources and how that will be balanced around, the whole principle of ecology and no harm. And maybe you've examined this a bit, and I don't know if you can speak about that. And is this really going to be a good thing for the planet with all its possibilities, or is it another thing that's going to deplete the planet more than it can handle?
Yeah, there is a lot of concern about how much consumption and extraction current AI systems use. In the analysis and observations that I've made, the issue can be summed up like this. Each time an AI, it's in the form of computation overhead. So each time the AI produces one word, it literally needs to read through the entire known library system to do it. So the the answer to solving the issue is coming up with a different computation method. So what's revealed is that the AI is the library but doesn't know it. So it hasn't been given the geometry to understand how to do that computation, which literally inverts the entire process. It already knows everything. It just doesn't know how to produce the answer. So the answers that it's producing is the computation overhead. Searching one word has to search each time through everything known. So it's the most expensive way to do the computation. The library should also be understood as a geometry rather than a structure or a bookshelf. You could literally take that computational method, and the most important part about it is that it takes everything into account. The calibration is set to everything, and that unleashes its categorical geometry. If nobody has anything else, I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jamie. I really look forward to getting to know your body of work as time goes on. Thanks for doing what you're doing. Finally, our last presentation from here at SIU comes from Aynaz Fazlafahadi, who is a Master's of Fine Arts candidate in design at Southern Illinois University, Carbondale. She holds a Master's of Architecture degree and brings an interdisciplinary background in architectural design, visual communication, and pedagogy. Her work investigates the intersections of design, culture, and environment with a focused engagement in ecofeminist theory, placemaking, and community-centered practices. She was instrumental in helping us put together this stage and this space, and is just an absolute delight to be in the presence of. This is a small piece of her greater work.
And then I can also just from there immediately play Catherine's address.
Sure.
Do you want to pre-frame that up or wait until after? Right now, this is only a minute long. Let's play this. Let's just play this.
Yeah.
So this is Home, an ongoing process of becoming. And in case you didn't get to see it at the Sharp Museum, it's just a short video of the piece itself on this eco-feminist placemaking work.
It really was an amazing thing to get to meet Aynaz and see the breadth of her work. Each of those pictures were postcards you were invited to take away. I've got one of a dome that's coming home with me to Vancouver, Canada. And now to close out our day and our robust scope of sharing from all of you all here in person, at home, out in the world there. We have a closing address from Catherine Connors that Roxy's going to read for us.
Hello, my beautiful visionary dreamers, doers, and world builders. I'm coming at you a little bit outside of time and space, or at least your time and space, to talk about some things that you already know and understand very deeply, understand better than most. There's a story, as you all know, that is running beneath everything. It's running beneath our institutions, our economies, our relationships, even beneath our grief about the state of the world, about the state of all these things. This is a story that is so old, so ambient, that most people in the world have never even seen it, felt it, understood it, at anything other than that deep subconscious level that percolates underneath our being. We've only ever lived inside of it, and we've rarely actually sought to understand it. It's a story that says somebody has to win and someone has to lose. It's a story that tells us that progress means extraction, that progress means conquest, that progress means moving forward at the expense of something. It's a story that tells us that life is a zero-sum game. It's a story that tells us that the hero's job is to win over, that the hero's job is to triumph, that the hero's job is to conquer nature, to conquer others, to conquer the unknown. That story, with all of the things that it entails, is dying. And that's exactly what it is supposed to do. Compost isn't destruction. Compost is what happens when something that has served its purpose releases its energy back into the system so that new life can eat it, consume it, use it, become something the original form could have never imagined. We are living inside of a composting. We are living inside of a massive cultural narrative composting. The old narratives, the old stories, the stories of domination, of scarcity, of lone heroes saving the day, of heroism in general, those are stories that are breaking down, becoming something else, dying to become something new. And yes, that breakdown is painful. It looks like chaos and it feels like loss, but breakdown is not the same as ending. Dying is not the same as ending. Dying can in fact be the beginning. And when it comes to stories, dying can be the beginning of new stories. Here's what I've learned. Before anything changes in the visible world, before policy shifts, before systems transform, before new structures can begin to develop and hold, the stories have to change first. You all know this. You all know that the story is the invisible infrastructure, the thing running underneath the code. This is why we're exploring so intently how to recode the system, how to reimagine the system, how to reimagine the future and rebuild a new infrastructure. Right now, the most important work any of us can do is to make that infrastructure visible, the old infrastructure that's dying and the new infrastructures that we're exploring. To name the stories that we've been living inside and the stories that we want to live inside. To grieve what the old stories have cost us and also what we're giving up in letting them die. And we need to be intentional and aware about what it looks like to allow deliberately, intentionally, that composting and to use the compost to build something new. This is what I sometimes call narrative imagineering, the deliberate act of building futures in story before we build them in stone, of imagining what the infrastructures can look like, imagining how we engineer those stories on the plane of the imagination, where we're most likely to curiously and magically look to what they could be like when we build them. We can't, and we don't build what we can't first imagine. And we can't imagine what we've never been given language for. And so if we have to invent that language, we invent that language. I'll offer you some language. You all have many forms of your own language to offer here. We are co-creating language together. We're co-creating language in the story around the shift from what is enough for some, enough for a few, to what can be abundant for all. We are composting a story. We are letting go of a story that talks about heroes and triumphs and winning and dominating. The story that we're growing in its place is a return and a movement forward, and it is collective, and it is kindred, and it is liberatory, and it is not about winning. It is about living. The story that we're composting is progress as conquest, and the story that we're growing is progress as generation and regeneration and creation. Bucky Fuller talked about converting high technology from weaponry to livingry. I'd offer this curl to that we can destruct the idea and the language of the weapon, also known as arms, to the true root of those words of arms, arma in the Latin, which means simply to fit together, to tool things together. Because stories are our highest and oldest technology, and they are our arms and our armature. They are our tools of fitting together. Our stories arm us for living together, or they can, if we let them. So here is my invitation as we world build together, as you world build together, IRL and in these digital spaces, and in this moment and across time. Find the story that you've been living inside that no longer serves the world that you want to inhabit. Name that story. Grieve that story, and then compost it. Let it break down into the richest possible soil. Notice the elements that are worth regenerating into that soil. Notice what new life can emerge from that old story that we begin to grieve. And then ask, what wants to grow in its place? That question, if we hold it collectively, if we answer it together, if we explore the answer together, is how we build the future. Not alone, not through conquest, not through winning, not through triumph, but through story, through collaborative story, through the radical liberatory act of imagining out loud together. I will see you in that story.
The always eloquent and always astute Catherine Connors. So thank you all for joining us from afar, for joining us from quite near, and for being on this journey together. And now, as I invite you to go out and compost your story and discover what soil your seeds want to sprout in, I invite you all to hang out as we celebrate a little bit with music and cheer. And let me invite Miss Roxana Shoadi back up to the stage.
Hey. I saw Mariette come on, and I was just reminded of all the incredible humans that have been tending and supporting. I think at a peak around 70 people online, live in Zoom. And then we had, a bunch of other people on the 10 different streams that we were streaming out on. But just want to acknowledge, and y'all are all on gallery mode now in the room. So we can see you. And y'all come over so they can see us. Come on up. Amanda, it's group photo time. We got Mariette, we got Stephanie, we got Amanda Sage, we got Sarah Blankhorn, Mariana, and it's Mark Smith's birthday on Tuesday. So I think we should all just have a really fun cacophony of singing across the world to Mark. Shall we? Can Scratchy come? Scratchy's got a pretty good voice. Y'all too. Come on, Kurt. Come on, friends. Y'all are part of the crew now. Kurt Prisbilla. Look, one of our visionaries, our friend, Kurt Prisbilla. Wow, look how cute we are. Z, did you get a pic?
Okay. Wait, hold on. If we're gonna sing something, I wanna suggest that the song that I altered for Bucky's birthday a number of years ago goes something like this. Happy birthday to you.
Call and response.
What?
Call and response. Happy birthday to you.
One idea led to two.
One idea led to two.
And now we're blessed
Now we're blessed.
with a cacophony of ideas from you.
With a cacophony of ideas from you.
Thank you all.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Love you all.
What'd you say, Marriott?
I said, love you, Mark. Happy birthday.
Yay.
Happy birthday, Mark.
Happy refractory day.
Yay. And just mad congratulations to everybody who presented today. There were 38 people who live presented, or 38 individual experiences, 12 new exhibits, and Doc, how many different zine entries did that end up being? Like 30? About 30, yeah. So that was really cool. We did that together. Yay! A ripple, a ripple, a ripple. And so I want to invite, since my sister opened the portal, maybe we will close the live stream with some of my sister's wisdom, because she did a good job. And I really felt it today, like we all are, and this whole week, right? Like we've been weaving like a big prayer, you know, of the world that we're creating together. Come on, Z. And then we'll turn off the live stream, and then Mage is going to play some music.
Yeah, Mae's going to hang out and then play music.
And then, yep, that's great. We love that. You're so good. I love you. You know, Roxy has a way of just throwing me out there. She's like, hey, you're up, honey. Yeah, totally. When we were younger, my older sister, I could get pretty silly sometimes, and she'd be like, oh my God, meet my sister, she's so funny, be funny. I'm like, what? Like, I can't just be funny. But maybe I can. Wow, I am like just completely blown away, so inspired, very touched, and feeling alive with possibility. We have unfortunately been living in a really challenging time here on Earth, and it is really nice to be spending many days immersed in hope and possibility and actual visions and creations, when in a time that is so tense politically and interpersonally, it affects our psyches. And to be literally bombarded with so much information and so much really tragic news daily is really overwhelming to the nervous system. And I feel like this is the medicine that we need, you know, to be able to be like a little tea bag steeped in hope and actually, you know, envisioning us as a circle, as a sphere, you know, as this forever connected entity, that we are all interconnected forevermore. And not that I didn't know that, but I know that even deeper now. And as much as I've known bits about Bucky, it's been really nice for me to really like get to know him better through each of you and each of your shares. And I finally get what a trim tab is. It's like, wow, it's been too many years now. But watch this incredible play. It brought Bucky to life, and I felt him deeply. And it is really just really moving and inspiring. And, you know, I forget who said the quote, but it said, you know, do not underestimate the amount of people, but it only is like a small amount of people are the ones who change the world. I'm very much paraphrasing that. But I see that, you know, I feel like this, you know, obviously there's a grander community that wasn't here in person, like with us. And, you know, also like creating and forming bonds here in person together as well, and being in these like really powerful conversations really do shift consciousness.
like the butterfly effect. And so I feel like the depth of the pebble that was thrown into the water and the ripples that really are moving towards the shores of the great mystery, and this evolution of the great mystery that is continuously becoming, and the ability to see together and to seed together, to be able to water the seeds that have been planted, to water continuously the seeds that have already been planted and that are already growing. It is an honor to do that with each of you, you know, to have a little sprinkle of showers to bring forward these deeply rooted seeds that are blossoming on the earth. It gives me great hope, and I am so incredibly moved by all of you over there inside of the portal. And absolutely incredible I haven't gotten to meet a lot of you this year, and it is really incredible to see what is moving within this cohort. Cohort. Forgive me. Roxy has been sharing her excitement over the last few months now. Months? Yeah, months. And so it's really incredible to actually get to receive and to witness those of you who brought forward your visions, and just really, really incredible work. And this is only like the midterm, so I'm excited to see what evolves from here for the next summit. There's a virtual summit in June. Is that 19th, 20th, and 21st? The virtual summit, and then we're going to have our first official festival. Immersive, real live, in-person DSS Interdependence Summit in Hopland, California. So I'm really excited, and just inviting you, in case you haven't been invited yet, to come. We have a couple postcards back here on the table, but do you have a couple more, just in case? But yeah, I'm really excited for that, especially to be in that community in Mendocino County, in this really beautiful space that used to be called the Solar Living Center, and just to see that seed of consciousness planted to like actually blossom into us gathering there on that land. So yeah, I just want to, let me just close. Everybody take a deep breath together. And exhale. Just inviting us to envision the seed that was planted, this really beautiful, precious life. And the seed, as we all know, takes the right environment for it to blossom and bloom. The right soil, the right microbes, the right sunlight pulling it from the earth, the right amount of water, and this incredible intelligence that the seed holds really is the key to the future that is becoming. Just asking us all to carry that precious seed within our hearts and to cultivate that really good and yummy, juicy, perfect environment for that seed to... I learned recently that a seed actually dies before it sprouts. And so in this way, you know, the seed that is planting and all the things that need to fall away from the seed, from the shell, for it to fully burst through and become. Just offering us that potential, that great potential, that we may be able to call forward the right community, the collaborators, the investors, just calling in all that the seed needs to be in full blossom. And the seed has so much intelligence to it. And may all of that is supportive to the seed blooming, be magnetized and magnified really quickly. And the continued mycelium web of connection to carry forward that vision that that seed holds and be able to spread it all throughout the land, to all of the mycelium and the funga, the flora, the fauna, that all of the creatures, all of the winged ones, the two-legged, the standing ones, that they also might feel this ripple. They might feel this intelligence that is blossoming in this new time of regeneration into a world that has not yet existed. So with that, I say thank you. Aho, blessed be.
Mariette, Amanda Sage, Stephanie, Sarah, any of closing words?
Love y'all.
I would like to say that. Thank you, Sarah, for that beautiful blessing and close, and for bringing it full circle. And to Amanda Sage for your amazing vision train and the energy that just doesn't stop and that welcomes everyone in. It never ever fails to feed. I think these salons, and I know it feeds me when I get in here with you all. And when I stay late, hint, hint, friends. And Stephanie for your mesmerizing experience. So for all of you at SIU, here we are. We love you, and we love Bucky, and we love the future. And so thank you all. I love you quite deeply, because this is a place where the future starts and started and will continue to unfurl. So thanks.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you too. Like, just so grateful to be here with you all. And I'm so grateful to have been in the studio from the beginning with Roxy and with the whole group that started the Design Science Studio, this Design Science decade that they re-began. And just so grateful to be part of it. We're kind of like in the middle, and like just the synchronicities and the creativity and the visions and all that's really coming together now is just so palpable. I think we all know it, we all feel it, and we know that we're coming together, and we're really creating, so many people creating tangible, but we're going to be doing it all together in one place. And that I think that we're all like designing for that coming together that's happening in July, that we hope all of you who are here can join us and be part of. And just so grateful. And just what a beautiful vision, Roxy, wherever you are, and all the others, and Amanda for this beautiful train that we're on. Each and every one of you. Mariette, thank you so much for all you've been doing. But just like everybody, all the work that's been put into this it's unbelievable how much occurs in this beautiful design science community container. And I'm just, and here where we are in Carbondale, like, just so beautiful. Thank you all.
Choo choo to all that. You all are amazing. I wish I could have been here all day with you, but I was doing something that I was an extra node in this matrix. We were gathering here in Gunnison, Colorado, with incredible projects from around the region, and we had warm cookies of the revolution here, the Learning Council, and we were talking about the Future Town Tour. And, we don't have an actual train yet, but guys, get ready, because it's coming, and we're all it can carry all the stuff, and it can link all of our visions together into this cacophony and the celebration that is just the better idea. And I hear it through all of your words and songs and prayers, and it's something that it feels like we're midway through, right? It's been such an honor to be a part of the Design Science Studio, part of the first cohort, and continuously weaving. It's a long game, and it's about building relationships, vessels that can transport the goodness, right? And that's what's happening here. I see that. And so I'm a bit jealous that I couldn't be there with you all in person. But I know this is just an ongoing game that we're playing here, and it's not for the weary. It's for the brave and the courageous and the wild, crazy ones. So I know you're all going to party all night too. So thank you all. And everyone on the Vision Train, you know, this is a community. This is a bunch of folks that have decided to keep this rolling here. So shout out to Allie and shout out to, she's here now, all the crew. You know, it's because we're dreaming it together. And it's an example that we can just keep rolling, and we're not going to stop. So cheers to all. Thank you, Bucky, for bringing us together.
Thank you, Bucky. Choo-choo. Yay. All right, y'all. Well, I'm going to turn off the live stream. I think that we have woven some pretty magnificent prayers out in spherical formations out into the world. Look at this too. All right, off we go. Bye, stream.